In the world that I would like to talk about, there was a building from which the story began. Near this very building there was now a martial artist who was practicing by destroying various objects. He managed to do this quite successfully, and pieces of fairly durable stone scattered in different directions from his powerful blows. This martial artist knew exactly what he was doing, and his body had the strength of several people at once. At one point, when he was preparing to strike with a very strong blow with just one swing of his fist, he destroyed as many as 4 stone beams. Thus training took place in this place, which turned out to never end and only stopped for the night. There were also quite a large number of people who were willing to spend countless hours on these trainings. All this action was directed by the ancient sage who lived in the house at the very top and observed order within these walls. But at some point one day, he heard a strange sound from afar which was getting closer and closer to the training base. This sound seemed suspicious to him, and he immediately realized what would most likely happen in just a few seconds. When the sound became loud enough, even all the men who were training in the yard paid attention to the source. Just a moment later, an explosion occurred right next to the main gate, and almost all the wars were immobilized from shock for a few seconds. They did not know what to do, since by that time it was not yet clear who their enemy was, but it was only clear that it was some kind of intruder. The man who stood closest to the gate tilted his body a little in order to see who dared to disturb them all. When he looked there, he saw a very large number of people whose eyes glowed blue, and they were all dressed in formal suits. All this looked ominous, and in general, from the looks of these guys, it was clear that they were most likely hostile. Of course, they had just somehow blown up the main gate of their temple. After a few more moments, a small group of these intruders began to move deeper, and the whistle of the wind could be heard between the two groups. The men who were dressed in formal suits moved closer and closer until they were close enough to see the faces of everyone who trained that day. And when the targets were identified, the most important of them shouted that the targets had been found and they should begin executing the protocol. Of course, this protocol meant that they needed to begin destruction, and at the same time the leader tore off his human form. Now it has become clear to everyone that the intruders who are now storming the temple are real robots. And as soon as they saw the target in front of them, they immediately began to attack, and the monks realized that they needed to go on the defensive. But the problem is that now the situation is such that only one monk was in front of everyone else and the rest stood behind him. Therefore, he decided to use his technique in order to eliminate the first enemy. But when he hit his opponent very hard with his palm right in the forehead, he noticed that he did not receive any damage, but the pain in his palm was much stronger than usual. The monk could not believe that this was even possible, since with this technique, he could paralyze people without much effort. And now the robot on which he tried this technique only smiled and did not receive any damage from such attacks. The screaming in the training camp stopped getting louder due to the fact that all the other monks also entered into battle with the robots, and the battle was clearly not on equal terms. Meanwhile, at a not very great distance from the monks' camp, the movement of some kind of transport could be heard. It was a bus that traveled this road every day and was never late or behind schedule. And on this day he also arrived at the stop on time. This stop, by the way, was right next to the road that led to the temple. The only person who got off this bus was a guy who had a small bag with him and who initially was not in much of a hurry. Now that he found himself in this place, immediately getting out of the vehicle, he began to look around to make sure whether he had arrived correctly. There were no landmarks around, and for this reason he was not sure that everything had gone according to his plan. But everything changed the moment he heard and then saw an object that screamed loudly and flew towards him. It was really interesting to watch this, since seeing such a spectacle even once in your life would be a great success. After a few more seconds, this object fell to the ground right just a few meters from the guy who had just arrived. Analyzing everything that had just happened, he thought that perhaps some conclusions could be drawn from what he had just seen. And indeed, looking into the distance, he said that it looked like somewhere he wanted to come, it was really here. Having approached the body of the priest who had flown here, he wished him a pleasant rest while he went forward. After climbing all the steps, he finally found himself in the temple which he was trying to get to by bus. Sometimes he found himself here, then he immediately had to dodge the blow of one of the opponents who was even aimed at him. The situation here was really lively in his opinion, since now the monks were trying to somehow survive so that they would not be eliminated by robots. One of them was even able to grab the monk and press him to the ground with his hand, so that he began to quickly lose consciousness and could not move. The robot realized that this was his moment to eliminate the enemy and begin eliminating everyone else. But suddenly someone interfered with his plans as some stranger very silently approached from behind and grabbed the robot by the right shoulder. This was very strange, and the robot decided to turn its head to see who grabbed it from behind. And in front of him, he saw a young guy who pulled his hand slightly towards himself after the robot discovered him. Then, with a deft movement of his body, he struck his opponent's face with his forehead, and at that moment a loud and ringing sound could be heard. The mask that this robot had from this blow crumbled into small fragments and his body slowly began to fall down. The monk who just a few seconds ago was one step away from his death now watched as the robot was eliminated with just one blow. It was incredibly difficult to believe, and he decided that he should at least somehow thank his savior. But for now he could only rise a little and look at the back of the young guy who had just eliminated a strong opponent. But the battle still continued, and one of the monks tried to hold the robot back with a long stick. He was very bad at this due to the fact that this robot had more physical strength. Every second he made the monk lose all his strength and thereby gradually lose. But at one moment the robot heard some sound behind its back, and this made it immediately turn its head. And when he turned it all 180 degrees, his body suddenly began to tremble very violently. An instant and it fell to the ground, and the monk continued to hold the long stick, not understanding what had just happened. In front of him he saw only a young guy who laughed in embarrassment and seemed to be completely frivolous. The battle continued, and now it had a completely different character since entire packs of robots were eliminated in a few seconds. They had no chance to resist because this young guy's blows were so lightning fast that they didn't have enough time to react. Moreover, they did not even have the strength to escape because their darkness was not enough to understand how strong the enemy was standing in front of them. But still, in the meantime, the main sage hid in his house, and his body was afraid because of fear. A small group of robots entered this house, and from their glowing eyes it was clear that the target was right in front of them. In a quiet voice, grandfather said that it seemed his time had come, and he was really ready to accept his fate. But fate thought differently, and someone appeared right behind the robots and in front of the grandfather's face. This was the same young guy who had just eliminated a whole pack of robots and who also brought here one of the bodies of the eliminated opponents. His smile conveyed incredible self-confidence to us, and from his gaze it was clear that he was a rather kind person. The sage realized this very quickly and shouted to this guy to quickly run away from here since these opponents are not people. But it seems that the guy did not want to listen to this but only continued to stand, and in the meantime the robots decided to analyze him. Just one glance at this guy was enough to change the goal. Priest Murim's rank 3 target elimination has now been changed to rank 1 target elimination. A hidden master named Yun Ran. It only took a few seconds for the robots to communicate with each other and change the target. And then the robot who was the most important of them ordered the others to immediately begin eliminating the target. They simultaneously began to move and get closer and closer to Yu Ran to split his body into pieces. It was very strange to watch that the guy didn't even move but continued to stand still. Moreover, he continued to have a smirk on his face that showed everyone else that he really knew what he was doing. But the grandfather could not believe it because he knew that opponents like these robots were incredibly strong. But he did not take into account the fact that Yun Ran is also a very strong warrior who can react quickly and has incredibly great strength. And now he was just about to demonstrate this since he grabbed the robot at the moment when his hand was already a centimeter from the guy's face. In one motion he knocked the robot to the ground, and he did not even have time to understand what had happened. Since the next action the guy eliminated this opponent with one blow of his foot and raised his head to look at the others. At that moment he realized that there were a little more opponents here than he had originally expected, but overall there were still not so many to be afraid of. So he got into a fighting stance and some blue energy began to appear around his right hand. The grin became even more obvious as the guy realized that the attack he was about to make now was clearly enough to kill everyone. When the energy from his palms was released, it pierced the bodies of all the opponents who had just tried to attack Yun. Moreover, the flow of this energy was so high that it could easily break through the roof of the building in which the group was then located and continue to spread into the sky. Grandfather, by that time I thought that he had probably already died, and this is what he sees in the afterlife. But the reality was that some unknown young guy had just eliminated all the opponents who were in that room. And after all this he bowed and said that he could not believe that he was able to meet alive the master who had been hiding for so long. All that grandfather wanted to hear now was just the name of the person who had just saved him and where he learned such skills from. The guy said that he was still new to Murim and his name was Yoon Aaron. Now that the problem had been solved, the action moved to a special room which was hidden from the eyes of many. In this room there was a man with a mustache who asked everyone else present why they were all called here because he was busy fighting the robots. The girl who was sitting opposite this man said that everyone present in this room is engaged in fighting robots and they are simply masters, that they are trying to live a peaceful life hiding in plain sight. Then the dialogue vector was taken over by a small man who said that he wanted to know the reason why the robots were attacking them and the identity of those who were sending these robots. The situation really seemed incredibly difficult and no one was even going to argue with it. While they were talking to each other, someone entered the room again, and this time it was Yoon Aaron who did not arrive here on his own. The people who came in with him were already familiar to the group at the table, and one of them said that he was glad to see them all and glad that they were alive. The man with the mustache heard this and stood up and said that if he had not been forced to come here, he would not have come at all, and he would like to know why they came here in the first place. The man with the headband notified everyone that he knew that everyone was in trouble because of the robots. Because of their skills they lived secretly in front of everyone, but when the robots appeared then everyone got into trouble. And he was ready to present the solutions to everyone, and before that he wanted to introduce them to these 3 children whom he brought with him. In his opinion, now in this room along with the people at the table are none other than the 3 Murima masters. The man with the mustache didn't even want to hear it and said that it was the first time he had seen these masters and he doubted that at that age one could become a real master. Then the man with the bandage on his head explained to everyone that he meant the unification of Murim and not the master, only Murim. Many of the people at the table began to laugh when they heard this because it was incredibly difficult to believe in something like that. But the man with the bandage said that the robots constantly attack and create problems for them, and therefore they must create a new Murima alliance and unite all the masters together and make Aaron the leader of the new alliance. Until this moment Yoon did not know that he would have such a role, and the information he heard was now new to him. He tensed up a little when the man with the mustache started shouting that this little sucker shouldn't become a leader since he's hardly even just an ordinary master. But in fact the man with the headband had a plan for this problem, and he told the man with the mustache that if he doubted it they should fight. Initially this idea seemed unnecessary and wrong to him, but after a second he began to seriously think about it. In fact, that man with the headband who brought the children really wanted Yoon Aaron to demonstrate his abilities to everyone present. Perhaps he did not want to do this, but the enemy who immediately pushed away from the table no longer asked about it. He was in flight and prepared to deliver an incredibly powerful blow to his opponent. And it was strange to observe that Aaron only stood still, and at the very last moment he moved somewhere to the side. Parallel to this movement, he waved his hand, thereby sending the man with a small mustache to the floor at high speed. Looking at his immobilized body, the guy apologized but also said that he attacked him and therefore he had to defend himself. All those people who remained sitting in their seats were laconic due to the fact that they still did not believe what was happening. Still, after a few seconds, the man with the mustache stood up and his face was even more surprised than everyone else present. The man with the headband shouted that if they still doubted then let them attack the guy one by one. But he also added that if they lose to him in a private battle they will become his subordinates and he will become the new leader of the Murim alliance. Initially Yoon thought that all the people in this room were clearly not stupid and would understand that if he dealt with the man with a mustache so easily then he was not a weakling either. Then, turning his head, he saw that everyone had risen from their chairs and were preparing to begin the duel. Of course Yoon Aaron's face showed self-doubt since the people who would attack any minute looked quite menacing. All of them were extremely focused, and it seemed that now all they were thinking at the same time was that they needed to find the most opportune moment to start launching an attack. The children who came here with Aaron asked their curator why they are now teasing top-class masters since it looks like they are digging their own grave. But the man explained that that guy wouldn't just break down because not only does everyone here know each other but the curator himself knows them all even better. After he said this, silence reigned in the room due to the fact that everyone was thinking about how best to behave further and whether it was worth getting involved in the battle. The first one to shout was the girl who said that it was impossible for such a dead man to be so strong and most likely old man Saksu simply did something to him. Simultaneously with these screams, in one movement she threw off her official jacket which flew to the side at speed. Now she was dressed only in an evening dress and quickly began to move her hands in order to apparently confuse the guy. His face was confused despite the fact that just a few seconds ago he was quite successfully able to deal with a very strong opponent. I move closer and closer to the goal. The girl shouted that now they will check whether he is a serious opponent or not. After running a few meters, she made an incredibly powerful jump, pushing off the ground. Now she was in the air and was preparing to make an unexpected and very sharp attack which Yoon Aaron should not even notice. And indeed his eyes said that he was scared, and this only added confidence to the woman's confident actions. But after just one moment, the children who had recently entered the room with that man were incredibly surprised. All because they saw a woman fly into a concrete wall at incredibly high speed, and because of this pieces even fell from the ceiling. The woman flew so hard into the wall that she hung there for some time. Her body went so hard into that wall. All those masters who remained to observe what was happening shouted to her, in order to understand whether she was aware at all now or not. Realizing what he had just done, Yoon Aaron apologized to the girl, as he understood that he actually did not mean to hit her that hard. One of the men also said that if her opponent is still a child and for him it is so easy, then for her to jump is a big effort. Because this woman is purebred Madame Jo. But it seemed like she hadn't used up all her strength after screwing it up and was still ready to launch a counterattack. The glasses that were on her face cracked from the impact, and because of this she stopped, even angrier and angrier with every second. I quickly move around the room from side to side. She screamed that this opponent was the same age as her child and she was going to finish this fight easily. Her movements around the room were indeed very impressive and fast, and Yoon didn't even watch it. At one point, the girl's movement stopped and she made a jerk to strike. But she didn't even notice that at the last moment Aaron dodged and moved his body slightly to the side from the place where he stood. And at that moment, when Madame Jo realized it, unfortunately for her, it was already too late. It only took the guy a second to strike back at the girl's back, which was accompanied by a very loud sound. The children who watched everything that was happening could not believe their eyes, and they clearly did not expect this. But this surprise that was on the faces of the masters was even more obvious, since they expected even less from Aaron. Only the man who brought them here looked confident, as he was very well versed in Yoon Aaron's abilities. Once again the girl began to fly at high speed towards the wall, and could not do anything about it. Just one blow was enough for her to completely lose her stance, and her body began to fly in an uncontrollable direction. The masters watched what was happening as if it were a fairy tale, and could not understand how such a young warrior could already be a master who could so easily deal with another master. They didn't even look at the girl, who was stuck to the wall again and after a few seconds fell to the ground. Everyone was preparing for the moment, and it seemed that one of all those masters was more prepared than all the others. He immediately pushed away from the place where he had to stand all this time, and a large cloud of dust rose into the sky. Even though it was accompanied by a small explosion, Yoon Aaron couldn't even feel it. With just a slight movement of his body, he landed on the heap of the remains of the table that was under his feet and stood unshakably. Also, it was not clear to the guy what all this was all about, since they agreed that they needed to attack in turns. But in the man's opinion, his actions do not cancel the rules, and he noticed that Yoon dodges quite well, like for a child. In addition, the man understood the strengths of his opponent and decided to use this knowledge. Since being good at dodging is not always an advantage, and sometimes it can even play a cruel joke. The man who brought the children here, looking at everything that was happening, realized that now they would all witness combined styles. The children did not understand what it was, and the girl who stood closest to the curator asked what other combined styles were. He replied that there was nothing special about it, it was just good practice yoga and adrenaline rush. The girl did not quite understand what this answer was supposed to tell her, so she simply began to continue to observe what was happening in the room. Yoon tried to tell his new rival that they were going down the wrong path and he wasn't really here to fight. But the man was in a different mood and said that he had just killed 2 masters, so it was better for them to do without excuses. "I warn you that there will be an attack," he shouted very loudly, and at the same time his body began to move closer to the target. The speed with which he pushed off from the place where he initially stood was very unimaginable. Curator watched what was happening and waited to see what actions Yoon would take in order to somehow attack. The masters in turn believed that their ally would now be able to hit this schoolboy at least several times. But Yoon Aaron still continued to stand in place, and for him everything was as if in slow motion and he had enough time to react. Due to such rapid movement, the wind began to spread at high speed in the room. And this wind flew straight into Yoon's face, and it seemed like he didn't really like it. What became more unexpected was that the enemy did not make a frontal attack but pushed off the ground right in front of the guy's body. Thanks to this, he moved to the ceiling from which he also pushed off and prepared to attack from above. The place where the guy stood all this time was only a piece of the table and allowed him to stand a little on a hill. But only now did Yoon realize what kind of situation was emerging and began to focus energy around himself. This energy became more and more, and the movement of his limbs in space was also more obvious. Raising his gaze, he looked straight at his opponent, who was already flying at an incredibly high speed trying to hit. And using the magic of the last moment, he put his hands straight in front of him and thereby blocked this attack with the help of a protective shield. As soon as the master reached this shield, an incredibly large explosion occurred due to the fact that the amount of energy released was incredibly large. The curator, who was watching what was happening, was very pleased with what he now saw, but in fact he did not expect any other result. After some time, dust from the explosion began to fall to the ground and the situation became more stable. When all the dust finally fell down, everyone who was watching what was happening was finally able to understand what happened in the end. And the first thing they replaced in front of them was Yoon Aaron's frightened and incredibly tense face, which was trying with all its might to hold something. And when their gaze became more focused, they could see that, with his hands, he was trying to hold the body of that man. Moreover, if you look at the situation more broadly, this man stopped just a few centimeters before the guy's body and hovered. After a few more seconds of being in this position, the man's body fell to the ground and Yoon continued to stand in place. Indeed, he had just spent a very large amount of energy on this block and now he needed some time. But he was a little scared because the man didn't move and all his friends who were sitting at the table were shouting, calling for President Kim. The girl also did not decide to remain idle, and turning to the old man to bring the children, she asked since when did their meetings become so bloody. Without thinking twice, he replied that they should not worry since President Kim is alive. Since Madame Jo has already lost, then she can join their faction. But of course they all did not agree with this and ordered their grandfather not to choose for them since not each of them had lost yet. At that same second a smile appeared on that grandfather's face and he asked all the people who were sitting at the table if they wanted to try their luck again. His idea was that everyone needs to attack at the same time and then they will understand exactly what that guy is capable of. And it seems that absolutely everyone who was there now was serious after hearing these words. Their interest in rushing into battle was only fueled by the fact that their grandfather constantly told them that nothing would work out for them. In a matter of seconds they became incredibly angry and were preparing for the fact that they might actually have to give themselves another chance. Just a moment later they all started running at the same time, getting closer and closer to their target named Yoon Aaron. The guy didn't even have time to come to his senses after the previous fight when he now had to prepare for a new battle. After he turned his head towards these opponents, he saw that they were approaching him at greater speed and the man with a mustache was closer than everyone else. But when only a few minutes had passed, the outcome of this battle was already clear and finally decided. Everything did not happen as smoothly as Yoon Aaron would have liked since all these opponents were still masters of martial arts. But still the result did not take long to arrive and the grandfather who transferred all these children here was pleased with the result. Looking around one could see that each of these masters was alive, but he also received incredibly severe damage from the guy. This old man's voice was incredibly confident and he asked each master if they were willing to voluntarily join the coalition. The children who had been inactive all this time could believe their ears and eyes as they did not think that they would so openly manipulate martial arts masters. Meanwhile, Madame Jo said that they understood Yoon Aaron's strength as a master, but they need to at least consult before making a decision. In general, such an expense fairly satisfied the old man's needs, so when he left he said that they had a little time to rest. When he left the room with those two children, silence reigned inside the room. The guy exhaled and told all the other masters that he was already tired and did not want to further demonstrate his strength. But at some point one of those rivals whom he was able to neutralize not so long ago approached him. Having come close enough, he decided to ask Yoon Aaron who he was, and he did it as politely as possible. The man explained that even if they spent all the time searching in Murim, he still could not believe that they would not have heard of a master of such a level because it is impossible. All those present were masters of their own styles, and it is obvious that all the masters who were sitting at the table were not weaklings to lose to a passerby. All that interested this man now was the question of how such a young guy could become so strong. In fact, despite the fact that this question was as simple as possible, it took Yoon Aaron a little time to come up with an answer. Therefore, after a few seconds, he jumped off the small hill on which he had been standing all this time and prepared to tell everything. The story that he now wanted to tell was not very simple, but at the same time it could explain a lot. and for this reason he told the man that initially he was an ordinary student but he was such up to a certain point. This moment was remembered for the rest of my life since it was he who divided it into before and after. After all his business was completed he was moving along the street and suddenly turned his attention to the sky. That day the moon was a very unusual color and of course Yoon Aaron, as a student who was interested in many things, noticed this. It seemed incredibly strange to him, but the young guy at that moment did not yet know what this could mean. But in fact the most interesting thing at that moment was happening in another place where several people were now. There was now a man sitting in a small establishment who handed his empty glass to the woman standing behind the counter and asked to pour him more alcohol. She answered him that he was already pretty drunk and it was better for him to go home and not drink anymore. Well, the man, smiling at the same time, said that the saleswoman shouldn't grumble, but it's better to just pour him more and not ask unnecessary questions. Realizing that this tactic was not working, he told her that after he had just one glass of alcohol he would immediately disappear from her sight. But suddenly behind this incredibly drunk man a voice was heard that told this very man that he needed to listen to the saleswoman and end his alcoholic marathon. This voice scared the man a little as it seemed familiar to him, although he could not understand exactly whose voice it was. Behind this man stood a stranger who said that in general a man can do whatever he wants since in any outcome he will die today. The stranger looked incredibly confident and the saleswoman said that if this old man owes her something then let him pay for it quickly, because his plan was that after he paid for everything they would have to talk on the street. The old man already understood where things were going and realized what would happen in the next few minutes. Indeed, within a few moments they were all standing on the street and preparing for dialogue. The drunk old man asked the stranger who he was and what he wanted from an ordinary old man who was relaxing in the evening drinking alcohol. Laughing a little and getting acquainted, he said that even if he starts to explain it will drag on for a long time and therefore he is not going to tell anything right now. Then he continued and said that he did not expect to see a simple worker and a real alcoholic in this establishment. The old man's face changed greatly the moment the stranger asked him if he really was an assistant to the Hongmun clan. It was incredibly difficult for the old man to believe that some stranger found out about this information, and realizing that they knew everything he decided to directly ask where they got this information from. Of course that unfamiliar man did not need to answer anything, and with just one wave of his hand, he gave an order to his subordinates who were standing completely nearby. They immediately disappeared somewhere from their places, and the old man could not even understand where they were. When he blinked just once, the changes around him were so significant that it was already difficult to believe his eyes. Now around him there was a much larger number of some subordinates who had already surrounded him from absolutely all sides. They were all robots, and now they just stood motionless and looked at their target. The old man began to look around in order to find a gap and try to escape and get out of this situation dry. But while he was trying to do this, the stranger who was the commander of this unit said that the old man probably thought that he would have fewer opponents. Jokingly, he even said that all these robots were actually here all along, it was just that the old man drank too much today. Immediately one of the subordinates who stood next to his commander with one movement of his hand took off his human mask. Now it was clear that behind him was hiding some kind of creature that did not look like a person, not like a robot. The situation developed in such a way that now the man had absolutely no idea what to do, and fear completely enveloped his body. The commander meanwhile gave the order to all his subordinates to tear this target into pieces without thinking about taking him prisoner. Faster than all the others was that subordinate who looked like a huge lizard whose eyes glowed with a bright light green color. The movement of this monster was incredibly fast, and the man did not even notice the moment this opponent began to approach so close. All he managed to do was take one step back and make his already frightened face even more confused and frightened. When this beast attacked, he began to strike one after another, and the old man only screamed and asked for help from passers-by who were not there. The commander simply watched what was happening, and the smile on his face said that he liked all this and he would watch it for a long time. When the target was eliminated, he said in a quiet voice under his breath that he initially believed that this enemy was supported for at least 3 minutes. The screams continued, but the commander decided to look around, and his attention was drawn to the moon that evening. Looking at the incredibly beautiful moon, he noticed that he hoped that the next master they would catch today would be stronger, and the commander himself would be more fun because of this. At some distance from the battle site at that time stood the same Yoon Aaron who, walking along his usual route, suddenly stopped. He tilted his head up and looked at something very intently, practically without being distracted and without even blinking. Of course, the young guy looked at the moon, which glowed some kind of purple color and seemed to radiate more light than on any other day. This seemed strange to him since he loved to watch celestial bodies and read a lot about them in encyclopedias, but he had never heard of such a moon before. Moreover, what was more strange was that there was some strange feeling of discomfort within his body while he was watching this. This prompted him to think that this meant that something bad was about to happen, since perhaps his inner premonition wanted to notify him of something. It was necessary to keep an eye out since the danger that threatens Yoon Aaron could actually be very close. Now he was on the bridge where there were a very large number of cars, the noise from which made it very difficult for the guy to concentrate. He continued his movement simultaneously, looking around and trying to walk carefully away from the edge of the bridge. When the guy had already crossed the bridge, he boarded a bus that was driving almost directly under his house. And while on public transport, he thought very often, and this time he thought that he was already tired of studying all day. He studied from 600 in the morning until late in the evening, and after that he drove home for a very long time. Yoon Aaron rested only on the bus, where he watched the landscapes of the city at night and imagined how he was running away from this damn city, and his soul immediately felt good. At some point while observing the city at night, the guy noticed some movement. It looked like several people were jumping from roof to roof right against the backdrop of the bright and strangely colored moon. He was very scared because none of the people on the bus even noticed this. On the bus at that time, a song was playing that was very distracting and did not allow the guy to think normally about the situation that had happened. His face showed that he was incredibly confused and did not know how best to act, or perhaps it was better to just ignore and forget what he saw. But it was incredibly difficult to do this since those figures had already disappeared and the moon still attracted attention. Today she looked as if this particular evening was going to be fateful for Yoon Aaron for some unknown reason. The guy was sure that he saw that someone jumped from roof to roof at high speed and thought that perhaps it was just his imagination and it would be easier for him. In fact, moving those two objects a long distance from the bus was real. And indeed this was the movement of two individuals who jumped from roof to roof at very high speed. And all this was very difficult to notice, and in general it is strange that Yoon Aaron from such a great distance was able to understand that these were humanoid silhouettes. It turned out that this was exactly the stranger who had recently eliminated his target and seemed to be in search of a new one. After jumping over several dozen roofs, he suddenly stopped on one of them, and his assistant also followed his example. The view from here was very good, and from this point it was also possible to observe the situation on the bridge without any problems. Overall, the landscape here was simply incredible, and I wanted to stay here longer. But this stranger had a goal, and from such a great distance he was able to notice it. Lowering the volume of his voice, he told the robot that he hoped that this old idiot would soon find out about them, and that the target would not mind dying today. At that moment there was a car driving across the bridge that was completely tinted, and because of this it was difficult to see who was inside. But the unit commander knew well that their target was in the back seat of this car. And while the car was driving across the bridge, the driver asked his owner where to take him. He told him that he would have to turn around to the main street as he would need to say something to the assistant there. Without thinking twice, the assistant said that this task would be completed, and at the same time he began to look hard in order to understand when he would arrive home. But at some point suddenly there was some sudden movement right in front of the windshield. When the driver looked better, he saw a fuzzy silhouette that was moving very quickly. A moment later the silhouette delivered a very strong blow with its entire body right on the hood of the car, and the blow from this was incredibly strong. It was enough for the car to almost completely turn over due to the fact that the blow was delivered literally to one point. The robot looked through the dust that appeared after its impact and tried to understand whether the target was eliminated. Moreover, he needed to find some kind of confirmation that the target had been eliminated, and accordingly finding the body was also a task. Therefore, this robot used its powers to lift the car, or rather what was left of it, and rummage through the remains. All this action took place right in the middle of the bridge, and it was strange that there were no other cars there at that time. Now the commander has moved to the scene of action, maintaining his confident smile and watching what is happening. In front of him, he saw an almost completely destroyed car, and despite the fact that he was confident in himself, doubt was still visible in his gaze. His voice is louder there, and he told the destroyed car that he knows that he didn't even manage to hit it. The robot did not understand the meaning of these words from his commander, and was still trying to better examine the situation in order to detect the target, which after such a blow should have shattered into small pieces. This robot's gaze was focused since now the task was truly not easy for him. But at some point there was a very sudden movement near the back seat of the car, and it seemed that the commander was expecting this movement. It was a blow from the same master they were looking for, and it came straight to the head of the robot that struck the car. The face of this master was as if he was now bringing to life the reprisal that he had now dreamed of almost all his life. Even the other robots who had not yet received orders for destruction were now simply watching what was happening in fear. But the robot who had just received a strong blow to the face was clearly not feeling very well. Now the master stood at a short distance from his opponents and motionlessly looked straight into the commander's eyes. And the stranger at that moment said that a meeting had just taken place about which he had been thinking and dreaming for a long time. He also admitted that he most wanted to see how rage took over the old man and what it could do. The master did not answer anything, since indeed he had just experienced incredibly great anger since his driver was killed and his car was destroyed. He also understood that he would have to eliminate a very large number of enemies, since now they were looking directly at him. It's only a matter of time before they all launched their attack at the same time. It took this master a few seconds to understand that, in this situation, the best defense would be an attack. Therefore, within a few seconds his eyes remained glowing, and he prepared to eliminate all the robots along with the commander that day. Yoon Aaron, meanwhile, he had already reached the stop with his bus and suddenly received a message on his phone. In the correspondence, someone asked him how soon he would be there, and upon learning that he was at the bus stop, asked him to bring some goodies. But when his interlocutor said that he was dying of hunger here, he replied that he would bring rice and some vegetables for dinner. This dialogue wasn't particularly cute, but it still managed to bring a smile to the guy's face. And this dialogue continued, and the guy looking at his phone began to move closer and closer to the house. But at some point he heard a very loud sound from the side, and because of this he became very tense. Remembering that not long ago he noticed that purple moon, he felt a little uneasy and even scared. He stuck his head around the corner and said that he already wanted this day to end quickly, since so far only some incomprehensible heresy was constantly happening. He also didn't like the fact that when he was on the bus, everyone there looked like they weren't real people. At that moment, when he looked completely around the corner, it took him a while to believe his eyes and stood motionless in place. Now some kind of duel was taking place before his eyes, in which the old man was fighting off a crowd of human-like robots with his bare hands. Since he was already standing out of fear, all he could do now was just watch. And it was really pleasant to watch this, since the skill that the old man was now showing was at the highest level. His movement and the movement of his limb were so fast that the robots could not do anything to him. As soon as they came too close, the old man, without even moving much in space, eliminated them with just one blow. And when one of the robots was eliminated, the second one immediately jumped back to launch an attack from the air. And while still in flight, he had already calculated what blows he would deliver and how he would repel the old man's attacks. Well, that master was clearly more agile and felt that his opponent was approaching him from behind and also from above. For this reason, he only slightly moved his body and threw a punch with his hand directly at the face of this robot. He remained incredibly confident and uncompromising, and he looked straight into the eyes of that stranger. And the stranger in turn said that, as he expected, this master would be completely crazy. Of course, the old man did not answer these words, but was only preparing for the fact that most likely the commander would now send even more opponents. And indeed, after just a moment, the robots began to make more and more characteristic sounds. The commander, looking at his target, said that now they will see how long he can hold out without using ki. He sent all the robots together to attack at the same time. It will be incredibly difficult to fight off so many opponents at the same time, even with a high level of agility. But the master still believed in his own strength, although at that moment he still did not know exactly how he should repel this attack. Due to the fact that there would be an incredible amount of enemies and therefore damage in a second, he initially decided to stand in a block. When the first robot struck him, a small explosion occurred right next to the body of this old man. It was this small explosion that allowed him to slightly shift his body to the side and continue the attack, but one robot at a time. Yoon Aaron, after his shock, disappeared a little. He ran behind the cover that was located to the side. He was scared to just run away from here, and he continued to watch until one of the eliminated robots flew almost into him. The immobilized body of the eliminated robot lay on the ground, and it was clear that he had died due to a blow to the head. Yoon again could not move, as he was incredibly interested, and examined the body of this robot. He could not believe that this was not a real person since his teeth were completely inhuman. Moreover, the color of his skin was also incredibly strange and unlike ordinary human skin. At some point, his examination of this body stopped due to the fact that the liquidated robot turned out to still be alive. He opened his eyes, and then the guy was incredibly scared and didn't even have time to do anything, because a second later the robot grabbed its target by the leg and did not want to let go. All this was accompanied by a very loud scream from a guy who was trying to save himself while simultaneously looking at this incomprehensible monster that was holding his leg. He had almost fallen despite the fact that there wasn't much strength in that dead man's body. During the battle, the old man somehow noticed some movement in the air. It became noticeable to him due to the fact that this silhouette was directly opposite the moon, which was beautiful that day. Right in the sky, he saw a child moving through the air in a very unnatural way. For some reason, the robots that were supposed to attack their target in the meantime were also distracted. They looked at the child who was in the air, and some of them began to run there, and some continued to attack the old man. The master began to shout to the commander that this child had nothing to do with their showdown at all. Yoon Aaron heard these words, but because of fear and not understanding what was happening, he could not perceive them. The stranger also watched what was happening and could not understand what it was all about and decided that it would be best to just continue to watch. Yoon Aaron was in flight, and the robot was approaching him in the air at high speed and regarded this young guy as a threat. The robots watched what was happening and waited for the moment when they could change the target. Since now they have identified a danger in the sky that was approaching them, and because of this they were distracted. Well, there were also those who continued to attack the old man, and those who did not even notice Yoon Aaron flying in the sky. The old man saw what was happening very well, and he had little time to make a decision. The robot was already very close to the guy's body, and it smelled of an incredibly great danger that the old man could not afford. At the very last second before making a decision, he saw the robot's red eyes, which would have torn the guy apart in a second. It was necessary to act immediately, and the old man did just that. Within a moment, energy began to circulate around his body, and he ignored all the robots that attacked him at that moment. This energy became increasingly stronger, and sensing danger, the robots stopped attacking but simply hovered in fear. The old man's face was incredibly focused as he now needed to make a very precise attack. And without taking his eyes off his goal, he directed the flow of this energy directly in that direction. The robots that stood in the way of this flow of energy scattered as they could not withstand such a large amount of damage. The grandfather in turn directed his hand forward, and all the energy that came out of it was converted into an incredible flow. This flow twisted around its axis and spread very quickly forward. This stream reached the place where the robot was located in a matter of seconds, but it was not yet clear where exactly this energy would go. But what was clear from the outside was that the energy touched the robot's body and it was instantly destroyed. From the outside, everything that was happening looked simply incredible, since no one could expect that the old man would use his internal key. The extent to which everything around became bright after the spread of this energy could not be compared with anything. Most of all, the commander was surprised, who expected that the old man would not use this energy in battle. But now that this happened, it became clear that he finally decided to take a step, which was quite a step. All this happened so close that the commander could not even understand what direction this attack was in, since the sound and light from it were too bright. But after a few seconds, the commander looked at his grandfather and saw his glowing eyes and the pose in which he stood even before the strike. The commander's face in turn looked as if he had just been born into this world. In front of him stood an old man who, after expending such a large amount of energy, got down on one knee in order to catch his breath a little. He spat out a large amount of blood through his family, but still continued to look the commander straight in the eyes. Then the commander laughed and said that he could not even imagine how crazy the old man really was. It turned out that that incredibly strong and powerful flow of energy also affected the commander himself. The edge of this energy touched his hand, and for this reason it literally evaporated. Well, all this happened so quickly that the commander could not even understand which limb he now lacked. But after a few seconds, the pain began to be more noticeable, and then everything came to the commander, and he understood everything for himself. He even became a little scared at that moment when he began to laugh quietly, still continuing to look into his eyes. Most likely the grandfather was laughing because the commander was now spinning in pain due to the fact that he had one less limb. Several subordinates ran up to the commander amid his screams that this old man was crazy if he decided to save the life of some kid. The commander was once this old man's favorite student in his own words, and now he stood without an arm and deteriorated from pain. He wanted to hear something from the old man, but he now had too little strength to make at least some answer. The commander shouted very loudly and cursed the old man for the decisions he made and for what he did in the past. His screams did not stop despite the fact that the grandfather did not react at all to any of the phrases that were heard here. He just watched, and that was enough for the commander to remain incredibly angry. When subordinate commanders began to take him away saying that he had serious injuries that needed to go to headquarters, they also said that the old man's internal energy had been destroyed and he would die within an hour. But even at the moment when they were leaving, the commander still continued to shout something to his enemy. He tried to convey that he would never forgive him and the situation would not change in any way. The commander wanted the old man to become evil again, and because of this he only made things worse for himself. Therefore he said that even if the old man dies here in a few minutes, then his revenge will still not be over. This he promised that he would destroy and kill the entire Hongmun clan, and even after his death the old man can be sure of this. These words were very sharp and painful for the old man, but he still did not react in any way and simply listened. At the end he raised his head and saw that the commander along with 2 of his subordinates was leaving. Now he is left alone with the knowledge that his life will end very soon as the energy is gradually leaving his body. The old man turned his head to the side and saw someone's body there, which was very different from all those robots that were killed. It was Yoon Aaron who was lying on the floor, and it was clear that he either died or lost consciousness. Approaching him, the old man said that what he now sees is simply real horror. He was very scared because the child's life was now in danger, and he didn't know what to do about it. The surest thing was to realize that most likely he died because he got involved in a fight that was not his own. In his opinion, this is all due to the fact that the old man himself made many mistakes and the innocent child paid for it. After a few seconds, he lifted the guy's body and at the same time began to think about what he should do next. There were many options, but they were all incredibly pessimistic and a good ending to life. This obviously cannot be called. Therefore, literally a few seconds later, an idea came into my grandfather's head, which he initially did not want to put up with. But looking at the moon that day, everything fell into place and he began to speak to this very moon. Looking at the beautiful wine, he turned to Su Yung, his beloved granddaughter. He tried to explain that what happened today and what grandfather used would mean that he would die today. At the same time, the grandfather understood that he could not allow an innocent child to die because of him. And due to the fact that he sees only one way to solve this situation, he will resort to it. A second later, he put the guy's body on the floor and said that this must be fate itself for him, since now grandfather was going to give him all his ki. This internal energy has been passed down from generation to generation for 500 years. And such a large amount of energy and power can definitely accomplish many tasks. This means that if such a large amount of energy is redirected to the body of a half-dead person, it will be able to bring him back to life. Of course, this method could not be called the most reliable, but my grandfather simply had no other option. He felt pain at the moment when he transferred all this energy to the guy, but also understood that this action was absolutely necessary. This energy glowed very brightly, and the guy at that moment absorbed a very large amount of ki as for an ordinary person. It seemed that even the moon was no longer that color but became more normal after all the energy was in Yun's body. Some time passed and the guy suddenly woke up and began to peer around in horror. The man who was sitting next to him seemed familiar to him and said that he scared him incredibly much when he just woke up. Yun still looked frightening, and looking around he tried to ask this familiar person where he was. I don't know what to do. They want to behave in such a situation. This man said that it's good that Aaron woke up since he didn't come to his senses for a whole week. Moreover, he added that during this time he was very worried because he thought that Yoon had already died. And of course Aaron really couldn't believe that he had been lying here for a whole week, since for him it happened in just a few seconds. But the acquaintance tried to say that he was telling the truth, but he tried to end this dialogue and say that he should notify the doctor that the guy woke up. Yoon didn't want to let him go because he still had questions that he would really like to get answers to. But a second later he had already left, and the guy was trying to get up, leaning on the edge of the bed on which he had been lying all this time. But for some reason a large amount of energy passed through his hand the moment he touched the edge of that bed. Because of this, in just one movement this bed broke, and broke right in the center. The surprise that was on the guy's face at that time was very difficult to convey, since he thought that perhaps he had not yet fully woken up. Perhaps he is simply still in a coma, but it has somehow changed and is no longer so drastic. It looked so real that what was happening made the guy believe that this was real reality. Around his hand, even when he did nothing, there was an energy that was also familiar to him. Very quickly, he remembered that the old man on the bridge had exactly the same energy. Of course, seeing this was incredibly scary, but at the same time Yoon Aaron tried to explain to himself what it was and whether it was a problem. This realization will come as a shock to anyone, especially to a very young guy who has just received some energy. Examining his body, Yoon Aaron tried to understand where he got this strength from and how he just broke the bed in the first place. But now all he could do was just look at his hands and watch how they glow from an overabundance of ki. Right in the middle of his body, he felt a very strange energy that did not give him peace. But what also haunted him was what was behind him. Namely, there was a broken bed that folded into two just after Yoon Aaron touched it once. Now it was even difficult to realize that he had broken the bed, and I didn't want to believe it. To really become more confident, Yoon Aaron came up with an ingenious way to convince himself of this. He took the iron railings of this bed in his hands and was about to really test whether he had the power that he had been thinking about all this time. And when the guy began to strain his hands, it was initially quite difficult for him. Due to the fact that this part was completely made of metal but empty inside, breaking it was not an easy task. Just a few seconds later, the part could be heard cracking and small shavings of paint began to fall to the ground. And indeed, he managed to break this stick in half after just a few seconds of effort. This method was supposed to answer some questions, but now the guy only had more of them. Now he just looked at one stick that had already become two and still could not understand how this was possible. At the same time, that acquaintance, who by that time had already called the doctor into the room, re-entered the room. Yoon Aaron reacted instantly and hid the broken stick behind his back so that this acquaintance needed the least amount of explanation. That guy, smiling, told Yoon that the doctor said he would come soon and added that the doctor was very surprised when he learned that Aaron had recovered. He also really wanted to share that he originally thought that Yoon would be a vegetable given the amount of time he spent unconscious. It also seemed suspicious to him that the guy did not answer these words, and a second later the acquaintance noticed the broken bed. Yoon, it was necessary to instantly come up with a reason why the bed was now broken, but the task was not an easy one. But still, after collecting his thoughts a little, he said that a thief had recently gotten into this room, and initially the guys were very scared. Averting his eyes to the lower left corner, he also added that when he came here he began to destroy everything and then ran away. The acquaintance was very frightened when he heard this, and Aaron looked with incredibly surprised eyes. But then his voice became more serious and he asked the guy if he was really taking him for a fool. Yoon needed to think a little, because considering how far he went with his lies, answering something would not be so easy. There was a slight pause as both characters did not know what to say and were waiting for some kind of reaction from each other. And the first reaction was caused by a friend who started shouting that he couldn't believe that a real thief had really come here. Looking at the entrance doors, he wondered why he needed to enter the hospital at all. It was clear from the atmosphere that he was terrified. Then he ran out of the room into the corridor and shouted to Yoon that he would call the police, but for now it was better to stay put. When the door closed, Aaron realized that he had screwed things up because he could not yet tell anyone about what happened to him. Now he could relax a little, and at that moment he still could not believe that he had managed to deceive his acquaintance so easily. The two pieces of metal that were in his hands reminded him of the problem that was the biggest for him now. The problem was that he still did not understand what happened to the body. Meanwhile, the action moved not so far from the hospital where Yoon Aaron was located. Literally across the road to this building, actions were taking place that would henceforth prove very important. A man in traditional Chinese attire was just crossing the road talking to the girl with whom he was moving. The girl didn't really listen to him and, ignoring his words, asked if this was really the same hospital in front of them. Now the man did not want to answer this question and asked Su Chong, that was the girl's name, to stop. He wanted to do this because he couldn't appear so suddenly and he had to be extremely careful. He also added that he knows from his experience as a girl it can be painful, but for now they need to stay calm. Seeing that the girl did not stop, he began to run up to her, and at the same time shouting that according to his information they found one guy at the scene of the accident. And of course, considering it was necessary to ask the girl again whether she understood what this even meant. When they had already gone inside, he said that they should leave the targets alive and ask him a couple of questions because they definitely need to find out who attacked the Great Master. After a long time, the girl said that she agreed that there was no need to kill him yet. But this is not due to the fact that she will still take revenge on him no matter what. The man felt uneasy when she said that, but he understood that somehow he needed to take the situation into his own hands. He was very ineffective at this most of the time, but maybe now is the exception. As Su Chong walked down the corridor, he agreed with her words that perhaps the place was not such a bad option compared to liquidation. As they moved, Yoon Aaron also came to the same turn as the pair. His whole body was very painful due to the fact that for a long time his body had to lie in place and spend all the energy that came into it on regeneration. Because of this, he made very strange sounds while moving, which immediately attracted Su's attention. Under his breath, the guy even said that I don't remember what happened from the moment I lost consciousness. Su Chong took these words as the ones she was waiting for and stopped and carefully scanned Yun's appearance. Her assistant meanwhile whispered in her ear that they needed to take this guy alive as quietly as possible. But in response, the girl just looked at this man with a serious look, and he was even a little scared. He turned his gaze to the guy and wondered if he was really the one who was found next to the great master. Meanwhile, the girl came to action and began to approach closer and closer to Aaron from behind. When the guy turned around, Su continued to just look at him silently and didn't say anything initially. A large number of factors forced Yoon to remain silent because in fact not so long ago he experienced a lot of stress and he was clearly not ready for any dialogues with strangers. A second later they separated, and the guy thought that everything now felt as if it were just an ordinary dream. After the girl didn't say anything, he went to the toilet and went to the urinal that was closest to the door. Standing here, he felt a little calmer due to the fact that overall his thoughts in his head were a little more organized. After the work was done, he began to go to another room which was intended for washing his hands. Between these two rooms there was a sign that indicated that this was a men's room. It was at that moment when he walked past this sign and approached the sink that the girl behind him began to move faster. Even though she moved very quietly, Yoon still felt her presence and turned his head in her direction. And at the moment when Aaron noticed her again, he really became scared. In a frightened voice, he shouted, telling the girl that this was the men's toilet and Su was probably mistaken because she needed to turn right. The answer to all these words, and to the surprise of the guy, the girl only asked if Yoon really killed him. Having received no reaction, the girl approached the guy and asked if he really killed him. At this second, life again felt like a dream for Yoon Aaron. All because he didn't understand what this girl wanted from him, and he also added that he didn't understand at all what he was talking about. But by that time he had already become interested himself, and he asked Su directly who killed whom. Ta replied that she was asking about the great master of the Hongmun clan named Hong Sang-mun. Then she described him in more detail and said that he was a gray-haired gentleman in the body and Yoon should know him. Now the guy remembered something and he said that he had memories about this man and it was connected with his last journey home. Turning my head towards the girl, I realized that I could tell her something that would be something useful for her. In a trembling voice, he explained to her that he remembered some old man in Hanbok who was quite fat. The full memory was that the guy remembered an elderly man who fought with masked monsters while Yoon was walking to his home. He also added that after the fight started, everything was in a fog. But he remembered well the moment when the old man knocked out all the opponents without much effort. Moreover, straining his brain, he tried to remember something else, but he was not destined to say it. All because the girl swung her fist very hard and was obviously preparing to strike. Moreover, from her gaze, it was clear that the words she had just heard were clearly unpleasant for her. Within a moment, she delivered a very strong blow with her fist directly to Yoon Aaron's jaw. The blow came straight to the face of the guy who had just tried to strain his newly recovered brain as much as possible and delve into his memories. But at the moment of the blow, Su Young did not think about it because her actions were guided by emotions. But it was already impossible for Yoon to think since he lost consciousness immediately after the fist touched his face. The blow was so powerful that his body developed great speed and flew straight towards the urinals in the toilet. He crashed into the wall and thereby broke the tiles and bricks that made up this very wall. And the girl continued to stand, and for several seconds she looked in the direction of the guy who had just crashed into the wall at high speed. The picture that was here now looked terrifying, and it looked like Yoon Aaron had died, since he showed no signs of life and his body was still sticking out of that wall. After this blow, of course, Assistant Su ran into the toilet and asked the girl what it was all about. And at that moment when he saw what happened here, he was very scared because he understood the consequences better than anyone else. His voice was quieter and he asked the girl if she really did it or if he understood everything wrong. Pointing his finger at Yoon Aaron's lifeless body, he notified her that just a few minutes ago he warned her that they must take the target alive. Of course, Sue didn't know how to respond to this since she really did a very rash act. Holding her head, the man only noticed that she was as reckless as their great master. He began to come closer to the guy and noticed that the girl was always creating trouble for others, and he really didn't like it anymore. This problem had to be solved somehow, so coming as close as possible to Yoon, he took him and put his hand on his back in order to lift him in this way. Now the guy's body was on his back, and in this way he could move. Approaching the girl again, he said that they needed to go because if someone saw them they would suspect something was wrong. And now they need to take the guy to their dojo and begin treatment. Having heard no reaction, the man said that they forbid the girl to touch this child on behalf of the Murim law. This statement was already serious, so although the girl could not look his interlocutor in the eyes, she still changed for her action. The situation was indeed difficult, but the man believed that the two of them could solve it without making it an even bigger problem. Also, at the same time, he was interested in what was happening in the dojo now. Meanwhile, the action moved to a character who recently lost in a battle with a great master without even entering the battle. In a very short time, his arm was completely replaced with a robotic electric prosthesis. He was sitting in a room, and in front of him was a table with a robot tied to it which was being operated on by some doctor. This doctor told the stranger that he did not have enough materials to perform tests. It turned out that he was rummaging through the microcircuits of this robot and replacing its central processing unit. At the same time I am doing this work, the professor said that this is a very strange race because despite the enormous amount of power they sit in the shadows. He sincerely did not understand why they, the masters of Murim, were hiding, and he wanted to get some kind of explanation from the man with the prosthesis. And he replied that this was all because of their rules, since the people of Rome would only allow those who adhere to their rules to study. This realization made him laugh, and he really seemed to find it incredibly funny. Continuing the treatment of the robot, he noticed once again that this race is very funny and funny at the same time. Having hooked the microcircuits, the professor also said that he was glad that those whom he was operating on had not been given the ability to speak. But despite all this, he continued his work and at the same time tried not to be distracted at moments when he needed to focus very hard. And thus, after a short silence, he said that the Hong Mun clan needed to be destroyed in 1 month. The man who had been silent all this time and examined the new prosthesis asked the professor what he meant when he said 1 month. Without turning his body, he replied that it was stupid to think that they would be given a whole year for this task. Because in his opinion, in order to plunge Korean Murim into chaos, the main family must be destroyed, and he did not care how many test subjects they used for this. In parallel with all these words, he continued to operate on the robots, and they even made some sounds in the process. The professor looked at this robot as if it were his child whom he was cherishing. The man with the prosthesis was surprised at that moment since he could not expect such a short deadline. But still he agreed because he understood that he had no opportunity to argue in this situation. And after he agreed, he continued to watch as the professor very carefully healed the robot. To do this, it was necessary to change a very large number of chips and replace a large number of wires inside. The process really required professionalism since all this was located a short distance from each other. Meanwhile, the action shifted again to the place where Yoon Aaron was now unconscious. There were some people near him who were silent for a while and simply watched the guy's body. Stopping at this place was somehow strange due to the small amount of light which illuminated everything around very poorly. But it seems that those people who were now standing near Yoon Aaron were already accustomed to such an environment in this place, and they could clearly see everything. Originally there were 3 of them, and one of them was the man who accompanied Sue when they had a mission to the hospital. Also among this trinity there was a man with the most dissatisfied face of all who asked the monk whether the man who was with the master when he was found was really in front of him now. Of course the man replied that it was so, and in fact there is not much information on that incident. Then this evil man turned to the guy who was unconscious and told him that the master was like a father to them. And precisely for this reason they will definitely find the one who did it, and then he will do the same to him. His body bent down and his face became even more angry as he told Yoon Aaron that his revenge would be terrible. All his muscles were tense at this moment as he sincerely wished the worst for the guy who was now lying on the floor. At some point he was stopped by the monk who asked the guy if he was really going to hit the child who was also unconscious. In addition, the monk added that a man should calm down and stop making wrong decisions because of rage. But the man did not think that he was acting incorrectly and did not understand at all why the monk was asking him to calm down. Since in his opinion the great master has passed away, this means that it is too late to be calm. It seems that an argument began between these two which the man who had been the calmest all this time did not want to get involved in. The guy said that the monk had better shut up and leave him alone, since now he is going to beat him even unconscious until he finds out who killed their master. Well, of course the monk was not going to let him do this, but he didn't even have to do anything since Yoon Aaron was making some sounds. Initially he looked around and asked himself where he was. He thought that he was now in the hospital and therefore decided to ask some people near him what the number of the hospital where he was now lying. But instead of answering, 3 figures stood in front of him, one of whom made it clear with his entire appearance that he was not happy now. And suddenly some voice appeared behind these 3 people who said that Yoon should not worry, this is a safe place for him. It was a girl with black hair next to whom stood an old man in a green robe. She ordered that aggressive man to take a step back, since this was not a case that could be solved by force. Of course the guy immediately asked the question, where is he and what kind of people are they all? The girl replied that she knew that this was unexpected, but now he needed to listen very well to what she would say. Right there she said that this is their dojo, and they are the main family of the Korean Murim, the first Hung Moon school, Hung Moon 1. And they are none other than the 7 disciples of the Hung Moon clan. Taking a few more steps towards Yoon Aaron, the girl welcomed him to the world of Murim. From the outside the picture looked really strange and incomprehensible in its own way. And of course for Yoon it was incredibly stressful, since now he is drinking too many people he knows. And they all looked at him as if they were waiting for him to explain something to them or tell them something very important. Moreover, he did not understand what they wanted and why now he had to stand and just look at him. Because he was scared, with a trembling voice, he decided to ask the girl if she could repeat which Murim we were talking about. He still didn't understand what schools she was talking about. In response, the girl only said in a calm voice that they were all students of the Hung Moon School, the main family in Korea, and they won't harm him. Despite the fact that the girl advised them to relax, Yoon still couldn't do it now. Only from his gaze could one understand that he did not trust the girl at all, nor any person who was now here. But still, after a short amount of time, he decided to ask this very girl why they kidnapped him and why he is here now. The girl had been waiting for this question, and now she had something to answer to this very question. Without hesitation, she began to approach the guy and asked if he had noticed anything strange since the incident a week ago. Giving an example, she further asked whether he had noticed a blue aura or the rapid recovery of his body. Indeed, Yoon felt something similar not so long ago, and he was frightened by how accurately the girl described his symptoms. Further, she explained that this is precisely the reason why Yoon Aaron is here now, because the hospital is too dangerous for him now. She discussed the plan with the monk in advance, and this plan seemed a little strange to everyone else. But the monk was really interested, so he took a small stick and began to approach Yoon Aaron. At the same time, the girl asked the guy if he would like to be shown something. But not hearing this question, the guy began to ask everyone else why the man took the stick and what he was going to do with it. When the monk came close enough, he swung the stick with all his might, and at that moment Yoon asked to save him. And now Yoon had an incredibly large number of questions in his head, and he didn't understand a lot. Because just a few seconds ago the girl promised that he was safe here, and now some monk wants to hit him on the head with a stick. A moment later the monk still hit the guy on the head with his stick with all the strength he had. Initially Yoon Aaron contorted his face because he understood how a person must feel after something like this happens. The girl watched what was happening very closely, since for her it was also an interesting experiment. The guy raised his hands from his head because he was trying to at least somehow defend himself. His face showed that he was surprised, but it was not yet clear what he was feeling. The monk and the girl simply stood and looked at Yoon. And a second later the monk turned his gaze to the stick which broke from this blow. The guy didn't understand what it was all about, but he made one conclusion for sure. Namely, it quickly became clear to him that he was not in pain at all, and there was no damage to his head. Looking at the girl as the last ray of hope that would explain everything to him, he directly asked what was wrong with him. The girl definitely had an answer to this really interesting question, and you could tell by her grin. She had to take one step forward closer to Yoon Aaron and take his hands, which were trembling with fear. Why did she say that the power that the guy now has is the reason why they protect him? And of course she explained that now the guy's body contains ki from their master, and 500 years of ki flows in his body, and now he can endure not only pain, All these words seemed like an ordinary set of letters to the guy since he couldn't understand any meaning right now. Moreover, the girl could not answer his main question, namely why they were keeping him here and what they wanted from him. The man who was initially the angriest of all meanwhile told Yoon that he was annoying him with his questions. Coming closer, he began to ask the young guy whether he really thought that this was a kindergarten and whether the girl was really going to walk with him by the hand and explain everything. So he personally turned to Yoon Aaron and said that they didn't have time to explain everything, so now he just needed to shut up and watch. Since he has no idea what kind of key is now inside his body and what it means for all these people. With every second he stopped more and more angry because he did not want to accept the information that the entire history of their clan was connected with that energy. And now this very energy is in the body of a guy who does not understand anything and is only afraid to listen to all these people. The man meanwhile began to say that Yoon is okay now. He must remain silent and listen to the orders that will be given. But the girl did not agree with such tactics and notified the man that this is not what they should say to Yoon now. But the man did not see any mistake in his actions, since moreover the tactics he chose for himself seemed to him the only correct one. He was absolutely sure that although he did not know where and when it would happen, what their group had been afraid of for a long time would clearly happen someday. Namely, he meant that they would be attacked, and now among the weapons they only have is an unaware child with 500-year-old ki. If they could use it, they would become the most powerful family in all of Murim. This man believed that the power should have gone to him and generally admitted that if it were up to him, he would avenge their master right now. Yoon realized that there is no need to answer all these words, since you can only make the situation even more tense. The girl meanwhile asked the man to calm down and think, and she also suggested a topic for him to think about. Namely about who here has enough experience to pull out 500-year-old ki and move it again into someone else's body. In her opinion, they need a master for this, but now there is no one who can perform this difficult task. Since now they need to find a person with a hidden talent who would be equal in strength to their master, and the task is not possible. Realizing the whole situation, the man tried to restrain his anger, although he understood that it really seemed like now that the master is gone it will be impossible to complete this task. Then the girl continued and said that they must protect this boy at all costs since they had lost their master. For now this is their only hope due to the amount of ki that was currently stored in his body. Yoon Aaron was already scared to think about what they mean when they say that the energy in his body needs to be used, but at least he received answers to some questions. Meanwhile, the action moved to a small store located in an inconspicuous poor area. Someone was watching this store from a distance, and they weren't doing it very secretly. It turned out that this was the same man who had recently received a prosthesis and was now watching along with his subordinate robots. He noticed that they spent a lot of time but were finally able to find the place they had been looking for a very long time. Now everything indicated that this hidden place was disguised as a dojo training center. Looking at all the people who were there, the man realized that among all those present there was one of his acquaintances. He couldn't believe that he was still alive since he had seen this old man a very long time ago. Now the mission was even more interesting for him since now there would be a chance to fight with this man. It had been about a couple of years since their last meeting, but it didn't look like this old man had aged even a little since then. This man was none other than the tiger teacher, and perhaps he would become a problem for the mission due to the fact that he had great power. Immediately the man gave an order to his robots, and they simultaneously jumped off the roof and began to run towards that training center. There were a very large number of robots, and of course they created a lot of noise which made them easy to notice. All the people who were then near the training center immediately noticed them, and the tiger teacher too. He understood that the battle would be quite intense, but everything happened so quickly that he could not do anything. The robots mixed up so quickly that it was difficult to keep track of even one of them, and there were a lot of them here. Some of them immediately attacked one of the tiger teacher's subordinates and began to approach the man himself in order to eliminate him. Meanwhile, the commander of all these robots remained on the roof and in a quiet voice said that he had been planning to visit the teacher for a long time. It seemed very tense as the tiger teacher simply stood still and tried to understand what kind of enemies were now in front of him. The robots said absolutely nothing but only made some strange clattering sounds. These sounds did not calm anyone down but rather added tension to the situation, which was similar to the one usually before a battle. A small number of students approached their teacher and ordered him to find a safe place since it would be dangerous here now. The students were very quickly able to understand that an ominous aura emanated from their enemies, but not like from people but rather like from animals. This reminded them that these opponents were more like controlled puppets. But there was not much time to analyze the enemy since at some point all the robots simultaneously made a very strange sound. As soon as the sound was made, they immediately pushed off and began to run towards their targets. Soon their movements were so fast and incredible that it was difficult to notice how they were already right next to the students. One of them who stood first was even able to grab one of the students by the throat with his own hands. Thanks to the kinetic energy of the movement of his body, he began to fly forward with this student in his hands and broke a reinforced concrete beam with his body. Of course, after such a blow, it would be great luck to survive, but even more luck would be to be able to continue the fight. The disciples who stood aside were very scared and still could not realize that one of their brothers named Jin Cheol had just suffered significant damage. The robots did not stop at this achievement, and the second of them, who was also moving very quickly, began to run towards the tiger teacher. This all happened at that moment while the teacher who demolished a reinforced concrete beam with his body was trying with his last strength to fight off the robot. But the tiger teacher was very fast and had very good reflexes, so I could come back from the robot's attack without much effort. Moreover, he was very good at making unexpected counterattacks, and after just one hit from the robot, he already began to think about his attack. His fist was like metal and flew forward at high speed, approaching its target. And when he reached the robot, after just one blow, it was already eliminated and could not get up. The commander who was watching what was happening was very happy that the tiger teacher had the same strength as before and did not become weaker. He really liked all this very much, but the situation changed a little at the moment when the teacher noticed the commander. But it was impossible to look at him for a long time since there were still a very large number of opponents. And they were getting closer with every second, and it seemed that there were no fewer of them. After another second, they began their attack, and you, as the target, simultaneously attacked the tiger teacher. He was ready for such a scenario and had already swung his fist to eliminate them all one by one. His face was incredibly angry since he wanted to destroy all these enemies now most of all. But the commander most of all now wanted to see how well the tiger teacher now controlled his internal energy. Actions. They brought him to the hall in which there was now a group of warriors that Yoon Aaron was watching. Each of these people now had different thoughts in their heads, but no one dared to voice them. Even the guy had thoughts and ideas, but he just watched and waited to see what would happen next. Suddenly someone came into this room and started screaming, trying to call his older brother. It turned out that Sue had run into this room and was trying to notify everyone that there was an emergency and they needed to listen carefully. Because she had been running for a long time, it was initially quite difficult to formulate an idea, but she still tried. The elder brother, like all the other wars together with Yoon Aaron, listened very closely to every word that the girl would now say. And after 1 second of catching her breath, Su Jing shouted that the dojo, which was disguised as a training center in Sangai-dong, was about to attack. Immediately this phrase sowed panic among almost everyone in the room, and they could not believe it. But Su explained that she heard this news about the attack by unknown monsters and immediately decided to share it. The older brother looked at her with such eyes as if at the same time he was incredibly angry and was trying to find some way out of this situation. In a quiet voice, he told everyone present that this garbage was looking down on them, and looking at them in this way was unforgivable. The monk meanwhile noticed that it looks like these people are seriously trying to start a war if they really attack the dojo. The girl also had something to say and notified that they needed to inform other clan masters about this and of course ask them for help. But the elder brother said that they would not ask for any help since the same people who killed their great master were behind this. This means that they must take revenge and cover up the race with their own hands and solve this problem. Therefore, he gave a rather serious order to the girl not to interfere with others in their revenge and to make sure that no one helps them. But also he turned to the rest of the people in the room and said that since they are students of their master, they need to go there right now and crush the enemy. The plan was to avenge their grand master that night and thereby increase their authority among their enemies. Everyone agreed with this despite the fact that no one said anything but only nodded slightly. But the girl saw a problem in this regard and asked her older brother who would remain to protect their artifact. The older brother needed some time to think about his options and eventually he came up with something. For some reason all the time he was thinking, he looked at Aaron, who looked at him in confusion. The elder brother turned around and began to walk closer to the exit and at the same time addressed Cheon In-hwan. He was given orders to stay and protect the keymaster since they could not hand this boy over to their opponents. The rest were given the order to follow their elder brother, since now they will go to avenge the master. Everyone else also nodded as they agreed that they needed to avenge the death of their great master right now and immediately. But there was a person who did not agree with this plan and wanted to change it a little. It was Su Jing who told her elder brother that she would also go since those people killed her grandfather. And she wants to take revenge on them with her own hands since she must be blood together. The elder brother explained to her that he understood her feelings, but since those opponents were able to kill the great master, it is obvious that it is too dangerous for her. Also to his line of argument he added that although he is sorry, he cannot take her on this mission, for the simple reason that she is the only living heir of the great master. Now that he had explained everything to Su Jing, it was possible to move forward, and he gave the order for his small group to begin moving. They all now had a mission, and they were ready to eliminate all enemies after what a large number of troubles they had brought. It only took them a few seconds to approach the exit, and a group of 3 people headed towards the scene. Su Jing, who stayed here, was completely dissatisfied with how everything happened now, since eliminating her grandfather's killer was very important to her. Yoon Aaron still remained silent in order to make the situation worse for me, but in fact he also had something to say. Meanwhile, the action moved to the training center, which was disguised as a base. And now you could hear the sounds of battle there, which for some reason were getting louder. At some point, the volume of these sounds reached its climax, and the doors that were located to the hidden place felt this power. A very large amount of directed energy was directed directly into the center of the tiger teacher's body, causing him to fly into those very doors with his body. Now that the robot commander had entered the battle, he was able to confront this teacher without much effort. While he dealt all these blows, a smile remained on his face due to the fact that he felt his own advantage. But the teacher himself felt very bad due to the fact that he missed a large number of strong blows. After he took all these blows and broke the doors with his own body, he lay on the floor and tried to gather his strength. The robot commander in turn stood right next to those former doors and told the teacher that it looked like he would die that night. During this battle, for some time the prospect of victory was in the hands of the commander. He felt this very well and approached the enemy's trusted one in order to say how weak he was. Indeed, it was very difficult for the tiger teacher now, and after the injuries he received, blood was coming out of his mouth. When the commander came closer to him, he asked him if he had heard that the great master had died, since if the teacher had heard, then perhaps he should have been more careful. The commander moreover noted that it was obvious that the teacher and the master had been close friends for a long time. He placed his foot on his head and in an ominous and at the same time quiet voice said that most likely the best option would be if they met again. But as soon as the commander prepared to eliminate this enemy, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. After the voice, a very strange sound was also heard, which already made the commander turn back and check the situation there. He witnessed a small group of warriors enter this room and engage in battle with the robots who were supposed to guard the entrance. They fought very professionally, and neither of them seemed to have suffered any injuries. Among them there was also a warrior who was an old man but could very quickly deliver blows with the help of his long stick. Also a monk, he very professionally covered his brothers and delivered sharp but very accurate blows. In front of them all was a man named Ju Chong, and after he eliminated several robots, he noticed the commander in another room. And at that moment, when he noticed the main danger, he immediately shouted just 2 words. "Brother Scorpio." The commander turned his head to him and said that he could not even suspect that Brother Ju Chong would come here. Well, that man did not react to these words, but approaching with his nunchucks at the ready, he asked the commander if he really killed the great master. Initially, he did not want to answer and asked Ju if this is really all he wants to ask after such a long time when they have not seen each other. It was then that Ju began to shout even louder and say that he had just asked a question and he wanted to know if the commander really killed the Grand Master. The answer to this was that Scorpio quietly began to laugh and look at the man with mockery. Quite confidently, he said that no one but him was yet capable of killing the Great Master. It was then that rage and anger completely enveloped Chang's body, and he could no longer restrain himself. He squeezed the nunchucks very tightly in his hands and was ready to use this weapon to eliminate the enemy right now. In addition to this, he also began to shout that Scorpio was just an ungrateful bastard who should have thanked their master for teaching him. The commander personally laughed because now he realized that this group did not come here to protect the base. In fact, their true purpose for being here is that they came to avenge the death of the master. Therefore, the commander realized that they should fight since a lot of time had passed and each of them had received some new skills. miles. While the battle was beginning, the action moved to the cave where the girl and Cheon were now watching Yoon. They looked at him quite intently and thought about how to start a dialogue. The guy didn't want to speak at all because he was very scared and was afraid that the words he said could harm him. But at some point Cheon In-hwan tried to explain something to him and addressed Yoon directly. Of course Aaron did not react to this in any way, but it was clear from his face that he was interested in at least some kind of dialogue. After a few seconds of thinking, Cheon told the guy that they weren't trying to kidnap him or anything. This kind of wording was a little strange and it pissed Cheon off a little, and he told the girl that now that the others had left, this child was now driving him crazy. Meanwhile, the girl told him that she couldn't explain anything to him because she couldn't stand the spirit of children. She really didn't want to talk about all this because she couldn't figure out what approach would be best. Then Cheon decided to take the situation into his own hands, and going closer to the guy and everyone squatting, he said that Yoon could relax. He began his dialogue with the words that he is a little better than everyone from this group, so you can trust him. Next, he advised Yoon Aaron to cheer up a little and start listening to what he would now tell him. To begin with, this man's idea was that he wanted to explain who they really were. And he said in quite simple words that they were not bad guys, but in fact they were quite good guys. Looking at the boy's face, the girl noticed that he didn't seem to really believe these words. But Cheon noticed that this is not surprising and that he does not blame Yoon for this, since they really are forced to keep him here without his consent. Then his story continued, and he said that their clan is called the Moon of Hong Kong. Of all the 10,000 Murim people in Korea, they are the youngest and at the same time the strongest clan. Yoon couldn't understand anything after Murim's words, so he decided to ask the man what he meant when he talked about it. He explained that Murim are like kung fu or other martial arts. They are people with abilities beyond normal people who use the ki of their body. He further said that these people could block ball or fire attacks with their bare hands, and the guy must have seen movies where people from bamboo fields flew and swung balls. Yoon, trying to ask again, asked the man if he was really telling him that all these actors were actually from Murim. And he, with a smile on his face, said that they are the ones who can do different things with the help of internal energy, for example fly through forests, shoot from their hands. And besides this, they have been underground for a very long time, and that is why Cheon is disguised as a tramp. During the history of the Hong Kong Moon Clan, 13 the Great Master could walk on water, as if on land, and 27 the Great Master could control weapons with the help of Kiev. In fact, there were a very large number of people in their clan who possessed incredible abilities. As another example, he gave the 48th Great Master, who had the greatest skill in the history of Murim, namely collecting energy in his hands and erasing an entire forest at a time. But in general, In-hwan also noted that the guy should have already seen this with his own eyes, and it's not worth talking about, since the one who then fought with the murderer and fell in battle was their great master. This man was known as the greatest master in Korea, and he was indeed practically the strongest of the warriors. And that's why, even with the pride of the family, this hurt them very much, since such a situation was very difficult to predict. For a long time this man was like a father to them, and he often led various missions and taught everyone who was a member of the clan. They were all puzzled after this incident happened, as such an event was difficult for all of them. But looking at how Soo-young reacts to all these words, Yoon realized that all clan members experienced these events differently. Next, Cheon continued and said that now they have a rather big problem, because even though the master was the strongest master in Korea, this could still cause the problem. And the problem is that all his internal energy disappeared from his body without a trace. Moreover, when the girl conducted research, she realized that this energy had disappeared without a trace even before he died. Their clan was confused by this, but then they found Yoon Aaron, who was right next to their master's corpse. And it was at that moment that everything became obvious to them, and this answered many of their questions. Since now it became clear that the 500-year-old ancient key that they were protecting at that moment was in Aaron. And if the young guy knew how to use this power, he could become the greatest of his time. And this is precisely the reason why this power cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. And accordingly, for this reason, the clan members are forced to keep the guy here, since this is the only way to protect his life. Moreover, he added that all this will happen until they find a person who can transfer the energy. This was their plan at that time, and it was that they needed to find another great master who could transfer energy. Now Yoon Aaron realized that he didn't even have to hope to leave here, since he needed to stay here for his safety and the safety of other people. At the moment when Cheon was talking about this, Soo was at a short distance but still heard their dialogue very well. But at some point the sound from afar became a problem for her and she stopped hearing anything. A second later an explosion occurred right on the ceiling and several huge holes appeared there. Cheon and the girl who was standing near Yoon Arung at the time noticed this and immediately turned her head. Young was the farthest away and accordingly compared to the others she was in the greatest danger. Moreover, it was clear from her face that she was very frightened and was unlikely to be able to give any resistance. Through the hole that appeared in the ceiling one could see a very large number of lizards moving towards her at high speed. The eyes of each of them glowed green or red, and they seemed to have begun to prepare this mission in advance as their actions were fast and coordinated. However, the enemies did not take advantage of their advantage in the air, and after making these holes they landed on the ground. In front of them all was a lizard with green eyes who growled very loudly and was thinking about how best to launch the first attack. Meanwhile, Su Jing was very surprised and frightened, and now she could not explain to herself what had just happened. And of course Cheon and the girl who stood next to him were also puzzled because none of this looked like reality. But the reality now was that the lizard being at a very short distance from Su began its attack. One jerk was enough for him to get closer and at the same time he decided to strike with his fist. This blow was blocked by the girl, but her internal energy was not enough to absorb all the attacking energy. Because of this, her stance began to weaken and her body gradually released from the ground and began to fly away to the side. At very high speed, the girl flew into the concrete edge of the steps and partially destroyed them. Cheon realized how bad things were, and because of this his brain forced him to think faster and come up with a way out of this situation. So far everything looked very bad since one blow was enough to neutralize one of the students. The lizard seemed not going to stop there because after the first girl he turned his gaze to Yoon. The girl who was standing near In-hwan at that moment asked her brother who they were and how they were able to get so far. For indeed it was not clear where they received information about this secret base and why they decided to attack so boldly. Aaron meanwhile he looked forward to assess the situation and realized that one of the students, namely Su, had received very severe injuries. The lizard did not wait and began to growl very loudly, and at the same time the robots began to come closer to his body. This roar was very ominous and at the same time frightened the students, forcing them to think about how to get out of the situation even faster. Cheon didn't know what to do now, but nevertheless he was already able to understand how they had just been fooled. Namely, his theory was that they had just fallen into a double trap. This formulation was not enough to explain everything, so the girl asked what he meant when he said that. Cheon explained that it looked like the enemy had attacked another dojo to lure out all the other masters and then attack their defenseless main base. He didn't understand how this could happen, but it seemed that the opponents knew the location of all their bases. Now his plan was that he should save Su Jun, and in the meantime the girl should protect Yoon Aaron if suddenly some group wanted to attack him. I don't think for a second he made a very quick jerk and approached Su's body, who at that moment was no longer moving. The girl who stood in defense of the young guy did not know what to do now, but realizing what actions would happen next, she decided to talk to him a little. The topic was not one of the most pleasant, but still it was necessary to discuss it in order for everything to be simpler further. Turning her head towards him, she said that they would not convince an unfamiliar young guy to take their side. But still her recommendation is that Yoon Aaron needs to do everything just to survive, since he cannot fall into the hands of robots because it will end badly for absolutely everyone. The guy agreed with this because he understood that the people who then eliminated the Great Master were unlikely to be kind. Thanks to Cheon's quick and unexpected blitzkrieg, he was able to take Su Jun. And In-hwan gave the guy the next task. It was that they needed to take Su and run away from here through the secret tunnel while they detained them. But this plan collapsed the moment they all noticed that the opponents were launching a new attack. Almost simultaneously, they all pushed away from their seats and began to move closer and closer to Cheon. And the eyes glowed red, and now that they had a goal, they had to lay down their lives but make sure that it was fulfilled. The man at that time understood that all he could do now was fight, and he would do everything to complete this mission and save Su. Therefore, the second the robots approached him, he handed over Su Young's body to the girl who was standing next to Yoon. Now he needed to gather all his forces since the number of opponents had grown, and they needed to be eliminated as quickly as possible. Because the robots approached almost simultaneously, he used the 18 Dragon Strike technique. And specifically, this was the third dance from this technique, and thanks to it several enemies were eliminated at once. But in parallel with this, Cheon himself also spent a large amount of his internal energy. The lizard, which was far away relative to everyone else at that moment, growled very loudly. and then he also began to move closer and closer in order to launch an unexpected attack that Inhuan would not notice. The bet was made on the fact that he would be busy eliminating robots and would miss a very strong blow. But in fact he even had enough time to turn to the girl and give her the order to run away from here right now. The girl decided to give Eren a parting word before leaving and said that now he would need to go through this tunnel, after which they would find themselves outside. Next you will need to find a restaurant called Manhwa. Due to the fact that the guy was now receiving a very large amount of information, the girl decided to ask Eren if he understood her. He said that he understood everything for now, and at the same time while pulling Suyung's body, he listened to the fact that after he comes to this restaurant he needs to tell who he is and they will help him there. The task was clear, and he hastily began to leave along with the girl who was practically unconscious. Now all that remained for the girl left here with Cheon was just to hope for a better future. Well, Inhuan now had a bigger problem since the lizard had already approached him and was close enough to attack. The guy couldn't move to the side because the enemy was getting too close, and even a jerk wouldn't be enough to get out of the line. Therefore now it was necessary to make some other more effective decision. Because of this, Cheon gathered all his strength in his shoulders and took a defensive stance, preventing his opponent from striking. It was this opportunity that the girl took advantage of and made a high jump, simultaneously getting a little closer to the lizard. Her eyes glowed blue due to the energy inside her body now being distributed evenly, and she launched a kick at her enemy. Now these two students were in battle together, and Cheon understood that they still had every chance. And at the same time striking the lizard, the girl screamed that they would not just die here. Eren, meanwhile, he was moving through the tunnel and gradually losing strength due to the fact that he was also carrying Su's body. But the situation between Inhuan and the girl was more difficult now due to the fact that the number of opponents was too large for the two of them to cope with. But still they believed in their strength and understood that they had no other choice other than to fight until their last breath. But the action moved again, this time to the place where the fight between the Scorpion and Jew was now taking place. The latter was losing and missed too many blows to make successful counterattacks. The commander was pleased with his efforts, and with a smile he struck again and again. By that time of the battle, the monk was already lying on the floor after his injuries, and he felt really bad. Blood was flowing from his mouth, and several robots were holding him at once, not allowing him to move anywhere. The only one who was still standing was Ju Chong. But given the blows he was currently receiving, this would not last very long. And indeed, after the next blow from the Scorpion, he knelt down and began to hold his liver with his hands and at the same time spit blood. Standing up to his full height, the commander said that this was a very sensual reunion, and he was even a little uncomfortable that he would now have to destroy the 500-year history of the Hongmun clan. But for Yoon, these were not the easiest times, since he had a very long journey ahead of him through the dark forest. The tunnel through which he walked turned out to be not so long, and in a short period of time he was overcome. When he got out, literally a few tens of meters later, he caught on the root of a tree that was right on the road. The speed of his movement and the fact that he had a girl in his arms led to the fact that he simply fell. First of all, he didn't think about himself, but decided to check if Su was okay since she fell harder than him. Of course, she did not wake up after such a fall, and only continued to lie on the cold ground, not showing any signs of life. At this moment, the guy continued to sit on the ground and wondered what was going on here. It was really very difficult for him to comprehend all this, since too many events and information fell upon him at one moment. First he got caught up in all that nonsense, and now he was also kidnapped and kept in a cave. The thoughts that he was slowly going crazy did not leave his head, and he tried to remain conscious. He didn't understand why he was here at all, since he wasn't even from Murim. After all, initially he was just the most ordinary schoolboy, and the thought of this transported him to the past. Since indeed almost all his life, he was an ordinary schoolboy who had never fought before. Before leaving for work, the father always checked what his son was doing and was disappointed when he played his games. But at the same time, he did not want to open a dispute every time, and therefore simply learning that he was playing, he notified him that he was leaving. Everyone in turn said goodbye to their father, but did not even turn their head to look at his face. However, it seemed to him that many people behaved this way, and he spent the whole day watching TV and playing various video games. At school, he also behaved like an ordinary schoolboy and did not show any interest in any of the subjects. A teacher who told different information every day did not seem interesting to him, and certainly was not an authority. The information he presented was boring, and Eren had a hard time remembering it. Accordingly, he was bored at school and patiently waited for the moment when the lesson would finally end. At the same time he studied for the usual passing grades and did not show any initiative in trying to improve this situation. Even during breaks his friends sometimes asked him if he wanted to play football with all of them. And the guy with a smile in his eyes said that he would rather lose the game on the phone and then he would still need to read a book. The friends knew well that they would receive exactly such an answer, but each time with hope they approached him again and again. No matter how many times they suggested it, the guy still stayed in class and played something on his phone. He didn't even really play sports at school, but only sometimes fulfilled the standards that had to be fulfilled. And of course, like all the other school children who are not passionate about anything in their lives, he had one lesson. At those very breaks, and sometimes during lessons, he liked to look out the window. Looking there, his imagination began to play, and he began to imagine all sorts of things. It was mainly due to the fact that someone was on the neighboring building, which was also part of the school. He liked to stare into space and imagine various stories, making himself the hero in them. Also, the guy showed interest and wondered what it would be like to use such magic in real life, since in theory it is incredibly interesting. While he was in these thoughts, he sometimes even laughed quietly, which seriously frightened his classmates. Moreover, at that moment he had a satisfied face, which could also raise some questions. Considering all these facts, it can be understood that Yoon Aaron was himself an ordinary schoolboy before. He didn't want what happened to him now, since in fact it was a gift from fate. Speaking to the lifeless body of the girl, he told her that if you open any fantasy novel, the main character becomes strong by page 4. By this, he tried to prove that he had been waiting for a long time for the opportunity when he could become someone who would be paid attention to. He really didn't want to constantly be at the beck and call of people he didn't even really know anything about. There was a slight pause, after which he told Soo-young that he would just run away from them all. Because if you think about it, they kidnapped him without asking, and now Yoon has every right to do whatever he wants. This entire appeal was addressed to Soo-young, but she didn't even hear him and continued to lie there. But still the guy took a short pause to see what reaction the girl would have. And in response, she only slightly tensed her limbs and thereby tried to roll over. It was a little strange, but Yoon Aaron still continued to watch her. The strength that was now in the girl's body was only enough to turn over on her side and continue to lie in this position. Taking a closer look, the guy realized that she seemed to be in pain, and in general he was wondering if Soo-young was okay or if everything was okay now. Because if you look at her hand, you could see that it was a little swollen. Most likely at the moment when she hit the concrete structure very hard, her hand was between her and the concrete. But what made the guy happy was that she was now alive, since her breathing could be heard several meters away. Also, when the girl was lying in this position, he saw an argument that made him change his mind about running away. Therefore, he thought about all the subtleties for a few more seconds and made a new decision. He took the girl on his back and continued to move forward, at the same time thinking that it seemed like his mental health was really under a big blow. Even though he now had time to think, everything that was happening still turned out to be madness. But now there was also a plan that was now more clear than Yoon had ever had in a long time. This plan was that he needed to take this girl to Mangonhong and then run away, since he is not some kind of defender of justice. Meanwhile, the action moved to a room into which some dark corridor led. In this room, everything was illuminated in a not very bright red color, and now a subordinate in an official suit ran into it. The reason why the subordinate came here was that he wanted to urgently see the elder. But the elder, seeing the subordinate, asked if he saw that they were having a meal here. And indeed, in this room there were two guys who were very greedily biting off pieces of meat from the carcass. It was pre-prepared elephant meat, which the two of them had probably been waiting for a very long time. The elder calmed down the two guys and told them not to worry and to continue eating, since they had not eaten for a long time. But he told his subordinate to go away and return the moment they finished eating. But the information that he wanted to convey now was so important that he told the elder that it was incredibly urgent. His report consisted of information that the Hong Moon clan was attacked by an unknown group and their clan was destroyed. The entire Korean Murim was just talking about this now, and after a while the information reached the elders. By the way, the subordinate did not think that these were just rumors, and it seems that the information is indeed true. Realizing that all these words of the passerby were indeed true, the elder slammed his fist on the floor. It took him a few seconds to think and digest all the words that he had just heard. And then he asked his informant what happened to that monstrous old man who was a great master. He replied that his key network was torn and he died in the battle, and now everyone is discussing the loss of his 500-year-old key. Now the information for the elder was more important, and he ordered those two guys named San Kum and Ha Kum to stop their meal. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that their time had finally come and they could become useful. The plan that he wanted to explain and present to them now, in his opinion, was simply brilliant. The two guys looked at him like he was a god, while the elder said that the time had finally come to make the family and their father powerful again. The road continued for Yoon Aaron, and he slowly but surely covered long distances. He had a very small amount of strength, but still he continued to carry Soo Young on his back. And the moment he finally reached the restaurant, he gathered all his strength to knock on the gate. And when there was no answer, he began to shout, asking if there were those inside who could help him. And after a few seconds, a voice was heard that, to put it mildly, sounded somehow dissatisfied. An image of someone appeared on the horizon and asked the stranger what he forgot here in the middle of the night, since it was clear that they were closed and they were the only ones serving any clients. Of course, Yoon Aaron didn't have the strength or self-confidence right now, so he simply mumbled some words. Someone else appeared behind this unfamiliar man, and now there were two of them. It took them a short amount of time to move into the kitchen, which had no windows, so that someone could peep. The man assessed these two guests and directly asked the young guy if they were really from the Hong Moon clan. The guy didn't answer anything because he realized that this man still had something to say, which means he is most likely already confident in the words he is now pronouncing. He took out some book, and after reading several entries, he said that the girl on the right was the granddaughter of the great master. While the man was trying to figure out who was sitting on the left, the woman who also worked in this restaurant asked if it was true that the clan had really fallen and all the students had been defeated. And taking her eyes to the side, Sue said that it was true and did not say anything else. Then the man turned to the others as his ally and said that he was surprised that the rumors were not true. The girl who worked here admitted that their establishment actually has nothing to do with the Hong Moon clan, and they are simply collecting information about what is happening in the world of Murim. They are informants who make their living by selling information to different people. Of course, they give the most valuable information to those who will pay the most or do it faster than others. To be more specific, their group learns the latest facts outside and inside the Murim world and sells them to various people. But they've been collecting information under the guise of a Chinese restaurant for 10 years now. But during all this time, they are only now faced with something so serious, namely the invasion of mysterious monsters that attack everything. Now that the Hong Mun clan was destroyed, the Nguyen region fell along with it, and the Tabong and Gangdong regions were now also under full attack. Since ancient times, there have been people who want to take over the world with their own hands with the help of several rotten clans. But now there was the first unprecedented case where someone was killed and someone was kidnapped without any warning. And the group had long tried to find out at least something about the attackers, but it was in vain since they were as if invisible. And even the reports said that the killers could not be identified or distinguished. Then Yoon interrupted this man and asked if by chance the only way out would be to simply kill all these robots, calling for reinforcements from other masters. The man's reaction was not long in coming, and he began by saying that the Hong Mun clan would not have fallen just like that. This clan was known for being the best in Korea. However, along with it, there were other clans and families who had previously taken the death vow. And most likely they all died without even having time to really fight their opponent. Soo Young, it was very difficult to realize all this and listen to information from this informant. But still the man continued and said that the Hong Moon clan had the best and most promising students, and it could be called elite. However, there were also incidents where everyone who wanted to join the Hong Moon clan was forced to drink a substance called Shin Sun Fi. The guy didn't know what it was, and because he was incredibly interested, he decided to ask the man about this drink without any preparation. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment all his life, and immediately began to explain to him, telling him the whole story. And he said that this is a poison that kills a person if he uses a certain amount of qi. The clan was considered a good branch of the Murima families, and its members took a vow not to interfere in the lives of ordinary people. The reason they took this vow lies in an ancient incident that tore the families into different groups. There were people who tried to take over the world with their power. Therefore, being part of a good branch, the masters of the Hong Mun clan decided to drink poison and banned the use of qi. If use by someone from the clan was truly necessary, the elders of all clans would gather together to discuss it and distribute the antidote. The poison kills the qi user, and the killers seemed to know this when they attacked. Now it was clear why the clans fell so quickly, and the elders did not even have time to react and distribute the antidote. Even the greatest masters were kidnapped or killed, and even those tiny parts could not use their powers. And now only two remain from the Hong Chun clan. The man couldn't believe it all, and he said that he didn't think he would live to see the day when the mighty Hong Mun clan would be destroyed. All these words were incredibly painful for the girl, and now she gathered her strength. Silently, Sue got up from the table and began to leave in some unknown direction. The guy was scared without her, so he turned around and started shouting in her direction and asking where she was going to go. Now he was even more scared, since now he was abandoned alone, and at some point he was even going to get up to catch up with her. But the strong hand of the man who had been talking to him all this time stopped him. Now Yoon Haran no longer understood what was happening, but in general he wanted to listen to the man and understand what he wanted. It turned out that this man wanted Yoon to stay and talked a little more with their group. It seems that he had some suspicions that he wanted to check for his own benefit. Aaron didn't understand why he needed this and why suddenly everyone around him began to smile at him. They asked him to relax, and the girl even offered him iced tea with honey. This only made him more restless. Their situation became more and more terrible with every second. Well, it became clearer when the man informed the guy that he understood everything at first sight. He admitted that they all know that Yoon received all the key from the Grand Master of the Hong Moon clan. For this same man, seeing the 500-year-old key which they were supposed to have lost in front of them unharmed was greater than any reward. Aaron was still scared, but now at least he knew the approximate intentions of all these people. Meanwhile, the action moved to a very beautiful building which, despite the deep night, glowed brightly. On the ground floor of this building there were two people who guarded the entrance and at the same time served guests. When they saw a small group of people approaching them, they immediately became more serious and prepared for dialogue. The first of these guests was an old man who, as he approached, did not say anything but simply silently stared at us at the guard. Then this guard greeted the distinguished guests and tried to smile. Next he asked these people how many people they would need to serve now. It was very difficult for the old man who stood closest to speak, but after a few seconds he said one number. Then the young guy told them that before they entered they would need to give them a small and important piece of information. But a voice from the room suddenly ordered this guard to let them in immediately and not to waste time. The old man showed me no emotions and only began to move towards the room from which this voice came. In this room right now there were two blue-haired guys at the table who were feasting. There were smiles on their faces, and they devoured the food very quickly, not even noticing how the dishes were disappearing with every second. When the guests entered the room, they were a little distracted from eating and looked in that direction. There were indeed several old men who said nothing and at some point just stopped in the middle of the room. Sankum said that just recently Dad told them that monsters would come for them. And at the same time, getting up from his place, he also added that according to his father they need to start actions when the guests arrive, because the fact that they came here will already be information that they need to be immediately eliminated. The old men did not react in any way but only continued to stand and made absolutely no noise. The guys meanwhile just laughed because it seemed to them that they knew much more than everyone else. A second later these old men began to emit some strange sounds that were already familiar to the blue-haired guys. With just one movement, the old man grabbed his skin and began to pull it to one side. It turned out that this old man was a real robot who put on a disguise over his body. His scream after he took off this disguise was incredibly loud. Sankum and Ha-Kum only laughed when they heard this, as they figured out this group before they had time to complete the task. But still one of them continued to eat due to the fact that it was one of his favorite activities. And then his brother laughed, which to him was a pretty obvious hint. Sun-Kum, smiling, warned his brother that now it looked like they would have to fight. But that man had already put a rather futuristic brass knuckles on his hand, and a smile was visible on his face. This brass knuckles has been specially upgraded in order to deliver deadly blows. Immediately 5 robots immediately pushed off from their places in order to eliminate the opponents in front of them. They screamed very loudly and made generally scary sounds that could frighten many people. But these blue-haired guys were absolutely confident in their abilities and even had some kind of weapon with them. Therefore, the one who stood closer to the entrance had already prepared his brass knuckles in order to strike the robot. His movement speed was incredibly high, and he swung his arm, preparing to eliminate the robot in one swing. The smile on his face was so confident that if this opponent had not been a robot, he would definitely have been scared. But now this enemy only looked into the eyes of his enemy and trying to analyze his further action planned a way to eliminate him. When the actions were transferred, the man who was in the restaurant hit the wooden table with his palm. And then in a clear and ringing voice he said that now the guy must choose since he has the power to do so. But in fact Yoon didn't really understand what he had to choose, so he decided to ask this man a few questions. And he replied that not many people can boast of having 500-year-old ki. And if now the guy looks straight at himself, he will understand a lot and will be able to realize his incredible strength, since there was so much energy in him that it was oozing out of his body right then. In addition, there was no one from the Murim world who could now store this ancient key. Then the guy said that he did not agree with these words since this was not his personal key and it belonged to the Hongmun clan. The man continued saying that he understood this very well since previously the only person who had such key in Korea was this old man. But now Yoon Aaron does not have to follow the same path as the great master once before. Now the whole world of Murima has plunged into chaos because of mysterious robots. However, the only ones who can resist them are people who have not taken poison, side families and their clans. And with the help of the 500-year-old Ki Yoon, if he begins to learn from them, he will tip the scales in his favor and become the rightful owner of energy. Next, the man's voice became even louder, and he said that if anything, side families are the best choice now, and it will definitely come in handy in the future Yoon. Moreover, he believed that one day Yoon will become a great Murim master, and that is why he wants to help him now in the hope that he will remember this restaurant in the future. This man's plan was that the guy should simply join the clans of the side families and then they would help him. Yoon Aaron said that it seems that the idea is that you need to follow the path not of the main family but of one of the side ones. This will mean that having made this decision, he will never be able to turn back. Soo Young was outside at the time of this dialogue and was speechless due to experiencing too much stress in a short time. But suddenly someone also went outside and asked her for forgiveness, which was a little strange. It turned out that it was one of the employees of this restaurant who asked the girl to go inside. A moment later, when Soo was already inside, she witnessed how that man bowed to Yoon and said that he had committed an unthinkable, terrible act. He admitted that he did not expect that he would consider justice more important than his own greed. The girl didn't understand what was going on here, and she just looked at Aaron with a surprised face. The guy, meanwhile, tried to calm down the man who was crying and constantly apologized for suggesting the wrong idea. Well then, when this man noticed the girl, he ordered her to come closer since Yoon should not wait for her. And now that they were all at the table, the man could continue to tell the information that he had planned in advance. Placing 3 items on the table, he said that their entire team was giving these to Yoon, and he should accept these gifts as a sign of their gratitude. But before accepting these gifts, of course, Aaron asked to tell what it all was. The first item was a jade bracelet. When this item is in your hand, you can sleep for 2 hours and sleep as if you had slept for all 12. It gives the wearer an almost inexhaustible supply of strength. The second item was a credit card that was designed by their team and was almost untraceable and should have about 5 million won on it. And the third item was a map on which all the locations of the clan were marked that were still ready to fight. They specifically marked only those places where Yoon would be treated friendly. The man admitted that he understood that this was all a trifle, but still there were hopes in him that he would accept their gifts. The guy continued talking and said that he was grateful for all this, and moreover they didn't need so many useful things. After a few seconds, the man bowed and said that he hoped that Yoon Aaron would visit them one day in the future. And he also promised that next time they would treat him with due respect and scope. Now that they had said goodbye, Yoon Aaron left this restaurant with Soo Young and walked down an empty street during sunrise. The girl who was part of that man's team had a question in her head, and she asked whether it was really necessary to give him all this. Because in her opinion, even if he is a bearer of 500 years old ki, he is actually just a child. The man answered her that he may be a child, but soon he will become a master whose existence will have to be reckoned with. Therefore, the girl may consider this an investment that will be useful in the future. The girls became even more incomprehensible since he had not even listened to their advice before, and it seemed to her that he was a stupid kid who didn't even know what he had gotten himself into. And then the man had to explain that he was not particularly sure that this was just an ordinary stupid guy. All because when the man told the guy to turn to his side families, the eyes of the stupid kid. Then Yoon said that the man would have to forgive him, but he would not go to his side families, since the key he now possesses is not his, and in addition to everything, the granddaughter of the great master is with him. It is for this reason that he argued that for now, he cannot turn to side families and sea otters. The man realized that a guy without a king in his head would not have said such a thing, and in fact now he is already thinking rationally. Moreover, Yoon also said that he had no such plans for now, and the man realized that if he had plans to return Ki, he would not have spoken like that. But now the reality was that Aaron had received very important artifacts, and together with the granddaughter of the great master, he was going on an adventure. This guy is going to join the family that he thinks will suit him best. And he probably doesn't even suspect what the consequences will be. Then the action shifted once again, and now everything was happening in that house, which was recently visited by guests in the form of robots. These robots had no chance since the blue-voiced guys effortlessly eliminated every single one of them. When their bodies were scattered on the floor, they began to examine them and say that they did not drink the poison, that they were forbidden to use Ki, and therefore this battle was easy. The realization that they were much stronger than all these opponents really made their mood even better. Smiling, one of them approached the robot and once again kicked him in the chest. The enemy experienced incredibly severe pain at that moment, but did not even have time to scream, but died almost instantly. The guy who dealt this blow was surprised that the robot would die after just one blow from his leg. Suddenly these two guys heard some kind of laughter behind them, who was happy that they had destroyed all the robots. It was their father, who praised his children for their excellent work and even started clapping his hands. Moreover, he added that now the opponents will understand that it is useless to send such small fry to them and let them fight there with the main family. And the elder sons were glad that they would take over the world of Murim, since earlier he had said that if they succeeded he would buy them the most delicious food on the planet. The plan of these two was that they needed to finish off these robots along with the main family right now and not wait any longer. In response, the elder only laughed and said that his sons were thinking rather stupidly, but he said this with a smile on his face. But in fact there was some grain in this stupid idea, and he thought about whether they should visit the Stone Master. This idea was quite effective, since now that he had seen how strong his sons were, he could make even grander plans. Meanwhile, Yoon Aaron and Soo Young came to a place they had not moved to, and the guy was inspired by how big the statue was in this place. He had never seen such a huge thing in his life, and he was very impressed and liked it. Some unknown voice appeared to the side, which in a very aggressive tone asked the strangers how dare they. This stranger asked who dared to praise his masterpiece statue, because these words made his soul feel better. Despite this unknown man said that the two looked suspicious. Therefore they better stop praising him right now and lay out who they are. In a short time the guy and Sue told everything to this stranger, who was surprised that the clan was destroyed. The girl said that this is all the pure truth, since they themselves barely survived after the chaos began. Now the only thing this man was interested in was where the Grand Master of their clan was now. The girl looked down and did not answer this question, since this topic was the most painful for her. But the men in turn understood everything and said in a quiet voice that this simply could not be. Jung continued the dialogue with this man, and Aaron meanwhile analyzed everything and realized that it seemed that the main family did not know what was going on outside their walls. It looked as if they had deliberately cut themselves off from everyone, but the guy didn't see the reason for this. Suddenly the dialogue stopped, and the man asked the young guy who he was, since he remembered the granddaughter of the great master, but he saw such a young guy for the first time this time. The voice of the stranger was incredibly firm and tough, and so the guy was a little confused and didn't know what to answer. He wanted to come up with some very clever answer that would satisfy this man, but he was unable to say anything. Therefore the girl took the initiative and explained to this man that Yoon Aaron was an acquaintance of her grandfather. She also added that her grandfather's key, namely all the energy of the great master, is now inside the body of this boy. Now the surprise on this man's face had reached its climax, and he thought that everything he was hearing now was just an ordinary joke. He began to behave very sharply, somehow insanely, and asked himself whether the old man had really lost his mind. A moment later he grabbed the young guy by the collar and began to pull him in different directions while screaming. Yoon Aaron didn't like it very much, but because he couldn't do anything against it, he had to endure it. The man said that the guy he just grabbed by the collar looked like a simple man in the street who most likely is not even a member of the Murim Alliance. He then asked the girl if all of the great master's ki was really in his body right now. By the time Yoon had almost lost consciousness due to the strangulation, the man asked Sue if he was right that this guy, on top of everything else, didn't even understand anything about martial arts. After he received a positive response, he released Yoon, after which he fell to the ground and hit his back. But when the boy stood up, the man explained to them that at this rate they were about to ruin the entire 500-year history of Ki. Now is the time to think things through and come up with some good plans. For the man understood that now he is the only one who can help these people of yours at least somehow build their future and come up with the most effective way. In order for him to think better, it was decided to switch to his favorite hobby. For this reason, this man climbed onto the statue that Yoon did not praise and began to do something near it. Looking at all this, the young guy concluded that this man is not just strange, but it looks like he has some kind of problem with his head. It was very difficult to predict what he would do and what was in his head at a particular moment. Yoon even managed to get scared at that moment when, while working on his statue, the man suddenly turned around and looked straight at him. At that moment, he thought that most likely he was dangerous, just like those robots he had seen earlier. Now that the man had a plan, he grabbed the guy and the girl by the collar of their clothes and said that they should leave here. During their movement several times, Aaron asked where they were going, and he answered, "Don't ask questions." Slowly but surely they began to move away from that statue and move to a new place that Yoon had never been to. This place was slightly strange, but at the same time there was some mystery about it. It was located in a place that was hidden from public view, and an ordinary person simply walking through the forest would never have gotten here. And now, when the two of them together with the man were here, the guy asked where they were now. He replied that members of their clan come here to train, and that it is they, the stone masters, who consider this place theirs. The man boasted that he had been training for 100 years to maintain his ki. And it seems that now Yoon Aaron does not even realize how precious he is and how important the energy that is imprisoned in his body is. And to explain all this cost, the man said that the best solution for this problem would be training. He promised that from now on he would train the two of them so that they could protect this ki. His first priority will be to clean up the mess the old man left behind. Next, the man turned to Yoon, whom he called the Ki Balloon, and explained that first they should learn to control the flow of energy. The task was that, in addition to this, Soo-jun must help her ally learn the basics of combat. From somewhere, the man took out 2 special training robes and handed them to the two. The speed at which events were changing now was quite fast, and Aaron could not keep up with the changes. He just grabbed his set of clothes and sarcastically thanked the guy from the restaurant who sent him here. In order to understand whether Soo-young agreed to the training, he turned his head towards her, and at that moment he realized that most likely she agreed, and moreover, for some reason his morale rose. A second later he got scared because the man started shouting at him and ordering him to change his clothes immediately. Therefore he quickly threw this robe on himself, and it seems that despite his confused appearance he was ready for battle. The man continued his explanation and said that sooner or later they would meet the killers who came for their souls. And that's when they will have to fight them and then run away from there as fast as they can. He hoped that they would study diligently both with their hearts and their heads. Especially the ball with ki should do this, since now it is in such a state that if they try to hurt it, it will simply burst. If they do not properly teach him how to control the flow of ki, then he may be sitting quietly and peacefully having dinner when suddenly he hears a loud sound behind him. Just one idea of what happened was already Scarecrow Aaron. Because of this he felt uneasy. The man once again began to shout that if Yoon Aaron did not learn anything from these trainings he would die without even having time to blink. The guy was still scared, but somehow he agreed with the man's words. The teacher's next question was whether Yoon Aaron was good at fighting, and he quickly answered that he was not. Immediately the voice changed again, and the man said that in this case the young should learn this, since the people with whom he will fight in the future have devoted their entire lives to battles. But besides all this, he calmed him down and said that he would teach the guy everything about how to hit the enemy correctly and how to properly take a blow in one day. After another second, there was a pause, after which the man gave a signal that the battle could begin. The guys completely understood what this meant, but they heard some kind of wind behind them which was moving very quickly. It turned out that despite the fact that Yoon did not understand what the man's order meant, Soo-young understood everything. Her movement was incredibly fast, and in just a second she was able to move into an advantageous position to launch an attack. The guy didn't even have time to watch her move, she was so fast and incredible. Just a moment later he was already lying on the floor due to the fact that the girl, thanks to a special grip, grabbed him by the body and hit him on the floor. Almost immediately he lost consciousness due to the force of the blow, but of course due to the energy in his body, he could easily get up after that. Soo-young was incredibly focused throughout the training, and time after time she delivered very significant blows to the enemy. Thus night had already fallen and the training still went on and on. After the next time, when after an unsuccessful attempt to defend himself young Aaron found himself on the ground, he suddenly did not get up. he just exhaled very loudly and told the girl that he now felt as if he was going to die. Soo-young in turn asked him if her assumption was correct that he had never played sports at all. Then Aaron said that as he had already said before, he is not an athlete or a fighter, and he is here only because of her grandfather. The guy was very tired, and moreover, he didn't understand why her grandfather even gave his incredible energy to a weakling like him. He said this out loud, and for some reason it made Soo-young think. At first she couldn't believe that a guy who didn't know anything had found the key that her grandfather had worked on all his life. She doubted him, hated him, and thought that it was he who killed her grandfather. But in fact now she realized that this was all not true. In her head there were fuzzy but very important memories of how Yoon Aaron with the last of his strength dragged her on himself. Then it was difficult for her to keep herself conscious, but still sometimes she woke up and understood what was happening around. After thinking a little, she ordered Yoon Aaron to get up and promised that this time she would give in to him a little. Thus they continued training, and quite a lot of time passed from that moment. A new day has come, the birds were singing, and this meant that a new training day had begun. Suddenly the bird was frightened by some sound and flew away from the branch, and Yoon, who was not far from this bird, noticed this. Then he turned his gaze to the teacher, who was just demonstrating to him how to strike correctly and very accurately. The blows on the stone from him continued, and it seemed that he focused a large amount of attention on only one point on this stone. It was clear from his look that he knew what he was doing very well, and was generally very confident in his skills. Without using his internal energy, he managed to cause a lot of damage to this very stone. The guy and Soo-young watched this, and even the girl was surprised at how powerful their teacher had. When the man stopped hitting the statue, he turned and looked towards the guy. Then he looked straight into his eyes and said that if he had just clearly seen what the man was doing now, he must repeat the same thing. Of course Yoon Aaron was scared when he heard this, because he did not understand how it was possible to cause so much damage to a stone statue with his bare hands. He decided to directly ask his teacher how he needed to break this thing, since it was obviously impossible with his bare hands. The teacher began to shout at him and prove that if he is told to do something, then it must be done. And in general, it's strange that a person with 500 years of ki cannot even break a tiny pebble. He also had to add that when he was Yoon Aaron's age, he already ate metal for breakfast. He also repeated that the guy must learn to control the flow of energy in his stomach, otherwise he will simply explode. Now he ordered him to come closer in order to clearly hear everything he would say next. The man recommended that he simply imagine that he was gathering all his energy into his fist. There was so much ki oozing out of him that it shouldn't be difficult. The 500-year Great Master's ki was the personification of true power. Just like water changing shape depending on the vessels in which it is located. Two people can have the same amount of energy, but one can use it so much better than the other that the difference is simply monstrous. To use the pure ki that the Great Master left behind, you do not need special concentration or destructive power. The Great Master has imprisoned his entire life within this ki, and this ki is in every way similar to the Great Master himself. You need to concentrate it at one point and make it explode. Since this energy is already of high quality, the guy only needs to easily use the techniques of the Great Master. Of course, you shouldn't expect him to be as monstrously strong, but even 10% of his strength will be enough to protect himself. First, you need to concentrate your power at one point, just like the teacher himself. The man also said that if the guy screws up, he'll get punched in the face, and if he makes a bunch of holes, he'll also get punched in the face. Therefore, he was given the order to stand up right now and begin the exercise. It took the guy a little more time to gain concentration, and within a moment energy began to flow around his fist. This energy grew brighter as Yoon became more concentrated with each passing second. His fist began to fly at very high speed directly towards the stone that stood in front of him and was waiting to be hit. From the outside it looked quite impressive, since the situation was actually the first use of 500-year-old ki in Yun's body. The blow was quite strong, although obviously during this attack all the energy that the young guy would have been used was not used. The guy's face was incredibly focused, and he was looking at the place where his fist should have landed. But first of all, Soo-young noticed that place, and both the blow itself and the result of the blow were able to surprise her. This is all due to the fact that this incredibly strong blow half came straight to the finger of the teacher who was holding the stone culture. Of course, as soon as his nerve endings informed him of this blow, he screamed very loudly. He then pulled his finger out of the stone and looked at it, realizing that it was incredibly painful and swollen. Now he was incredibly angry and asked Yoon Aaron if he had really just asked him to hit his finger and not the huge stone that stood there. The guy was incredibly scared and said that he was sorry and he accidentally hit the teacher's finger. But that man was still incredibly angry and said that this could not be called accidental since the blow was absolutely direct and it was possible to predict where it would land. He then ordered the guy to look at his arm, which now looked really bad due to the fact that it was so swollen from his injuries. But still, despite the student's fear, the teacher ordered him to look at the hand that had just been hit with 500 years of ki. These shouts towards the guy continued, and all that Yoon Aaron could do was just listen to all this and not answer anything. At the same time passed, and a small group moved to one establishment to eat there. Both Soo-young and Yoon Aaron sat silently and simply ate their food, glancing at their evil teacher from time to time. This teacher, while eating, said that he could not even think that eating with one hand was so difficult. Sometimes he had an angry emotion, and he said that it was all thanks to the little asshole with a 50-year-old ki who was told to hit the statue, and he decided to beat off the teacher's fingers. Once again, the guy repeated that he was very sorry since he had never really played sports and therefore probably aimed poorly. The man became angry again when he heard this wording and said that there was no connection in this sense. Does this really mean that next time he will slap the teacher in the face with his 500-year-old ki? In order to somehow reassure this man, Yoon Aaron said that he would try harder and this would lead to results. Changing the topic, the teacher also said that even if I don't pay attention to the finger, he can conclude that the blow he then saw is too weak. All due to the fact that half the power went into his finger and the other half of the power went directly into the statue. Shrapnel scattered everywhere, as if someone had fired a shotgun, despite the fact that the teacher told the student to concentrate ki in only one place. The great master's ki is of excellent quality, and in order to use it, the student must continue to hone his martial arts, and through training he will definitely feel the difference. The man, like everyone who was now in that room, needed Yoon to show his potential faster, and therefore after eating he was sent back to training. All that remained for the guy was to just agree with this, since he simply had no other choice. Now that he has gained so much strength, he just has to be responsible and not skip training. Some time passed and it was almost night, but Yoon Aaron was still awake. For some reason he walked right to the place where he had recently hit the stone statue with all his might. Soo-young, who approached him at that moment, immediately asked what he was doing and why he was near the statue so late. Initially the guy did not come up with any answer, and as he usually did before, he simply uttered several unrelated words. Then the girl suggested that he was probably angry because the stone master scolded him so much, and so he went out to get some fresh air. But Yoon replied that in fact he hit the stone master on the hand, so it was his own fault, and it seems that he got off too lightly for what he did to his hand. In fact, it seemed to the guy that he hit the stone normally, but he couldn't get rid of the strange feeling that something was wrong. At that moment in his hand, he was holding a small fragment from the very statue that was destroyed after the blow. Look at this piece. The girl told him that this piece seemed to have been cut off by something sharp, like a very sharp blade. She asked to move this piece closer to her so that she could look at it better. After a few more seconds, Yoon asked the guy if he was sure that it was from the statue he was hitting. Because if he had used the great master's ki, then this shard shouldn't have looked like this. You've never seen this girl, a statue broken like that. But Yoon meanwhile was looking at something he had also never seen. Because of this, he even missed some of the words that the girl said and simply flew around in his mind. Well, after a few seconds, Soo-young asked how this could even happen. He replied that he didn't know that himself and that it was probably all because he simply did something wrong. Maybe he accidentally used his ki the wrong way and should learn to hit so he can make a hole next time. This idea was interesting, and Soo-young, despite the rather convincing answer, still continued to think. No one even suspected that their teacher would be watching his students all this time. He sat high on a rock and thought about what happened that day, and that the fact that this kid possessed the ki of a great master was already a fact. But when using martial art, it should manifest itself more naturally and much stronger. 500 years pure ki. The ki that the great master refined throughout his life was not like what the teacher imagined. However, what he saw today took on a completely different appearance, one he had never seen before. And it wasn't a matter of inexperience, it was more like some kind of foreign substance. It can't be that ki changed the element in those couple of weeks that she was inside the guy. The great master had been refining it all his life, but the way he used this energy was not like the technique of the main family. Rather, at first glance, what the teacher noticed looked like one of the side techniques. Initially, it might seem like he was using side family techniques, which is what the teacher thought the first time. But Aaron's technique was not completed due to the fact that he hit the teacher's hand and the power was not fully manifested. The ki that came from Yun's hands did not belong to the main family. Taki wasn't trying to break the stone, she was trying to cut it in half. The energy in Aaron's hands took the form of knives and tried to cut through the statue. A technique of this form most likely belongs to the demonic arts, and this was the last conclusion that the teacher made. Although initially there was practically no damage to the stone after that blow, there were some changes. Namely, inside the stone there was still part of the energy that influenced it and had an impact. And after some time part of this stone fell off from another part and became detached. Of course all this was accompanied by a huge roar, since the stone bustle was not one of the smallest. And at that moment when the top piece of the statue fell to the ground, it still continued to glow with blue energy. And then when the stone was cut, it could be said with accuracy that the internal key that was in Yoon Aaron's body was somehow different from the energy that the Great Master had. But in the laboratory now a completely different type of action was taking place. There was a professor there who, like many days and hours before, was engaged in his work. In this laboratory I wanted a large number of monitors, each of which was responsible for displaying different information. Suddenly someone entered the room and the professor felt his presence, although he initially did not indicate it. It was Scorpio, who noted that he was not surprised that the professor was still awake. The professor in turn said that Scorpio came here just in time, since they would now have something to talk about. Turning around, he said that the last samples he captured were simply magnificent, and right now he could make a new test subject out of one of them if he wanted. He really wanted to open and improve one of them, but at the same time he would immediately create a problem for himself. After all, we should not forget that those captured test subjects are followers of the Hong Moon clan, and this information was extremely important for the professor. In his opinion, such valuable samples cannot simply be wasted, and therefore the best option would be to study them well before opening them. There were a very large number of questions. How strong is their physical strength? How much can they endure before they can no longer be treated? What is their resistance to heat and cold? The more the professor studied them, the more questions he had about each of them. At some point it even seemed to him that all this time they had only been pretending to be people, but in fact they had much greater skills than he could have imagined. Scorpio, looking at all of them, remained meaningfully silent, and the professor did not quite understand such a reaction. Therefore he directly asked the man what he was thinking about at the moment when he looked at the members of this clan who were imprisoned in special glass flasks. He had an idea that most likely Scorpio felt pity for those who betrayed him and left him to die. But very soon he replied that he simply remembered how some time ago he called these nonentities his brothers and sisters. Turning back to his computer, the professor replied that there was no need to try to curb his hatred. After all, the one who leads the army should not be subject to such pitiful emotions. You couldn't stop in the middle of revenge. If you swore revenge, you had to go to the very end. The professor thought so, and of course he also added that it is too late for Scorpio to stop and he must go to the bitter end. But now the most interesting thing was happening in a specially equipped room, in the center of which was Ju Chong. His face was incredibly tired due to the fact that he had just eliminated several robots at once with his bare hands. There weren't a particularly large number of them, but they felt like they were much more professional warriors than the robots he had fought with before. The fact that he could not leave this room gave him the thought that he would most likely die like this. He had already lost track of the days and also practically did not feel his limbs due to the fact that they were constantly under tension and he was fighting. But right after this fight, he suddenly heard some sound near the armored door and turned his attention there. Turned out that a scorpion entered the room, and it looked like he was having some kind of dialogue with Ju Chong. And when he came here, he immediately said that, as he had expected, Ju was holding up well and was dealing with opponents left and right. Hearing this, the man became incredibly angry as he realized his fate, and more than anything in the world now he wanted to kill this Scorpio. He screamed very loudly and even tried to get up despite the fact that he had little strength left. Scorpio tried to calm him down and explain that it is not necessary to shout since he can already be heard well. Ju Chong then called him a vile traitor and ordered him to immediately stop mocking him and finally make some decision. He even said that if he wants he can kill him right now, but sending his services one after another looks like some kind of insanity. But laughing, Scorpio said that he would not kill his brother since it still had not dawned on him how stubborn he really was. And in fact he remembered that in front of him now was a man who had spent his entire life doing first and then thinking. A robot immediately entered the room, visually no different from the others, but this time for some reason it was itself. Scorpio immediately explained that Ju Chong would now fight such robots until his death. He also said that when he attacked the base, Tim set the robot to the lowest settings, and of course Ju Chong did not understand what he meant and what kind of robots they were. Scorpio just smiled and said that he didn't need to know about it since most likely today he wouldn't even be able to last until night. Then the man began to remember that their clan destroyed the Scorpion's key center but also tried to destroy his body and then threw him off a cliff to make sure that he was dead. That is why now he was ready to destroy every single one of them, and he was grateful to fate that he had met a person who would help him do this. His brother tried to explain that everything that happened was just the result of Scorpio's actions. He also said that the fact that he killed their father and destroyed their clan was enough. Scorpio, of course, did not agree with this and shouted that this was not enough and that we would never be enough for him. Moreover, he admitted that he could not even sleep peacefully until all the hypocrites paid for what they had done with their blood. In his plans, the Hongmun clan was only at the beginning since the main family-side families must also die. Now he had the power to turn that thought into reality. He sincerely wanted everyone who was part of the Murim alliance to be eliminated just like before. After these words, Zhu Cheng's voice became calmer, and he said that Brother Scorpio underestimates the people from Murim too much. But Scorpio was ready to disagree and say that they are all being underestimated since every last one in the Murim alliance will die at his hands and will not even have time to understand who killed them. Conquering the world of Murim was just one of his many plans, and he wanted to use each of the warriors as stepping stones to greater goals. For these robots, such warriors will eventually be just food in order to get fat and fight further. Zhu has already calmed down and said that his brother has gone crazy because the people from Murim will not stand peacefully and watch you exterminate them, and one day he will be defeated. When leaving, Scorpio offered them a bet since he was sure that his words were true. Now Zhu was left here alone, and in front of him there was only one robot which he had previously eliminated several at a time. But even from the corridor he heard the voice of a scorpion that in front of him was a new robot that was slightly different from those puppets with which Zhu had fought earlier. This robot had seen and learned all his moves, and for convenience they called him a smart guy. But visually this enemy was in no way different from all those whom Zhu killed, so initially he was not particularly afraid. Well, since he understood that now the battle would not be the easiest, he still gathered his strength. A second later he was already standing in his signature pose and was preparing to start this duel. But his surprise was very high at the moment when the robot became exactly the same pose, which was technically even more perfect. He could not understand what this could mean, but the fear in his mind was already much more obvious. Moreover, the robot initially did nothing but just looked at its opponent and simply did nothing. And after a few seconds of waiting, this robot began to make its signature sounds, and it became noticeable that it was preparing for something. Every movement and posture of this robot looked like Zhu Chang was looking at himself in the mirror. A moment later this robot screeched very loudly and began to move forward. His movement speed was incredibly fast, and in a very short period of time he was right next to Zhu. He could not have expected this since the previous robots were not even half as fast as this one was. A second later a very loud scream could be heard in the corridor, which came from the room where the battle was now taking place. When Scorpio heard this he just laughed because he was glad that he had collected all the information that the puppets he had defeated had collected and put it into one robot. Even the habits and all his techniques were only in one robot, and fighting one's own shadow is a very difficult task. High in the mountains, meanwhile, a very important dialogue was taking place, and a small group of elders were thinking about what to do next, since everything indicated that they would have to make a very important decision and distribute the antidote, since this was the purpose of their meeting. The news of the death of the Grand Master of the Hongmun clan was confirmed, and this case was extraordinary, and accordingly a threat loomed over the family. The leader of the side family had a 300-year-old key, and recently their activity had increased, so they now needed to be kept an eye on. One of the elders said that he believed that everyone present had reached a unanimous conclusion, and he added that with the power granted to him along with the title of chief elder, he decides to distribute the antidote to Shin Sun Fi. For the sake of their families and the security of their future, they are obliged to protect themselves from the attacks of the enemy. Until the enemy is destroyed, he lifts the ban on the use of ki and distributes the antidote to hundreds of clans. He immediately put a stamp on the document, and this meant that the decision had now been made. Meanwhile, the action moved to the house, which was located near the quarry, and where there was a small mailbox. A courier drove up to this mailbox and hurriedly dropped 2 items into it. Just a second later he got on his moped and quickly drove off in an unknown direction. What just happened, of course, attracted the attention of the owner of this house, and he was watching what was happening all this time. This was very strange since he had not received a package in his mailbox for a long time. Moreover, if you thought about it even longer, you could understand that no one brings mail to his mountains at all. Therefore he immediately opened this box. I thought that most likely the old guys were holding a meeting. And indeed everything was so, since this package was from the Murim Alliance, and this could only mean one thing. Namely that everyone was given an antidote to the poison, and it seems that a very large number of clans received it. After thinking a little, the man said that these nerdy old men had finally decided, and apparently the situation was even worse than he could have imagined. In the letter that came with the poison, it was written that they were lifting the ban on the use of ki until the enemy was defeated. Moreover, they said that there is no need to demonstrate your strength to ordinary people and use force only as a last resort. They distributed the antidote to only hundreds of worthy clans. They also said that now the most dangerous faction is the army of robots that destroyed the Hongmun clan. The second most dangerous faction is the side families that joined the robots. Even that man could not have expected such a turn of events, since not only did they distribute 100 antidotes, but now they also branded the side families as enemies. This means that if the Murim Alliance starts fighting among themselves, the enemy will eat and not choke. Now, in his opinion, was absolutely not the time to start a war with the side families. Suddenly someone broke the man's thoughts by starting to laugh at some distance from him. These were the two guys, one of whom said that the air here is so clean that he doesn't even remember the last time he breathed it. The one who stood closer also said that although it was difficult to climb here, he also heard that an old man lived here. Dad told them that they would need to meet a stone master at this place. One of them asked if this man was a stone craftsman who at first glance was young, but seemed to be quite old in reality. Further, he added that their pope told them to ask this old man to join the side families and ordered him to be killed if he refused. But in response, the man just smiled and said that the asshole twins from Gangnam named Sang Kum and Ha Kum arrived just in time. Of course, it would be foolish to continue a very important dialogue on the street, so they moved inside. Then the man placed the guests at the table, and they began to discuss things that were planned for discussion at that moment. Originally, the stone master asked those two guys how their father was doing. One of mine replied that he was fine and in general he was now eating well and sleeping soundly, and the second added that the stone master had better worry about himself. Of course, the master of the stone did not accept these words and recommended that the guys watch what they were talking about, since despite the fact that their family had a difficult fame, their father had to teach them good manners. The dialogue continued and everything was fine until someone became too interested in what was going on at that table. Entering here, Yoon asked the stone master if he was going to go eat, and then he saw some guests. San Kum and Ha Kum immediately drew attention to this guy, and initially they realized that the man who entered this room would be interesting to them. In fact, Aaron didn't quite understand who they were, but decided to go into the room to at least say hello and get to know each other. But at that very moment someone grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him towards himself, thereby preventing him from going further. It was Su Young who with one sharp movement made the guy begin to choke, and he was no longer visible from the side of the table. The girl meanwhile explained to him that she knew these two from history from her grandfather. Besides their clan, there was another very strong family that dreamed of ruling Murim. And all the two who were now sitting at the table with the Master of Stone were precisely from this family. These are the notorious killer brothers San and Ha. Still, even after these explanations, the guy still didn't understand what they were doing here, and Sue herself was also interested in this. The two were incredibly surprised when they realized that the Stone Master was talking to them, and it seemed like would have some business with them. These two also noticed this girl, and in a matter of seconds they were able to say that it was obvious that the Stone Master had a girl from the main family. Therefore, they had to immediately explain that they do not need weaklings from the main families because they are only here to invite the Stone Master. Such words incredibly angered the girl, and she shouted that she was a member of the strongest Hong clan. Of course, the anger of two incredibly famous assassins was worse than the anger of the level-headed Sue, and it was immediately felt in the room. Yoon immediately made a decision and closed the girl's mouth, so that she would not make the situation even more tense. Moreover, in a low voice, he added that he did not think that now was the time to say things of this kind. But now that the two had calmed down, one of the brothers said that they had heard everything, and also heard the girl's words about Hongmun. One of them said that the great master of the clan died a miserable death, and the clan itself, which boasted so much of its strength, was destroyed in one night. He also added that his father almost died laughing when he found out, and after that he became confident that now their family is the strongest. And if the Stone Master joins them, this organization will only become stronger. Of course, this man needed to know the situation better, so he asked Sang-kum what they would give him if he joined them. It was here that Su-young began to panic because she understood that if he agreed now, it would lead to very bad consequences. The situation became even more tense when the Stone Master ordered those of yours to shut up immediately, since now he wanted to listen to the guests and then make some decisions. Su was very scared but tried not to show it, and at the same time she was thinking about a new plan. Just a few seconds later she turned around and began to come closer and closer to the exit of this building. And at that moment when she came closest to the guy, she told him that they should leave. Initially he did not understand why she had just told him this, since it was absolutely illogical. Su-young took his hand, and this added a little confidence to him because deep down he trusted this girl. She also added that they should get out of here quickly, since if the Stone Master betrays them and joins these two, then the two of them will be eliminated. The guy didn't even want to consider this as an option, but in fact he thought that this could become a completely realistic scenario. Then one of the brothers began his speech and said that a world was coming where people from Murim would rule over everyone. A world where they no longer need to hide their powers. They will be able to take everything around and make it part of Murim. They will be able to live with their heads held high. Rich and powerful, they will all bow to Murim. Simultaneously with this story, he began to concentrate his internal energy on the surface of the table, and some kind of entity began to appear there. He further explained that this world is their property and the rest of the people from Murim think the same. The Stone Master meanwhile listened very carefully to every word in order not to lose the essence and to be aware. After a few more seconds, one of the brothers said that their father ordered the two of them to hand over a certain object to the Stone Master. Their proposal was for a man to join them so that they could create a world where they would no longer need to hide, since it is unlikely that he wants to die a dog's death like that great master of the Hongmun clan. The application was really interesting, and the Stone Master seemed quite interested. At some point he got up from his couch and said that now he understood all the information. According to him, what the brother said just now makes sense, but initially he needs to deal with something, so they will have to wait right here. Understanding what he meant by these words, the brothers said that they would wait, and there was no problem. Yoon and Su were incredibly tense when they saw and heard that the master was going to deal with something. The speed with which he walked towards them was so slow that the two of them had time to think about a lot of things. Every step he took was incredibly important for them, and with every second the series becomes more fearful. Perhaps already at that moment he made a decision, and all that happened now was just their postponement, or rather the postponement of their fate. Yoon has already thought that now he will have to protect himself and Su-young from what will happen here very soon. He took one step forward and prepared his fist in order to focus all his internal energy into it and hit the master on the stone. The girl who stood a little behind saw that his face was tense, and you could also read in his eyes that he was nervous. Well, within a second, the Stone Master came almost close to them and prepared to say something. This man clearly saw that Yoon Aaron tensed his fist and saw that he was really ready to launch a surprise attack. But now he just looked incredibly confident and turned to those two who were now already waiting for the moment when everything would be more clear. It was clear from their eyes that they were incredibly scared. While Yoon sounded like he was in a different mood. In fact, the Stone Master asked the two what they were even going to do next. This was an incredibly strange and unexpected question upon hearing which Yoon immediately hid his fist behind his back. The situation became calmer when the master turned his head to the two guests and asked the children how they should take care of these two. Having received no answer, he asked the guy what was wrong with them and why they were so scared. She answered that there was no problem, they just thought that the man really wanted to join them, and because of this they were scared. The girl framed it in such a way that the man even laughed when he heard it and asked Sue again if she really said this in all seriousness. Very soon he explained that he had joined them earlier because no one in the main families could teach them the key draining technique. And therefore, most importantly, the families now hated the Stone Master. If it weren't for the Great Master, he would have died long ago at the hands of the other masters from the main families. And these two bastards, without knowing it, say such things sitting right in front of him. Besides that, those two guys looked too suspicious, and that's why the Stone Master didn't trust them too much. Now everything became clearer, and Su-young could calmly exhale as she realized that the danger she had been thinking about all this time had passed. Looking at the girl's face, the man noticed that he didn't think that even she would be afraid of anything, and then he turned to Yoon. Leaning over a little, he asked the guy why he didn't unclench his fist first, since he could feel the thirst for murder very well from such a distance. Immediately Aaron relaxed and caught himself thinking that all this time he had really been standing ready and was ready to strike the enemy. The man further said that working together these two can defeat any master, and there is no surprise in this. If they use their tricks, even a stone master will have difficulty with them. And besides, this is his first fight in 20 years, so he doubted it. Therefore his pre-prepared plan was that one of them would be taken care of by Yoon Aaron along with Soo Young. As soon as the children heard this, they were incredibly scared, since coping with one of them with their strength sounded like real madness. Stepping aside a little, the man said that perhaps it would be a little dangerous, but now this kind of thing will happen very often. And besides, Aaron will be able to see the results of his training. Now they just need to buy a little time. Even if they cannot attack him or defeat him, they will at least just delay him for a while. Now the master of the stone began to approach that table again and told the guy and the girl that they were starting right now. For the two brothers it looked very unnatural and strange. But despite all this, they still continued to sit in their places. While the man was approaching them, he had time to think about a lot, and it seemed to him that time had slowed down slightly. He noticed very well that Aaron immediately prepared to attack him, and at that moment he was not just threatening him. In fact, Yoon was ready to kill him at that very moment if he betrayed them, and immediately aimed at his neck. Now, after analyzing this whole situation, the Stone Master admitted that this child was much more terrible than he could have imagined him initially. But now it was necessary to move on to action, and the man was already almost close to the two brothers. One of them immediately asked why he returned, since he initially said that he would take care of those two, but they were still breathing. The man explained to them that it was really not that important, since he decided to stay with them. One of the brothers got angry and called him a stupid old man who fell for those who have no hope. This brother also added that they had already lost their clan, and then the master of the stone shouted, saying that he himself knew this and there was no need for him to repeat the same thing 100 times. Moreover, he added that he had already obtained some information, broken a couple of robots, but it is obvious that these stupid idiots will never understand this. His face was incredibly angry, and he looked forward straight at the two brothers who were staring back at him. Until a moment later, the Stone Master saw in front of him some object that was approaching him at very high speed. It turned out that these brothers were so fast that only one moment was enough to send the wooden table straight into the enemy's face. The speed of their movement was truly impressive, but what was even more interesting was that the two of them acted at the same time. But when they got close enough to the Stone Master, for some reason their faces became very surprised. The old man easily grabbed two of their fists and shouted that, when they were still wearing diapers and calling for their mother, he was already hanging around the bars. Another movement and the wooden table shattered into small chips, and the two brothers were forced to retreat a little. The situation was slightly different from what they expected, but there was still a lot of energy in their bodies. The man started shouting at them and ordering them to attack harder, since he was already bored and they should have fun. It was at this moment that one of the brothers swung his fist, which at the same time glowed with purple energy. In parallel with this action, his body began to move forward directly in the direction in which the Stone Master was located. The master swung his fist but missed his target, who was approaching him too quickly. This enemy's movement was too fast, plus, at the very last moment, he also made a dash to the side. Thanks to this jerk, he managed to grab the master of the stone by the hand so that he could no longer fight with it. Then the brother used a grip to completely immobilize this hand, and the master could not turn it anywhere. Immediately a second brother appeared on the horizon, who was already preparing to strike straight at the target. But at the very last moment, the master began to smile and shout that these two brothers were not yet ready for serious fights, since in his opinion they need another 100 years to learn how to fight normally and not use kindergarten tricks. With one movement, the master was able to free himself from this grip, and now he could calmly move and operate all his limbs. He saw that one of the opponents was still at a considerable distance. He decided that he should first take care of the second marriage. Therefore he placed emphasis on his hand, and with one blow of his foot launched a strong attack on Ha Kum, which instantly began to fly away to the side. Yoon Aaron didn't understand what was happening, but now he witnessed how their master very professionally showed them how to fight with their bare hands. Moreover, he still had enough time to tell the children that he trusted them with this guy. After the kick landed on his brother, He flew away with such speed and with such force that he broke through the concrete wall with him. All that Yoon and Soo could do now was just look in his direction and hope that he was eliminated after this. But at the place where he landed there was a very thick curtain of dust, and because of this it was difficult to see what was there. They peered there very closely but did not see anything even for a long time. Suddenly some kind of energy began to spread in different directions, and it looked much more impressive than Yoon Aaron had ever seen in his life. If you look even closer you could see one of the brothers whose face looked very angry. Of course Yoon Aaron and Soo Young will be scared in different ways by seeing this, but they both had the emotion of fear. Never before had they fought such a strong opponent or even witnessed such a battle. The second brother meanwhile was moving very quickly and preparing to strike and continue the battle with the Stone Master. The only one who was completely confident in his abilities and was not subject to any negative emotions was the Master of the Stone himself. But of course all this time the battle did not stop, and while one of the brothers was trying to hit the Master of the Stone, he continued to talk. He said that now that the Grand Master is dead, they will be able to destroy all the main families and no one will stop them. The Master of the Stone did not understand this, and most of all he could not understand why they would start a war against their own people. But now he realized that their father and their family as a whole had gone completely crazy. At some point their dialogue stopped due to the fact that Kum himself jumped very high and prepared for a 10 blow with his foot. At the same time he moved so fast that a real storm even began to appear around his body. But still the man reflected this, and then the guy said that he was too old and even uses his ki to hide his real age. He could not agree and said that he was already too old and had been a recluse for too long, but the young guy could not even imagine how terrible he could become if he tried. In an attempt to charm his opponent, Sang Kum used a snake art technique, namely the octagonal strike, and in order to use this he needed a large amount of ki. The man was also prepared for this and used the rock breaker technique in order to use it as a counter to the enemy's technique. Thanks to this technique, a large number of stones, which had recently been the roof, began to fall down. All these stones fell on the snakes that San Kum had just summoned, and almost all of them were eliminated under this rain. But still some of them were able to touch his body and even pierce him with the help of internal energy. It didn't take long for the man to summon several stones from the ground and thereby destroy these purple changes. The situation became more and more complicated with every second, and it was not clear who had the advantage in the battle. While they stopped, the Stone Master said that if he was at the peak of his powers, he could repel all attacks and smash San Kum's face into the stones. Then the young brother became even more angry and shouted that next time he would not miss, and the old man could already consider that he was a real corpse. Realizing what kind of blow was about to be made, the man looked back in order to understand what the current situation was with his allies. And there the situation now was not very good, since Ha Kum hit the ground with his fist, which meant that he would use some kind of technique. His face was as focused as possible and he concentrated on getting the technique right the first time. Yoon and Soo now could only watch because the distance between the enemy and them was too great. Within a second their opponent's eyes glowed a bright purple color, and he looked at them with focus, and this gaze did not lead anywhere. And then behind him a giant purple snake appeared, which ominously looked at its target and instilled fear in the guy and girl. But Soo Young only had one ace up his sleeve and decided to use it right away. She grabbed her ally by the collar and jumping back strongly shouted that if only her grandfather were alive they would all be dead by now. Left on Earth, Ha Kum thought that everyone in the main family was cowards and they all always hid their ki and lived in fear like a bunch of idiots. Now he wanted to eliminate the last representative of this clan, so he quickly pushed off from the ground and began to move towards them. He managed to do this quickly enough because after a few seconds the girl and Yoon were already standing in the block, since the attack in their direction was quite unexpected. The enemy meanwhile shouted that they were using the full potential of their internal energy, and therefore they were stronger than those who hide their true power. At the same time, repelling all these attacks, the girl shouted that he was talking some kind of nonsense and these words made no sense. For some reason Yoon Aaron thought that now was the perfect moment for him to get into their fight, and shouting very loudly he began to run up to the enemy. The girl even managed to warn him that this was not necessary, but it was already too late. When the guy dealt this blow it came straight through the void and almost disappeared somewhere. Within a moment he appeared behind Yoon Aaron and struck him on that same back with his foot. Soo Young was very scared because of this and shouted towards the guy, afraid that this blow could kill him. But very quickly she resorted to an action that was immediately noticed by their enemy. He turned his head towards the source of the sound. He saw a girl who pushed away from her place and using her energy tried to strike. But all this happened so slowly that Ha-Kum only put his foot in the direction of its trajectory in order to stop this attack. Because of this, there was a contact of two energies right in the air which looked quite bright. It turned out that without much effort this guy was able to repel a rather unexpected and incredibly powerful attack. Yoon, who by that time had already tried to get up from the floor, looked at the girl who had just absorbed a very large amount of ki into her body. He was scared to look at it because it flew a long distance and merged into a concrete wall. Her stance was incredibly persistent, but still the situation that was now built was not particularly positive. The guy looked in that direction and understood that something needed to be done since now he was alone against this enemy. The Stone Master was also looking in that direction, and in fact he originally did not expect Su-Yung and Yoon to do so poorly. It seemed that he did not even initially notice how his opponent's attack crawled quite close to him and took him by surprise. At the same time, the young blue-haired guy ordered the man not to be distracted from their fight and look at him. Two more snakes immediately appeared, moved towards the enemy, and prepared to bite him, paralyzing him forever. But it turned out that the master of the stone was ready for this, and having made the fish below, he told this guy that he was never distracted from the battle. San-Kum tried to stop this grandfather and struck him, but at the very last moment he managed to dodge. Thanks to another jerk, he found himself behind his opponent and grabbed his arm, demonstrating that he was now in a more advantageous position. Now the situation was truly deplorable for these two, and they were already actively thinking about how to get out of it. This danger was felt very well by Ha-Kum, who, although he was at a distance, still felt very well that his brother was now in danger. Turning his body in that direction, he told his brother that what was happening now was incredibly dangerous. But in fact, the danger was a short distance away from him, and it was emitting incredibly bright blue energy. It was Yoon Aaron whose voice was trembling, but from his movements it was clear that he was quite serious. Initially, Ha-Kum couldn't really believe his eyes, since he considered this guy a weak opponent who could be dealt with very quickly. But now in front of him he saw, albeit a young guy, but one who radiates a large amount of energy and internal ki. Although its movement was as predictable and slow as possible, it was still worth fearing. When the guy ran close enough to the enemy, he lunged back so that Yun's fist would not reach him. And then he jumped up, and thanks to this he was above Aaron and right near his blind spot. Another moment and this guy's fist hit right on the back of Yun's head, who didn't even see that there was an enemy in that area. But after another 1 second, it turned out that at the very last moment Yoon Aaron rolled back and thereby increased the distance and did not receive any damage. The attacker could not believe it, since again he considered this enemy to be weak and certainly not someone who could evade like that at the very last moment. And what was even stranger was that it increases the distance. He was still standing and radiating that energy. For Ha-Kum it was necessary to come up with something now, but there was no time for this since the enemy began to develop a new attack. His movement was quite rapid, and of course it was simultaneously accompanied by the emission of energy. When he got close enough, the guy asked Yoon who he was, since he had never been seen before. At the same time, reflecting the electric attacks, Ha-Kum also said that that guy's ki is very dense, and it is at the level of a master, but he doesn't know how to use it properly and is stupid and strange. Immediately after he explained all this, he just put his hand forward. He was able to catch Yoon Aaron's fist, which was trying to deliver a close attack in this way. And now when he literally grabbed Yoon Aaron by the hand, he felt power and understood that he was in great pain, and in fact he was weak. Therefore he admitted that he would finish him off quickly and take care of the Stone Master, since it would be much better if he and his brother fought together. Meanwhile, the pain stopped getting stronger and the guy continued to think that he wouldn't be able to stand it. Ha-Kum raised his hand and prepared to strike the final blow, after which Yun's short life would be over. This moment turned out to be incredibly slow for the guy, despite the fact that everything was actually happening very quickly. But at the very last moment someone flew into Ha-Kum at a very high speed. Because of this blow I was finished as it was originally planned. The speed at which this object moved through space was simply unimaginable, and it was also impossible to compare it with anything. It turned out that someone sent Kumes-san's body with great force and hit the second brother directly. At the same time, the Stone Master moved closer to Yoon, who had already said goodbye to his life several times by that time. He asked if the guy was okay, and from his look it was clear that his injuries were not particularly serious. But in fact he was more worried about Su-Yung, and tried to explain to the man that he does not know what state she is in now. This was a problem, and the man began to think about how he could now find out what condition Su-Yung was in. For this reason, after a few seconds, he used his technique, and in front he began to see someone's energy that was being knocked out from under the stones. If you look ahead you could see a huge warehouse made of large boulders through the cracks in which that energy was escaping. In a confident voice the stone master said that the girl was fine and she had not received any serious injuries. Aaron immediately asked how he found out about this and he replied that he just knew it and there was no need to know more, since the situation now was that they should have dealt with those two before talking about Su Yung. Having flown a very long distance, the two brothers stood up to their full height, and now they were wearing only shorts since the light t-shirts burned due to friction with the air. Their bodies began to completely glow purple, and they told their opponents that Igor had enough now and they were both going to die, since now they have come to an agreement that they do not need such scum and weak wars. Purple snakes began to appear right above their bodies, and together they merged into one single thing. Meanwhile, the Stone Master said that he guessed that this would happen sooner or later, but did not think that in reality it would look so impressive. He explained to Yoon that a two-headed snake has no weak points, so now he will have to make sure that a man controls Aaron. After another second he said that his old girlfriend used this skill and in fact she was very rude in the past. The two-headed snake began its movement and very quickly began to approach Aaron and the master. The amount of energy that was in this snake was simply prohibitive and it was trying to crash into the guy who was the target due to the large amount of ki. The man meanwhile said that he had been dating that girl for some time and thanks to this he was able to learn an interesting skill. San Kum and Ha Kum moved faster than lightning along with two-headed snakes, and the amount of energy in their bodies was enough to deliver an incredibly powerful blow. The man got ready and told the guy to get ready too, since the attack would happen in a second. And indeed, after just one moment the guy noticed that a very powerful explosion had occurred. But if you keep your eyes open you could see that this explosion could actually be much more powerful. The master of the stone was pleased with what had just happened, since this was precisely his main plan. But San Kum was not very happy with this turn of events and obviously did not expect this to happen. Ha Kum had a similar emotion and now he could not think about anything at all. Yoon Aaron, despite the fact that he was in shock, he still did everything that his body told him and the technique of the Stone Master suggested. From the outside it looked really beautiful, since it was very difficult to imagine such a precise block. After another moment the two-headed snake crumbled and turned into only energy fragments that scattered throughout the area for many hundreds of meters. After they managed to repel this attack, the man said that the technique he uses allows him to control the ki of other people. For example, he can choose between merging with someone else's energy and using it as his own, or forcefully forcing someone to use his ki. All you had to do this was use a technique that people mostly called the wooden puppet technique. At this moment, absolutely all the energy that was in the test subject's body came under his control. And despite the fact that Yoon Aaron himself would never be able to manage this energy well thanks to his assistant, he did it quite well. Compared to these opponents, the guy could do nothing, since he had neither the skills nor knowledge of resisting ki control. So he should have been glad that these two were his first opponents. Suddenly the Stone Master noticed ahead that danger was approaching him, and accordingly some decisions had to be made. Since two warriors were approaching them at very high speed and tried to strike with their feet. At the same time I dodged. The man said that these are the masters of the side family and they will mercilessly attack all the weak points, and that is why their movements are so predictable. But all of them are very difficult to evade due to their high speed and their extensive experience in combat. At one point the guy was very scared because he saw that one of the brothers was preparing an attack and the man was inactive. But then he witnessed how the Stone Master moved the center of gravity of his body back, thereby dodging this attack. And at the same time he recommended that the guy stop resisting his control and leave all movements to him, simply relaxing. Immediately after they dodged these blows, it was necessary to launch some kind of counterattack. Accordingly they moved behind their enemies, who only hit the ground with their fists. And now when they were behind they grabbed them from the back and the brothers could not move anywhere. When one of them turned back he saw the Stone Master there and literally felt his grin, which could only mean one thing. He felt that he was in control of this situation, and after his grin he threw his opponents to the bend. This blow was not particularly effective, but it allowed her to increase the distance, and for Aaron it was a chance to regain her strength. When those two guys landed on the ground, within a few seconds they were ready to attack again. But the team of the Stone Master and his puppet was also ready and expected some action from their rivals. Well, the rivals meanwhile simply stood and waited for some steps to which they would be able to come up with counteraction. It's just that, in a few seconds they bought enough energy to carry out the offensive. Yoon Aaron was scared when he saw this, because this time their movement was more unpredictable due to the fact that they were not moving in a straight line. But the master calmed him down and said that it shouldn't be too difficult for him, since in fact what will happen in the end is very predictable. The very last moment they noticed how there were two silhouettes in the sky that glowed purple and were quickly approaching. The master of the stone knew what to do in this situation and just watched, waiting for the moment when the target itself was approaching him. Literally a moment later there was some kind of flash that could surprise even these two guys. It turns out that the stone master together with Yoon Aaron struck with their palms and thereby spread a large amount of energy directly through the bodies of the enemies. The kinetic energy that was transferred into the Gemini's body was so great that they began to fly away in the opposite direction at an impressive speed. While still in the air, Ha-Cum noticed that his brother had received much more significant damage than himself. They landed at a fairly large distance from the stone master, and Yoon even thought that perhaps the enemies had been eliminated. In fact, this was not the case, and although the brothers suffered significant damage, they still had enough vitality to stand on their feet. The stone master and Yoon were linked by technique and were waiting for the moment when their opponents would finally launch their attack. And the amount of energy they saw in a second could impress even the most experienced warrior. One of the brothers began to shout that now he understood everything and set for himself the meaning of existence. And at the moment it was that he just wanted to eliminate these two as quickly as possible. But his second brother tried to stop him because before that their father warned that it was too early to use this technique. The master of the stone meanwhile explained to the young guy that they had finally taken the matter seriously and it would be very dangerous here now. These two are specially trained killers who have promised to kill masters all their lives. And the technology they are going to use was created specifically to kill them without leaving a trace. But in parallel with all these terrible words, the master of the stone tried to calm the guy down and said that he cannot use such a huge amount of ki as he has, and they also cannot transfer it to someone else, but they can do something similar. Initially, he took Yoon Aaron's body into his own hands and began to use a technique that he had almost forgotten about long ago. This technique was used very rarely, but in this situation it would show its maximum effectiveness. Meanwhile, the movements of the master's hands were mirrored and were directly reflected on the body of the young guy. Within a second, his entire body was permeated with energy flows that touched his body at different points. Now the energy that Sang-Kum had, although it looked impressive and was larger, the ki from Yun's body also showed itself. The guy was scared and listened to the words of the master that the main branch had never used this technique because it was contrary to their rules and laws. This technique was created by the side family as it is inhumane and unpredictable, and this hinted to the guy that he needed to prepare right now. In fact, the energy that was currently around his body was quite unstable, and for this reason the strength gained very quickly. The man explained that the technology is simple and the guy needs to destroy all obstacles in his path no matter what the cost. This is the side branch path. You need to take care of the problem today in order to have peace of mind tomorrow. Everything around now made no sense. The flow of energy that was caused by the twin meanwhile turned into a snake that was already rushing towards Yoon Aaron at full speed. Moreover, this flow was directed, and because of this all the energy was focused at approximately one point. But the counteraction that the guy used was even more focused, and the power per square centimeter was hundreds of times greater. Ha-Cum could not believe his eyes because from afar he saw Ki, who posed a very great danger to the two of them. And indeed, in addition to the fact that this energy spread incredibly quickly, its area was also larger than the purple snake. They rushed towards each other, but it was not yet clear in advance who would win and whose energy would be more powerful. The fateful moment came when this directed energy of Aaron reached the serpent. It was then that an incredibly powerful explosion occurred which began to spread in different directions since there was no place for the energy to go. Several streams immediately pierced the body of the caster, who had just summoned a purple snake of enormous size. The guy in turn looked as focused as possible and only watched the target, which was hit. That brother instantly lost a very large amount of strength, and because of this he began to fall and his twin brother caught him. At the same time, stepping aside, the one who did not receive any damage in the last round said that they underestimated the enemy and would kill them after some time. A moment and they disappeared somewhere, leaving no trace behind. Looking towards the place where they were, the master of the stone advised them to learn good manners next time before coming. He then redirected his gaze towards Yoon Aaron, who sat down on the ground and practically lost all his strength and almost lost consciousness. He picked him up and said that it was a good job, even though technically Aaron only won thanks to the huge ki inside him. At the same time, the man thought that this explosion just now looked unique. It wasn't just a shot of energy but more like a bloody volley. But now the man had other problems to take care of, and for this reason he stopped thinking about energy. About you some distance away he stopped near a pile of stones and freed Su Yung's body from under the rubble. Then he put them next to each other and I checked the pulse and all other indicators. I realized that she and the guy were alive. Further actions moved again to a secret laboratory that was hidden from the eyes of prying eyes and where the training was now taking place. Scorpio stood in the middle of the training hall with his new prosthetic waiting for something to happen. Just 1 second after he stood in the center, some hatches appeared from underground from which mannequins began to climb out. It took them a very short amount of time to fully crawl to the surface and stand there looking at Scorpio. Someone in turn took a fighting pose as if showing all his opponents that he was ready for a fight. Immediately all these robots disappeared somewhere and began to move in space so that Scorpio did not notice it. It turned out that they attacked him and surrounded him on all sides, not giving him any chance to move. Scorpio didn't resist this at all and simply stood still while all these robots surrounded him. The situation was under control, and this could be understood from the look of the guy who instilled faith in himself. All he had to do in this situation was to stick his arm out a little, or rather its prosthetic arm forward. I squeezed this limb a little. A large amount of energy began to be released in a variety of directions, and this was to defend myself. A huge whirlwind appeared in this room and began to spin and thereby cause significant damage to enemies. And after this brat calmed down, a very large wave of dust and smoke arose and Scorpio stood in the middle of it. At some point, the professor's voice was heard from the side asking the man how he liked his new hand. He didn't quite expect guests, so he was initially scared, and then he simply looked at this professor with a calmer gaze. Scorpio explained that this limb was simply amazing and it was much better than the real arm he had before. A second later, the professor said that robotics is the future of all humanity, and thanks to the sacrifice of the people from Murim, they will go beyond the boundaries of their species and move to a new level. While talking about this, the professor was holding another robotic arm in his hands, which he now threw to the floor. Then he told Scorpio to return to work since they had little time and the task needed to be completed. The man accepted the order and now remained standing in this training hall surrounded by eliminated robots. With a kick of his foot, he threw away the prosthesis that was lying on the floor, but there were no particular reasons for this. Looking at the exit, he said to himself in a quiet voice that he didn't care about these stupid robots and he just wanted to eliminate them all, and so that everyone remaining in Murim would die. While Scorpio was thinking about this, another group of robots began to appear directly from under the earth. But now these were no longer the robots he had seen before but other models. And when they all appeared here, it made the Scorpion smile. It turned out that unique robots were made from all the members of the liquidated clan, and now they were in the training room along with the Scorpion. And the look was absolute, and it was clear that their consciousness was completely enslaved. Coming closer to one of them, Scorpio said that he was waiting for the moment when he would finally unite with his brothers. And now they can kill all the remaining Murim members together. According to his plan, after all this, there should have been only one left alive, and it had to be him. Scorpio truly sincerely wanted him to be the only ruler of the entire world under heaven who would remain the last master on the planet. And now he had a lot of opportunities to achieve these goals, since he now also had a small army of masters at his disposal. Realizing all this, he laughed very loudly because he was pleased with himself, and in his head he was incredibly close to completing the task he had set for himself. When the battle was over, the group now had time to think about further actions. Yoon Aaron was the last one to wake up and immediately felt that something was wrong with his body. Looking around immediately after waking up, he saw in front of him the master of the stone, who asked him if he had woken up. In a sleepy voice, he asked what happened here and tried to get up. Immediately the stone master began to run up to him and order him not to rock the rocks and to lie down as he had originally laid down. Yoon didn't quite understand what was happening, but what was obvious at that moment was that he really couldn't move. Then he felt the gentle touch of Su Yung, who came up behind him and asked if he was okay. The guy immediately felt a little better, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled like a real fool. And a few seconds later, he answered her that his body did not listen to him. In parallel with these words, the girl raised half of his body to a vertical position. Rocksmith began to explain that Ki-yoon was poisoned. He used too much of the Great Master's energy within him to defeat the twins. Now the guy felt as if his body had turned into a log, and because of this he could not move at all. The man once again ordered him not to move because if he tried to move too much he might die because of it. Hearing this was incredibly scary since just a second ago Yoon Aaron on the contrary tried to somehow move using the strength that still remained in his body. Then Rock Smith asked the two if they remembered his face when they came to him and stated that the Great Master's key was inside Yoon. The guy remembers this face very well and told the teacher that he doesn't know how the girl is, but he remembered that moment for a long time. In order to more accurately present this information, his face became more angry, and he tried to parody the emotions that Rock Smith had. Having slightly distorted his voice, the guy began to scream and say that the man was trying to show how upset he was. Initially, Rock Smith watched all this with a strange expression on his face because he did not expect the guy to show his emotions like this. After a short pause, he said that it was so, and then he was very angry. And then he explained that the reason he was upset was because at the moment he knew that the young guy's life was at stake. Yoon Aaron and the girl heard this information for the first time, and now they were surprised since the situation seemed much easier to them. The man had to explain that Murima people train their bodies and temper their spirit in order to increase their potential in containing ki more strongly. They also got used to surrounding their body with energy like liquid so that their bodies became balanced. And when an ordinary person tries to cope with such energy, it is like trying to pass power through a narrow pipe. Right now, Yoon Aaron's body contained the chi, one of the best great masters. There might only be 3 people with such ancient energy sets in their bodies. If you come up with a comparison to describe the situation, the energy inside Su Yung is like a mug of coffee. But the ki that was now inside the young guy looked like magma that was somehow poured into a ball. His energy could accidentally go out of control and kill him. The Great Master's ki is not meant to be in such a body. This is what the inhabitants of Murim are afraid of. And of course this most likely indicates that the Great Master had his own reasons for doing what he did in the end. Rock Smith said that it was not only the Grand Master who did this. After all, he himself used the branches of art to preserve so much ki, so that's why he became like this. When the girl heard these words, she suddenly became very angry, since it seemed that the information she had mastered was more than Aaron. Standing up to her full height, Sue asked the man if he was joking when he said that he had just used the branches of art on Aaron. Keeping his face serious, the man replied that the girl could not see it, but then it was a matter of life and death. Meanwhile, Aaron, who had fallen because he now had no support, asked the man if he wanted to say that it was his fault that he became paralyzed. He replied that, in fact, technically one could say so, and Yoon is right. The young guy still had a question that he wanted to ask because so far all this seemed illogical to him. Namely, he was wondering why it was impossible to use ki Rock Smith. But he quickly replied that he had not yet taken the antidote, and in that case he would have died like a great master. Sue didn't like this phrase either, but the man explained that he had to say that the reason for her grandfather's death was that he followed orders too carefully. Those elder son bastards forced them to drink a potion that would kill them in an hour if they used the energy. And he drank and did it. When a master of this rank drinks, everyone will follow his example. Because everyone did the same thing, they all became suicidal maniacs. Now the topic of conversation needed to be somehow transferred to another place, so the man said that it looked like it was time for them to move out. It was not entirely clear what he meant when he said this, since they had not discussed any plan before. But Rock Smith very clearly asked the guy to admire this place, since initially he was hiding here so as not to be found because these were wild mountains. But now, when everything was destroyed here after the battle, all they could do was go to visit his student. Of the 2 young people, only Su Yung approximately understood who he meant when he said this. With irritation in his voice, the man admitted that his disciple was the disciple of the great masters. Of all 7 of Hung Moon's disciples, she was the last, and this man often called her a damn fox. Now it was actually a very successful and good time for her, and she was just performing at a concert. The atmosphere at this concert was as positive as possible, and the music was also quite nice. Before starting to sing, it was necessary to wait for another short break for which this girl was preparing. And before she started singing, her backup dancers started the countdown, and then this song was supposed to start. Even though this song was quite sweet and the music was calm, the lyrics were very intense. Basically, it was about critical hits whose cute slaves need to be eaten in order not to create problems. People listened to this song and really liked it a lot, and because they were fascinated by the beauty of this girl, they didn't even listen to the words. Even those people who watched the concert from outside the concert hall were still under the influence and did not notice that this song was actually about murder. Despite the fact that they obviously had some plans and were going somewhere now, they just stopped and looked at the screen like zombies. Suddenly Yun's face appeared in front of their faces, and of course this could scare a lot of people. They were no exception and got scared because this guy levitated in front of their foxes and didn't say any words. Only after a few seconds he smiled and asked for forgiveness for somehow scaring them. It turned out that Aaron at that time was in the hands of Rocksmith, who at that moment was just carrying him across the road. They walked a little further and stopped and began to look at the screen through which the students' concert was being broadcast. Soo-young noticed that her sister has become very prettier and looks good now. But Aaron was not destined to look in that direction because of her paralysis. The man did not particularly like these words of the girl, and he said that this was all Key's manipulations. Since in fact this fox is very old and he shouldn't have taught it how to drain Key. The guy had never heard this phrase before, and so he became incredibly interested. The man meanwhile moved him to a vertical position and asked the guy if he had ever heard of this technique. He answered him that such a technique exists in almost all games. Drain someone else's Key in order to replenish your own. The man agreed that this was true and added that in fact he is a pro at this, and for this reason he looks so young. And this fox became his student mainly to learn the technique of draining Key. There was a short pause during which Aaron closely watched the concert that was taking place on the very large screen. And after this pause he said that she now looks pretty cute despite all this. Then the man once again became more angry and once again repeated that she looks like this only because of Key's manipulation. Even Soo-young looked at Aaron in surprise, since it seemed that she did not expect such a phrase from him. Now that the man had become calmer, he said that they needed to find her and ask her to give them food and housing. To do this, it was necessary to first understand where to go, but Rocksmith answered the two that they needed to move to where the concert was currently taking place. In the place where the concert was now taking place, it was very noisy, and there were a very large number of people in the hall. They were all very happy and shouted because the one who performed the song looked simply stunning. This girl was extremely popular for a famous singer and had a very large fan base in her arsenal. After a short period of time, the performance was over and the girl, along with her manager and her backup singer, began to go out into the corridor. While here the manager told her that they had done a very good job, but besides this he also had other information that also needed to be conveyed. He told Heiji, that was the girl's name, that they had 2 more events planned for the near future. Wiping off sweat after this performance, the girl said that she understood everything and remembers that these events should happen very soon. Let me remind you of this. The manager also added that he had information that someone was waiting for the girl, and besides this he said that he was an old friend. The girl of course did not understand who he meant when he said that, and she did not understand which of his friends suddenly decided to visit her. But at that moment, when she glanced at the crowd of guards that had accumulated at the end of the corridor, she was very surprised. All because behind these guards stood her longtime teacher, who waved his hand to greet her. But the girl reacted to this in her own way and made a small jerk to the side and hid around the corner. Being in such a peculiar shelter, she thought that the problem seemed to be over, but for some reason the teacher still did not stop screaming. A second later he looked out from around this corner and asked the girl why she was hiding. They all needed to talk, so they moved to a special room where negotiations were held. For Heiji, what she saw in front of her now looked a little strange, mainly because of Aaron. She began the dialogue by saying that she did not expect the old people to visit, and immediately getting to the point she asked why they came and added that she hoped that the purpose of their visit was not money. The dialogue lasted only a few seconds and Rocksmith was already angry and ordered the girl to watch her language since she was still his student. The girl did not agree with this and said that if he was her teacher, then let him teach her good manners if he succeeds. Now the situation looked tense and the two of them stood up from the table and looked at each other in full combat readiness. The girl stood up to her full height and smilingly looked at the man who was now infuriating her incredibly. Then she took a few steps forward and in this way showed him that he was not a problem for her at all. Soo-young meanwhile continued to sit in her place, and even from such a distance she felt how much tension there was between these two people. Suddenly Heiji turned to Sue and told her that by the way she should have greeted her like an older sister. A little unaware of the situation at first glance, Sue said in a trembling voice that she was glad to see her, and it sounded a little unnatural. Of course this phrase did not go unnoticed, and Aaron noticed that he had never seen Soo-young in such a state before. While he was thinking about this, someone suddenly began to poke his finger on his back, and he could not even turn his head to see who was doing it. It turned out that it was Heiji, who poked the guy from different sides with her index finger, asked what was wrong with him, and quickly realized that most likely his key was poisoned, which was a rare case. All this went on, and she constantly poked him without receiving any reaction from Yoon himself. To say that it was strange from the outside is to say nothing. Moreover, what added to the unusualness of this was that Aaron did not say anything, mainly out of fear of this girl. At the very end, she poked him on the shoulder and, smiling and looking into his eyes, said that his key was poisoned. After such a peculiar examination, she turned to Rocksmith and said that this young guy's body was different from their bodies. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Soo-young, who with an irritated face asked her to stop doing this. Of course, this gave the girl some unique thoughts, and she said that it was now obvious to her that Soo-young was showing interest in the guy. For her, this became only a challenge, and she continued to point her finger at Aaron, who could not move at all. A few seconds later, Sue had already stood up from the table and stood up to her full height, ordering the girl to immediately stop. But it seems that she wasn't even going to stop, but only sarcastically said that it was very cute and she had never seen Soo-young like this before. Because of this, and specifically because all these actions caused some kind of reaction, she continued to touch Yoon and do it closer and closer to his neck. A second later, she jumped on the guy and began to swing on him, hanging her hands on his neck, while Soo-young screamed for her to stop immediately. But it seems that Hae-ji didn't even intend to do this, since she really liked the fact that her actions were now really pissing off someone. But suddenly she heard the voice of Rocksmith from the side, who ordered her to stop having fun now and sit down at the table. But looking at him in response, she said that she did not want to and therefore was not going to do it now. Immediately the man's face became more serious, and he explained to her that as her teacher he ordered her to stop immediately. "I continue to sway on Aaron's body," she said with a smile on her face, that man is not a teacher since what happened is past. In addition to this, she also said that so much time has passed that she has probably even become stronger than Rocksmith himself. For her, this phrase was like a challenge, and as soon as she finished it, with just one movement of her hand, she sent Yun's immobilized and paralyzed body to the side. Now Rocksmith looked at her as he looked at those two opponents whom he and Yoon had eliminated not so long ago. But the girl only smiled in response and constantly repeated that the man was her dear slave. Now she began to quickly move around the room and continue singing the song that she had just performed on stage. The moment she started throwing punches, the man effortlessly dodged them a lot without even changing the position of his legs. After some time, when the girl had already dealt about 24 blows, the man realized that now was his time to counterattack. The girl dodged this, but then attacked even faster, and Rocksmith was able to block this attack with his foot like all the attacks before. Being in this position, he could levitate, since now the entire load from his body went to his hands, which placed emphasis on the girl's leg. Indeed, he was very close before the girl dealt a very painful and critical blow to him. And of course the man could not help but say this out loud, and Hae-ji in response with an incredibly confident face asked if he was confident in his superiority. Another moment and she brings her leg a little and thereby ends with an incredibly insidious blow. All this makes Rocksmith jump a long distance to the side in order to catch his breath. Taking a position that was most comfortable for him, he asked the girl how long ago she mixed martial arts with her choreography. She replied that it happened naturally and he shouldn't think about it. Now the man was not in an advantageous position, but he understood that all the same right now he should discuss important matters with this girl. But fortunately, he no longer had to endure these humiliations, and Hae-ji herself asked him why they had come here together with Yoon Aaron. Now Rocksmith's voice became more confident for obvious reasons, and he replied that she probably already knew the reason why they had arrived. In order to explain this more clearly, he winked at her, and the girl immediately took out a small bottle with an unknown liquid. Then she asked what this even meant, since she actually received this package, but they did not understand what it would give her. Such a phrase irritated the man, and of course he was not ready to tolerate it. He felt even worse when the girl added that she no longer considered herself part of Murim. After the masters forced her to drink the poison, most people simply left and tried to blend in with the crowd. And now Rocksmith comes here and declares that she must return to Murim and fight his enemies, which means directly risking her life. In fact, this was exactly why the man came here, but it is obvious that such a formulation was not the most beneficial for him, but it was not he himself who voiced it. Then the girl took the dialogue into her own hands and with a dissatisfied face replied that this was no longer her problem. Therefore, it is better for a man not to stop here every time he needs something. In parallel with these words, she grabbed her small purse which was standing on a table nearby and approached the exit from the room. In the end, she also stated that she was no longer a resident of Murim and believed that Murim no longer even had hope. After that, she turned around and was about to open the door and leave, but suddenly the man stopped her. He stopped her with a question asking what would happen if he said that the Great Master's key were alive and still safe. And indeed, this was exactly the proposal that could stop the girl and make her think for at least a few seconds. In a quiet voice, she expressed her opinion that according to her information, the Great Master had recently been eliminated. Now, when the man realized that he had pressed the right button, he said that everyone knows that the 500-year-old key which had been preserved for generations suddenly disappeared. The answer was that it was all connected with the child who was now standing near the table with a completely paralyzed body. Rock Smith explained that the truth is that all of the Great Master's key is now right inside this guy. Of course, it was incredibly difficult to believe in this, so Heiji asked the man if he was definitely not an idiot, since only a madman would give 500-year-old key to an ordinary person. After thinking a little, Rock Smith got a little angry and then asked the girl how she would then explain differently the key poisoning which she herself discovered a few seconds ago. And indeed, all these words made sense and made Heiji doubt the answer that she had voiced not so long ago. After walking a few steps and getting closer to Yun's body, she touched it with her fingers a few more times, and it looks like this was an additional scan. During this action, Su-young no longer said anything as she realized that her actions would directly affect the decision of this important character. A few seconds later, Rock Smith came closer to his longtime student in order to explain to her in a whisper that only they and Su-young knew that key still existed. The two of them began to laugh and giggle and say that in this case it changes a lot and influences a lot. But Su-young, who at that time was watching what was happening from the side and heard everything, still did not understand why they were laughing. The situation became even worse when Heiji extended her hand forward right in front of Su's face. There were keys in this hand, and the girl explained that these were the keys to her residence. With a smile on her face, she continued further and said that this residence is located behind studio number 1309 and they should rest there. Her plan was that she needed to run through the rest of the meetings and then she would be there in no time. Everything happened so abruptly that Su-young only had time to agree and say goodbye to Heiji, who was just leaving through that very door. Now the situation was such that Rock Smith smiled and was pleased with the result of the negotiations that had just taken place. But the most central action meanwhile moved to the place where the real massacre was now taking place. And this battle took place between several experienced and very strong warriors. The scene was a local meat processing plant, and the main battle took place in the section where carcasses were soaked in salt. And this battle was quite unbalanced in terms of the number of participants. Most of the fighters were locals who used butcher's cleavers to fight, and at some point they put them all forward and prepared to go forward. Well, then something happened that prevented them all from making an attack, since all their blades were destroyed, and now it was no longer possible to kill anyone with them. It turned out that here these butchers fought not only with robots but also with more advanced versions of these same marionettes, and they without much effort were able to repel all attacks and even destroy the weapons with which they had just been tried to eliminate them. Among all these butchers, there was also a commander who by that time had ceased to understand what was happening. When many of his assistants were eliminated, he stopped and heard footsteps that were approaching every second. Pointing his cleaver in their direction, he asked what was going on here and why the Hung Moon clan betrayed them and what they even wanted. Well, then Scorpio appeared in this room laughing because he understood that the task was almost completed. When he saw the Scorpion, the commander felt a little calmer, and he asked him how he even dared to betray Murim and attack them. Coming closer to his puppet, Scorpio only said that he was tracking down the commander with these puppets, and now his goal was achieved. The butcher somehow began to use the technique, and many butcher cleavers that were lying on the floor began to rise into the air. Scorpio did not understand how this was happening, since until that moment he thought that they could not use ki because of the poison that they had once dropped. And from this face, the commander understood very well that the enemy was nervous, and this of course added to his confidence in his actions. A second later, he aimed all these knives directly at the target, and they flew at high speed. The number of knives was so large that all of them would easily be enough to eliminate absolutely every puppet. But the strange thing was that for some reason the puppets did not dodge, but at some second they simply jumped up. Another moment later, the movement of these puppets caused each knife to be sawed in half or fly away at speed. Puppet Ju Chong, by that time, he came close to the commander and grabbed him by the neck with his hand. In his own voice, he said that the target had been captured, and meanwhile, the commander was trying to free himself holding the enemy's hand. But the scorpion approaching this robot said that as he thought all these puppets would listen only to him. In addition, Scorpio also admitted that he would take a lot of lessons from this fight, and he also had one question. Namely, before the start of this battle, he did not know that the Murim fighters still had the ability to use their ki. When he took a better look at everything that was in the commander's pockets, he saw a small bottle, and then he answered an interesting question. Looking at this vial, he concluded that apparently the elders decided to distribute the antidote to everyone. It was very difficult for the commander to breathe, but in order to save his skin, he had to say that Scorpio was right and his guess was absolutely correct. At the same time, throwing the bottle on the floor, Scorpio also added that as he understood these old people finally moved because they were scared. But now the scorpion had no reason to leave its targets alive, and it struck its prosthetic directly at the target. The damage he received was incredible due to the fact that there was no chance of evading it. His body fell to the ground after Ju Chong loosened his grip, and his body overall became more relaxed. But still the commander was alive and listened to the words of the scorpion that their team was doing very well with knives from now on. Laughing, Scorpio also said that now the commander can look at all his friends and understand that soon he too will become such a pawn. But the strength in this man's body was too insufficient, and he slowly began to fall to the ground completely. Until a few seconds later he completely fell to the ground and passed out. The scorpion had one more thing to do, and so he decided to use a special device to talk to the professor's hologram. The professor got in touch very quickly, and after initially telling me nothing, he asked the scorpion what happened there. He answered that the elders had begun to stir, so now they had reason to start worrying. Now the professor was only interested in how serious the reason was. Scorpio replied that the Murima people were used to hiding and avoiding contact with people, but they began to try to go out into the world because of the poison. This is a very complex potion created to kill everyone who uses ki over the limit. And it seems the elders began to distribute the antidote. This meant that the elders were no longer worried about their identity. According to the scorpion, this was the real beginning because the subjects the professor is watching have great strength and energy and are going to openly attack them. Now there were not enough robots, and the professor said that when the word problem became too difficult for the robots, he would announce how to use the puppets he had provided. In the most recent message, he said that Scorpio needs to continue the hunt right now as he needs to accumulate as many samples as possible. Now Scorpio had a new task, and it was quite clear, and on the whole he liked it. It was a pleasure to perform such tasks since basically all the dirty work is done by the team, and he only needs to say something in time and practically eliminate those who are already without strength. Some time passed, and the small group was just approaching the residence where the famous stage star lived. When they went inside, initially they were simply silent, and the doors creaking broke the dead silence. Su-young just looked around a little, and then looking at the bathroom, she said that she would now go to take a shower. Meanwhile, Rock Smith and Yoon continued to walk forward, and the master told his student that they would be waiting for her in the main room. Now the two of them were left here, and for some time they began to remain silent again, and Aaron simply felt uncomfortable. The silence was broken again when the sounds of water began to be heard from the bathroom, the door to which was open. Of course, Yoon noticed this and began to look there out of the corner of his eye, and he did it as carefully as possible. But at some point the teacher turned to him and poked him on the body with his index finger, saying that he didn't even know that Yoon was so curious. After that he smiled and with the same finger turned the guy so that now he was looking straight at the doors that led to the bathroom. Because of this, the guy began to panic and says to his teacher, will he really leave him like this since it is very cruel? Ignoring these words, the teacher said that they need to wait a little since Heiji will come soon, which they need since she is one of the few in the world who can stop the process of ki poisoning. His parallel plan was to teach the two kids how to fight these robots, but now they wasted too much time. Enemies from all sides will attack them for a piece of this ki, and therefore as soon as the guy feels better he needs to immediately resume training. Yoon agreed with this because he understood that, in fact, although he doesn't like it, he needs to constantly improve his own skills. But where the head of the Gangnam clan now lived, much more interesting actions took place. The father was very noticeably afraid, and it was clear that his wife and two twin sons were near him. Turning around, the father hit his son with a very strong fist right in the face. Because of this, he lost a little and even began to fall below, and his brother tried to hold him in his arms. The father called his sons damn idiots who, in addition to failing the negotiations, also failed the subsequent murder. The brother, who did not use the lifting of the restriction without the knowledge of his father, said that there were some children with Rock Smith who were able to fight back and attack them. Turning around, the father said in an even stronger voice that he did not want to see them now and ordered them to leave here in shame. Ha-Cum began to help his brother leave since this was now incredibly difficult for Tom. Now that the father stayed here with his wife, he called Rog Smith a bastard who rejected his proposal, and in addition to this he dared to touch his children. Now the wife decided to have her say, and she asked how, in the opinion of the father himself, they were able to defeat the twins. This question was really interesting, and he asked his wife what she meant, and she replied that the elders of the family had recently begun to develop an antidote for the poison. Rock Smith had not accumulated even half of this ki, and this woman constantly thought that he could not withstand the young masters with his power. Of course, she hinted to her husband that someone had helped him, and it was this and this alone that influenced the fact that her sons lost. Since according to her observations she now knew that this stranger also had such powerful energy that he could repel the attacks of Sancum. Most likely she was hinting to her husband about those strange children who now had to really think about it. She actually had an idea where information about these children could be found. Since everyone knows a group of informants who do not take any sides, who provide information to anyone who will pay. My father really liked this idea, and so he asked who these informants were and where they were. A second later the girl shared information and said that these informants are in a restaurant called Man Gang Hong. Further action now took place in the apartment to which Heiji had just arrived. While here she said that she had just finished a concert and was tired, so it would be better to do it later since she doesn't like to do something so annoying at such a time. But Rock Smith immediately convinced her that the girls should not forget that 500-year-old ki is at stake and the guy can change the fate of the entire Murim. And indeed this was a rather weighty argument, and therefore the girl decided that she needed to get down to business right now. It was better to start early in order to finish quickly, and she could resort to her daily routine. Swinging her hand, she began to strike lightly with 2 fingers directly at Yoon Aaron's body. There were quite a large number of these strikes, and they fell at very different points. The blows were repeated over and over again, and they were as identical as possible, differing neither in strength nor in scope. Soo-young even thought that perhaps the whole technique consists of making them as similar to each other as possible. But while she was thinking about this, everything that was happening continued, and some kind of energy began to appear around the guy. And of course Rock Smith noticed that the Grand Master's ki was finally lighting up correctly, and she now looked more stable. It seemed that at this stage Yoon Aaron had lost consciousness, as his eyes remained glowing a solid color, and his face showed no emotion. Most likely at that moment he did not know who he was and what was happening to him now. But the process continued, and the girl approached the final stage and swinging her hand strongly prepared for the final blow. But the teacher quickly realized that the blow was not the last, since after it a bright glow appeared in the room. This glow could be seen even on the street since it was already getting close to night and the light was really very bright. But the color inside the room was so bright that Rock and Sue even had to close their eyes. Now Heiji stopped striking and covering herself with her hand. She only watched what would now happen to the guy. This was really interesting for everyone since such a spectacle cannot be seen every day and it is truly exclusive. Meanwhile, the confluence only became brighter, and despite the fact that it was so prominent, the people below did not even pay attention to it. After a few more seconds, the whole process began to be accompanied by very strange sounds. Moreover, these sounds were constantly changing, and initially they were more aggressive, and then they became slightly more ordinary. The whole group watched what was happening and waited to see what would happen at the very end. And at the very end, the guy just fell to his knees, and all the cutting around his body suddenly stopped. It seemed like he had no strength in him now, and he just fell to his knees and did absolutely nothing. Worried about the guy's condition, teacher asked if he was okay, but it seemed that Soo-young was the most worried. Meanwhile, Heiji looked at Yoon and said that he should already be cleared of the ki poisoning and the result should not be long in coming. This is what happened, and just a few seconds later the guy finally opened his eyes, showing that he was alive. Everyone who was now in the room was incredibly happy that this happened, and even Rock himself smiled. But for some reason now he did not look like the usual Aaron in their understanding. Since he was able to get up quite quickly without using his hands, he had a very strange grin on his face. After this, he began to stretch his neck and turn his head in different directions and in different planes so that each vertebra would crunch. And at the very end, he stretched very hard, thereby stretching the muscles in his limbs. Then energy began to circulate around his body, and he said that he now felt as if he had been sleeping all this time and only now began to feel powerful ki inside. The teacher was surprised by what he just saw, since Aaron had not been able to use ki like that before. Moreover, it seems that he was able to move it around his body and direct it to his limbs without much effort. To say that it was strange is to say nothing, since no one expected such an effect, and now everyone was waiting for what would happen next. The teacher advised his student to sit down for a second, since he now needs to make sure that Ki-yoon is at a normal level. Everyone tensed up the moment Aaron took his hand and looked straight into his eyes with a serious face. And after a second, he ordered that man to stop telling him what to do, as it would have a bad effect on his health. This was as unlike Aaron as possible, and they all began to ask what was happening and why he was behaving this way. The guy said that he is not a resident of Murim, and now he doesn't want to hide, fight, or do anything because he's already tired of following orders. Moreover, he further added that it was Yoon Aaron who inherited this key and not anyone else. Feeling complete control over the situation, he made a small blow and thereby threw his teacher aside. Although the amount of energy he allocated for this was not very much, it was enough for him to fly into the wall at high speed. A very large amount of dust and smoke rose after he arrived, and Soo-young and Hae-ji completely ceased to understand what was happening. His gaze was now completely blank, and he moved like a real robot. Although the girls were surprised, they did not dare to contradict or resist him in any way, as this could lead to bad consequences. Initially, Young thought that he was coming towards her, since step by step he was approaching her body. This made her think and even get a little scared, as she realized that now the energy in his body is as unstable as possible. But in fact, he passed by this girl, and without slowing down he began to move further and further. With short but very confident steps, he approached straight to the exit from the apartment, and by that moment Rock Smith was finally able to get up. He shouted at the guy in the back, asking where he was going to go now. Having opened the exit door, he suddenly stopped and for some time still looked forward without even turning his head towards the person he was talking to. And then, with a grin on his face, he said that from now on he was heading wherever he felt needed. Everyone in the room was incredibly scared when they heard this, and no one dared to even do anything. After another second, Yoon Aaron opened the door completely, and now he was outside the apartment, and for some reason he just stopped. Initially he continued to stand and do nothing, and the group thought that perhaps he had simply gone crazy. But in fact, all this time he was accumulating energy, and after a moment he was able to make himself completely disappear. Everyone began to insult him in order to see where he had moved and what had just happened. It turned out that this time of energy accumulation was enough for the guy to fly out at high speed through the window that was located in the corridor. Rock Smith, like everyone else now, could only think about what had just happened. The girl explained that, in the process of reversing the poisoning, she must shake the center and change the flow of ki. Very rarely it can awaken his instincts. But he hasn't had such cases yet, and usually people just go crazy or their consciousness becomes cloudy. But now it looks like his personality has completely changed. The man really liked these instincts that Yoon had just demonstrated, since this blow was really very strong. Soo-young, for the first time in a long time, she felt sadness because now she realized that this was no longer the Yoon Aaron she knew recently. The action moved precisely to the restaurant where the informants lived, whose anonymity was so high that almost everyone knew about them. The only person inside this restaurant right now was the cleaner, who was hastily sweeping up the dust after his work shift. And at that moment, when the guests came inside, the cleaner raised his head and said that they were already closed. The danger began to be felt at the moment when this guest continued to move and ignored the words of the cleaner. He instantly became angry and asked this man what the hell he thought he was about. But suddenly something very spectacular happened as this man came close to one of the tables and raised his leg up. With one blow, he knocked over this chair, and it flew into the air and turned over several times in mid-flight. The chair spun over and over again, and all the cleaner could do was just watch this performance. After a few more seconds, the chair finally landed on the ground, and Gangnam family elder could sit on it calmly. At the same time that the elder sat down on the chair, his sons and wife entered this restaurant. Now that he had introduced himself in such an interesting way, he gave orders to this janitor to call the owner here. Although the cleaners were incredibly scared and trembling, they still said with a frightened face that they would carry out this assignment. Then he began to run away to the side and at the same time call the owner, who was in the next room. When he already entered that room, he said that the elder had moved into the restaurant and he wanted to see the most important person here. Then all the members of this information group came to the elder and said that they were buying and selling information and did not expect to see someone with such a characteristic face here. In fact, the eldest elder of this clan liked the way they behaved, and that's why he stopped being so angry towards them. But still he told them in a rather rude manner that he wanted to find out something, namely who killed his children and whether this organization could dig up information on this guy. The commander of this organization said that this was a completely doable task, but for some reason the cleaner was very surprised. He tried to subtly turn the commander's attention to himself and pointed his finger at the entrance doors to the restaurant. Things turned out to be even worse than they thought as Yoon Aaron appeared on the horizon but in new clothes. The commander of the organization was incredibly surprised by what was happening and greeted this guest with a trembling voice, and then he asked this man what he was doing here at such a time and why he had come here in the first place. Yoon replied that he just needed some information, so he decided to visit them in order to quickly complete this easy task. There was an uncharacteristic smile on his face, and looking towards the other guests, he asked the head of the organization what kind of weaklings they were. Initially, the clan elder didn't even understand what he meant when he said this. Moreover, the head of the organization was scared when he heard such a wording because he knew that such people would not tolerate any insults in their direction. It was Ha-Kum who first drew attention to this guest, as the voice seemed painfully familiar to him. A few seconds later, he pointed his finger at this guest and shouted that this was the one who beat him not so long ago. Hearing this, the head of the clan became angry but tried not to show this emotion on his face. After this phrase, the person who managed the restaurant realized that the situation that was heating up in this place clearly would not lead to anything good. Now Yoon Aaron understood what kind of people were in front of him, and because of this he was interested. Keeping a grin on his face, he said that now he was able to identify everyone and most likely those two idiots in front of him. To say that the situation was tense at that moment is simply to remain silent. The clan elder looked at this young guy, and only from his eyebrows one could understand that now he was far from peaceful. Moreover, the situation became significantly tense at the moment when Yoon Aaron asked his friend who this old man was who came here so late. That man explained that he needed to watch his tongue since in front of him was the elder of the branch family. Initially, Yoon showed that he was very surprised and asked the man if this old man was really a real elder. Then this grandfather took one confident step forward and told my homeboy that what he just heard was indeed true. Pointing his finger at himself, he added that he was the elder of the branches. After these words, Aaron said that now he realized that most likely the elders have nothing to do at this time and they go to some restaurants. The anger that completely enveloped the elder from head to toe at that moment was simply prohibitive. But restraining himself, the elder said that he had not seen such a brave young guy for a long time. At the same time, he began to stretch his right hand and in small steps came closer and closer. Then he noticed that the owner of this restaurant called the young guy to high up, and so he invited them to compete in order to make sure how good he was. Of course, the guy didn't understand why they were extending their hand to him and why he suddenly wanted to settle everything in this way. Then the elder realized that the guy was not aware that the Murima people were shaking hands to measure ki and see whose strength was stronger. Thus, they do not need to physically harm each other and shed unnecessary blood. If you explain it to Aaron, then this is a way through which he can show that he is better or worse. Just a second after the terms were announced, the elder grabbed the guy's arm very tightly. Immediately purple energy began to circulate around his hand, and for some reason it did not become brighter and stopped developing. Aaron was experiencing incredible pain, and at the same time he listened to the screams of the elder saying that he must be in incredible pain. Everyone who watched this had different emotions, but on the whole they agreed that it was impossible to get involved in this now. Particularly different emotions could be seen by comparing the emotions of the elder's sons and the man who seemed to be an informant in the restaurants. Some time passed, and Yoon realized that he no longer wanted to pretend, and it was time to play big. By that time, the aura and energy around the elder's body had already become much brighter as he sensed resistance from the young guy. When Yoon Aaron stood up to almost his full height, he asked the elder if all this was really what he was striving for. And then he stood up to direct a very large amount of his ki directly through his hand and at the same time smiled, looking into his eyes. Because this energy was met with resistance, a loud sound could even be heard in this restaurant now. The owner of the restaurant could not believe his eyes, since what Aaron was now showing was very much, or rather radically different from what he had seen before. The resonance in this room was incredibly high, and for this reason some objects fell to the ground due to vibration. All the spectators watched and drew their own conclusions, not really believing their eyes and what was happening. The elder, meanwhile, could not understand where this young guy could have so much strength and how he did it. Looking at his hand, he thought that this was impossible, since the ki he inherited from the previous elder had more than 300 years of practice. And now for some reason he felt 400, or to be more precise 500-year-old ki from this baby. Because the elder was quite a wise man, he was now thinking about what kind of person was in front of him and who he was. But in reality everything was so that Aaron, feeling his advantage, asked his opponent if he now understands which of them is cooler. Of course the elder did not answer this question, but instead stood up to focus a small amount of energy into his left fist. Within half a second this fist struck the body of the young guy, and he of course did not dodge since he could not expect such a thing. His body flew to the side at high speed and broke through the exit doors along with the windows. The sons were surprised and did not understand why their father needed to do this, because clearly he had more strength than this guy. Yoon, meanwhile, he was simply flying, and in the air he could not understand where he had made a mistake that he could be fooled so easily. His body crashed into the building across the street and stopped there before flying through a few more walls. The sound that now stood around the elder was associated by everyone present with electricity. For some reason, after such a powerful blow, he did not check the guy's body but turned his head towards the owner of the restaurant. Immediately after this, he grabbed the man and asked what kind of monster had just come to this place. He didn't understand how someone who wasn't even trained in the manner could have 500-year-old ki inside of him. Of course he could not answer him anything, and the elder could only guess and think about the fact that it was possible that the great master had just been in front of him. But suddenly all his thoughts were scattered to pieces as he heard someone's voice in front of him and immediately realized who he was. Yoon Aaron began to crawl out from under the brick and concrete rubble and ask in a loud voice how the elder dared to give him such a surprise. After such a pathetic phrase, Aaron needed to move on to action, but he had one problem that he was aware of, and it was that by that time he had only one simple technique and was unlikely to be able to surprise such a strong opponent. But nevertheless there was more than enough confidence in his body even then, and so he jumped up and prepared to strike. While still in flight, he said that he would use the stonebreaker technique as he shouted it out loud. Of course the elder's hearing was still good, so he heard the word even from such a distance. Moreover, he clearly saw the danger that was approaching him at great speed and which had just demonstrated the power of 500-year-old ki. Therefore, in a short time he used a defensive technique and an energy shield appeared a short distance from his body. He directed all his internal energy into this technique since protecting himself was the most important thing right now. But still he underestimated what problems Yoon Aaron could bring him now. Even though he made a lot of efforts to protect himself, a scratch still appeared on his hand and blood began to flow. Because of this he had to make several short dashes back in order to increase the distance and his chances. Analyzing the fight, the restaurant owner realized that the elder had just taken 3 whole steps back. Moreover, his gaze was now as focused as possible, and he was preparing for his own counterattack and for Aaron's subsequent actions. But now this guy looked more like a schoolboy than us, and after such an impressive attack, he asked the elder if he had tasted his blow. It sounded so shameful that literally everyone who was now in this room experienced Spanish shame. It was even worse when the guy started waving his hand and explaining the joke he had just told. It was incredibly ridiculous, but he continued to do it even though no one understood why. But in fact, not everyone was joking now, since the owner of this restaurant gave an order to his cleaner and ordered him to do it now. Now they had a plan, and quietly bending down, this cleaner threw a small ball directly towards the elder who was standing next to Yoon Aaron. This ball did not glow brightly, and in a few seconds it rolled straight to the place where it was launched. After a few more seconds he stopped, and the elder and the young guy paid attention to him and heard a characteristic sound. Immediately after this sound, an incredibly bright explosion could be seen, but which caused virtually no damage. Everyone who was in the room was incredibly surprised, and the reaction differed only from the owner of this restaurant. After this explosion occurred, several more smoke screens could be seen that began to spread throughout the room and impair visibility. But in fact, right as these smoke screens were spreading, someone was moving quickly around the room. It quickly became clear that it was the owner of the restaurant who grabbed Yoon Aaron in his hands and in this way began to move him somewhere. Moreover, during his movement, he also managed to throw one of these grenades which flew towards the restaurant. A second later, another explosion occurred, but it was already at a considerable distance from these two guys. Nothing was visible through the smoke, and the elder, along with everyone else who ran out into the street, only watched. Now he was incredibly angry, but at the same time he was wondering if he could do something to quickly catch up with Yoon Aaron. The young guy meanwhile, waving his hands, asked why they were running away since they now need to return and tear this dude into pieces. Well, the man explained that this decision would be reckless in this case and would lead to very bad consequences. After that, they began to remain silent, and the man thought that this child a couple of days ago could not use even a grain of ki. Now the situation has completely changed, and even while he was running away from the enemy, he shouted in his direction and could use ki inside himself, and moreover he changed his personality. It was very difficult to explain this, and the man could not do it, and meanwhile the actions moved to the apartment in which Heiji lived. While here, Rock Smith occasionally asks the girl what the hell just happened, and she said over and over again that this was the first time this had happened to her, and she had never had such consequences in her life. But still, this did not surprise her much, since the great master had once told her that when canceling ki poisoning one must use various methods taking into account the elements of the body. Even if an ordinary person does not use energy in ordinary life, he has his own characteristics and unique power. Of course, if you don't practice, it will be at a minimum level. Next, the girl began to explain that the Stonebreaker skill uses the element of earth, and almost everyone knows about this. Moreover, to use the wooden doll skill, you need to control metal in addition to everything. But only now did she realize that Aaron was different. She thought he had the element water and wood because he was timid and followed orders. But when she shook its core, she felt the presence of fire inside. The man believed that this was impossible since his elements were definitely water and wood. Heiji once again said that she was aware and explained that this is precisely why she says that this is strange, and once again asked the man if he was sure that he was not connected with someone from Urim. Of course, Su-young was not sure of anything, she just knew that the guy did not have any signs of illness or sports reflexes. All these words made Rock think, and he was silent for some time, which turned attention to himself. He then said that some time ago he felt something was wrong with Yoon Aaron. At that moment when he taught him his Stonebreaker technique, although initially he was not sure about it, but it seems that he noticed something. In any case, when the man touched his ki to defeat the twins, he definitely noticed something was wrong. Of course, he already knew that his ki would be poisoned, but he had to make sure, and at the same time he understood that the girl would be able to reverse the poisoning. And when he disconnected from his ki in order to control it, he felt the presence of something dark, something Rock had never seen before. Su-young could never believe these words because according to the information she collected, this guy was the kindest and most ordinary. Well, the man said that he is absolutely sure of this, as well as the fact that the Great Master's ki is pure and immaculate, so perhaps it was suppressed by his instincts, although this is unlikely. But even though it is unlikely, several times the teacher sensed chaos and endless darkness behind this young guy. Meanwhile, the very long run was over and the restaurant owner put Yoon Aaron on the ground. After this happened, he tried to balance his breathing since it was now very disturbed. Looking at all this, Ran asked the man if he was tired after running for such a long time. He answered breathlessly that he was really very tired, and then asked if Aaron's hand was okay after the blow. Yoon initially looked at his hand, and then he realized that everything was fine with it, and he even stopped feeling pain. But suddenly a very bright and sharp source of light appeared to the side and attracted the attention of both. It was a car that, with its high-beam headlights on and loud music playing, was approaching straight towards Aaron and the man. There was a guy sitting in the passenger seat of this car who ordered the driver to pick up speed every second. From the face of this same guy, one could understand that he was intoxicated. The restaurant owner was very scared when he saw this car because he now realized that it was heading in their direction. When the car got close enough, the driver began to honk his horn so that Aaron and the man would get out of the way. Their faces were happy, and one of them was scared because he realized before his friend that the situation was very bad now. A second before the car was about to fly into those two guys, Aaron focused his vision. One technique was enough for the car to crash into a pile of stones and fly up into the sky. Moreover, the guy jumped a little, and when the car was still in the air, he grabbed him with his hand. Then, with one slight movement of his hand, he sent the car, along with the two people on board, even higher into the sky. This car flew a very long distance until it crashed into a building that was located a very long distance from here. Aaron looked at what was happening without any emotion, but it seemed that he liked what had just happened. But the owner of the restaurant absolutely could not explain to himself what was happening, and it seemed to him real madness. Then they continued their movement, which could most easily be described as very fast running. The two of them ran at very high speed, and without any problems they could jump over several buildings at once, simultaneously increasing their speed every minute. The owner of the restaurant who was running errand from time to time asked him to run a little slower because it was now very difficult to catch up with him. At some point Yoon even asked this man if he was really saying that because he was just tired. Of course the man didn't answer anything, but in fact until that moment he thought that he was tougher than many people. But now it became clear to him that this guy, even without knowing the acceleration technique, was much faster and moved very quickly. Moreover, the force with which he jumped off each roof was simply incredible. Right as they were moving across the rooftops, the restaurant owner at one point asked what the guy meant and if he was going to tell him where they were going. He asked again and then answered that he was going to steal all the secrets of Murim. Of course, what he just said sounded like the most common nonsense, but considering what he had done in the past few hours, it was quite easy to believe. After a very short time, they were already at the point to which Aaron had been approaching all this time. It looked like an ordinary factory where even at night there were a very large number of workers. And the moment the owner of the restaurant arrived here with Aaron, the workers immediately noticed them. They took their iron sticks, which were their weapons, in their hands and asked who dared to disturb their peace. He greeted them with a calm voice and asked if they had arrived correctly, and if this was indeed the Chunjin clan of art masters. The workers responded that if the strangers knew where they were, then they must be the robots the elders were talking about. After thinking a little, the guy said that it was not them and they hardly behave like real robots. Then this worker thought about it and realized that indeed this young guy does not look like the robots that were written about in the letter. Now the situation was a little unclear and the man decided to take on the task of making it more understandable. Then he made the assumption that these strangers must be the killers about whom there are rumors. The assassins who dealt with the masters to take control of Murim. Yoon said that this is not them and there are definitely no such tasks in their plans. Now this man was in real confusion since all his assumptions were wrong. The rest of the workers meanwhile only watched as the guy slowly approached their leader, and at some point he stopped. At that moment, when Yoon found himself point blank to the commander, he asked who they were then, if they were not robots or killers. Aaron thought about what he should say and looked towards the owner of the restaurant, but he was not going to tell him anything. After thinking for just a few seconds, the guy decided to say everything directly. Namely, he explained that he had heard that this clan had a book of martial arts and he was here to take it from them. It all sounded like a joke, and initially the workers were serious, and then suddenly they laughed loudly. The head of all these people said that this kid had heard something strange about them and clearly did not know all the rules. And the rules were that even their disciples could not look at books. First, they need to show their loyalty to their clan, and after 30 years they can only dream of looking at them. I want to listen to all this to the end. Aaron took this man by the collar and threw him aside. All the other workers were very scared, and then looking at these strangers they realized that they needed to be eliminated. They didn't expect that the person who had just been so friendly would now attack them like this. They became even more scared when Aaron smiled and apologized for the fact that today he did not have time to listen to boring stories. Immediately after these words, he began to attack absolutely all the workers who were holding metal sticks in their hands. The blows continued over and over again until the last of the combat-ready men was eliminated. Meanwhile, a short amount of time has already passed and the action has moved to another place. Rocksmith Soo-young and Hae-ji got out of a rather expensive car. The latter was in this place for the first time, so she asked the others where they were now. Soo answered her in a calm voice that this is Gonghong, a store with information about everything in Murim. Only the man was calmer than everyone else due to the fact that he had a clear task that required it to be completed. And in general he looked very stylish now, and the girls noticed that he looked good despite the fact that he was hiding his age with the help of Ki. Of course the man felt angry but quickly replied that now was not the time to fool around, because if Aaron had not gone crazy, he would not have had to behave like a bodyguard. Then the girl began to shout at him, and Soo actually asked them to calm down and go to the store since they still needed information about Yoon, who could be anywhere now. Having calmed down, the man thought that he had chosen the wrong person to ask for help. They walked just a few turns and came to a sign near the restaurant which said that the place was closed for the weekend. It was very strange, and the whole group wondered what had happened here. It's good that there was a tent near the entrance to this restaurant from which a team member immediately ran out and recognized Miss Soo-young. The girl asked what happened to this store and why that man was crying. At the same time, wiping his tears, the cleaner replied that the reason why everything was destroyed here was Aaron, who came here. Rocksmith was surprised when he learned that Aaron had come here and very quickly realized that most likely he was fighting with someone here. The man replied that there was a fight between him and the branch elder. All this sounded implausible, but Rock understood that a person who is in despair, which this janitor was clearly, would not lie. Look down into your eyes, he said, that because they fought, this store no longer exists. Everyone agreed that this was very bad news, and then the lesson asked the man where Aaron was now and whether he was injured. He answered him that, in the midst of this incredible battle, the guy disappeared somewhere. And since then no information has been heard about him, nor about the owner of this restaurant. He then gave this group a small leaflet and at the same time explained that this started last night and is now happening throughout the country. On this small piece of paper was a list of places that Yoon Aaron attacked. Last night he started collecting all the secrets and books of Murim, and people suspect that he is stealing them in order to learn them, thereby causing a big fuss among the masters. This was a very bold and strange assumption, and so Rocksmith snatched this small piece of paper from the man's hands. Very quickly he began to study it in order not to miss any information and to undertake a brilliant plan in the future. Having studied this paper, it was possible to understand that initially the guy began to move to the Chunza clan and studied the art of bow there. After that, of course, he moved to the Nak Wala clan and eliminated everyone who was there and acquired the art of bow. In a clan called Gongmam, he received the secret book of the sword and immediately disappeared from there. And finally, he looked into the Jukman clan to acquire the art of balance there. Also in that letter, it was written that he did not stop at all these clans, and reports came from everywhere. The restaurant cleaner did not understand what had to happen to that guy and what he had to go through to turn into such a person. This entire group could only think and think through their further plan. The action shifted once again, and now everything took place in a cave far from human eyes. Aaron was there right now along with his subordinate, who was already barely walking. In a sleepy voice he said that it was dangerous here, and in fact he did not expect such a large number of guards in this place. And then he added that Aaron was probably already very tired, since during all this time he had not even slept for 1 hour. The guy replied that he was healthy and cheerful, but if the commander was tired, then he could sleep a little, since in those 2 days he helped find all the secrets and treasures. This phrase was perceived by the man as an order, and he immediately leaned his elbows against the wall of this cave. Just a few seconds before passing out, he thanked Aaron and said that he was now going to take a little rest. Yoon was watching this and suddenly heard a very loud and dull sound of an object falling to the floor. It turned out that this man passed out even faster than could have been expected. After this happened, Aaron began to move forward and move deeper and deeper into the cave. After a few meters, he finally came to the place he had worked very hard for. There was an incredibly large number of valuable artifacts here, which he and the restaurant owner managed to obtain. In addition to knowledge, there were also items that can be used in battle and which only add strength. But the most valuable thing that could be found here now was the knowledge of many clans about martial arts. The number of objects in the depths of this cave could really impress anyone, but for someone who understood the value, it was actually just a heart attack. Looking at all this, Yoon Aaron's eyes widened, and he asked himself what he should learn first. After some more time, the owner of the restaurant gradually began to wake up and feel a sense of surprise. Because the reason why he woke up now was slightly unusual and different from everything that had happened before in his life. At the end of the tunnel, he saw an incredibly bright light from the sun, and at the same time he heard very loud sounds. Going directly outside, he saw Yoon Aaron, already familiar to him, whose body radiated a large amount of energy. Now it was clear what had become the source of those strange and scary sounds, and for the restaurant owner everything became clearer. But still he carefully began to come closer and closer to Yoon, so that he would explain everything to him and together they could make new decisions. Turning back, the guy said that he didn't expect the restaurant owner to sleep for so long. Then that man began to look around in order to understand what was happening here during his absence. But as soon as he wanted to ask some question, Yoon Aaron immediately disappeared somewhere and could not be seen anywhere. A second later, a book appeared in front of the man's face, and Yoon asked him to translate and read it out loud. The problem was that the book was in Chinese, and therefore Aaron could not understand what was written there. And his task was that he needed to learn absolutely everything that he stole in these 3 days. When the man started, he began to read that this technique is called Hessian palms. It is very popular because it is one of the top 5 most destructive techniques. Of course, this text was not written there, but the man said it anyway. Further, he added that to perform it, you need to concentrate the energy right in the center of the palm and explode it like an invisible bomb. With this power, you can destroy buildings and even mountains. And in order to do this, you first need to collect ki energy from the whole body and direct it into the palm. The guy repeated this, but instead of a powerful explosion that destroyed everything right in front, there was only a small surge of energy which immediately dissipated and turned into a stream of wind. When Yoon tried it again, the result only got worse. Repeating the same thing over and over again, the result did not change in any way, and it seemed to only get worse with each attempt. After a few seconds, he asked the man to read the instructions again, since now everything was not clear to him. Due to the fact that he did not answer anything, he turned to him and asked the man to read further, since it was not clear what to do after the first point. Well, instead of answering, the man said that he had questions, namely, he was wondering why Aaron stole so many books because studying them would take at least 100 years. Moreover, it is now clear that the guy attacked the family to take these books, and now there were approximately 50 of them. He already owns about half of the knowledge from Urim, and therefore there is no point in advancing further. He also had to add that if this goes on, they will turn the whole world against themselves, and then they will not be able to cope. Then he began to explain that this would lead to consequences that the guy couldn't even think about because they were simply terrible. The man constantly asked him to carefully weigh the whole situation in which they found themselves, and the cormorants from whom they stole all this will sooner or later be able to get them. Having mastered a large amount of information, they will send some ruthless killers through their gardens, and the man remembered well that he was an accomplice in all these atrocities. He constantly screamed and was not happy with the fact that initially he did not want to steal anything at all and lick in such a situation. But suddenly the man looked around and realized that while he was telling this, Aaron was not wasting time. A huge sphere appeared right in front of his face, growing in size every second. This was precisely the technique that was described in great detail in that book. The man was unpleasantly surprised by what he just saw, since many people do not see such technology even once in their lives. And now Aaron was only able to summon it once after reading a paragraph about this technique, and then it disappeared somewhere. The man became even angrier and asked the guy if he had listened to him at all, since his plan is that they need to hide because they are now easy to find. Ignoring all these words, Yoon told him that he couldn't do anything, and at the same time pointed his hand directly at the man's face. At the very last moment, the man asked him not to point this hand at his face, as this violates safety regulations. Of course, the guy didn't hear this, and within a second the technique was carried out from beginning to end. An explosion of incredible proportions occurred. Such an explosion that people did not see later for a very large number of years. When all this happened, Aaron was incredibly happy, since he had wanted this to finally work for a very long time. And after that, he looked at his accomplice and asked if he was okay, since he didn't look very good now. And indeed, half of the man's body was now burnt. Almost all the clothes he was wearing were also burnt. Because of the shock, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness, not understanding where he was now. A few hours later, he woke up and finally his consciousness came back to him. Now that he stood up, he could look around and roughly remember what happened not so long ago. By that time, Yoon Aaron was already sitting on a small rock and a short distance from the man who owned the restaurant himself. It took him some more time to realize where he was, but he very quickly gathered his strength and thoughts. And then he had doubts, but he had to cast them aside since the memories were actually still fresh. In fact, he found it hard to believe that Aaron had just used the Hessian palm. In his opinion, this is absolutely impossible, since this technique is known as one of the most difficult techniques in the world. It simply couldn't be that such a young guy would do it right after reading the instructions. Therefore, the man gained a little strength and then asked the guy if he was sure that this did not happen by accident. Within a second, he received confirmation of these words, as his entire body was again illuminated by an incomprehensible source of light. Of course, this is due to the fact that the guys used the technology, and another incredibly powerful explosion occurred. In addition to the fact that this explosion destroyed a very large number of trees behind the man's back, it was also incredibly bright. All the energy that was created after the explosion spread behind the man's back and did not cause him direct damage. Looking back, the restaurant owner heard and felt a wind on his body that had never been found here before. This is due to the fact that a large number of trees have now been destroyed, and now the wind could blow here without obstacles. This is definitely Hessian's palm. I made the following conclusion: the man fell to the floor due to the fact that he received a little damage but still felt bad. Moreover, he felt uneasy just from the realization of how much power Yoon Aaron now possessed. The guy approached this man and noticed that he had passed out again, although he just wanted to ask him for one favor. But it seems that now he will have to do something else, since awakening this man will not be such an easy task. A short time passed and Yoon Aaron decided to practice a little more, and I took a very deep breath, completely filling my lungs with air. While exhaling this air, he used the Hessian palm technique, and an incredibly large number of trees in front of him were destroyed in a second. Only now, thanks to what he said, he focused much more energy. This technique became even more powerful. After studying the book, he could use this skill from the main family without much trouble. But more than that, he was not only studying one blow. Turning slightly around his axis, he began to focus energy of a different color near the tips of his fingers, and the air began to boil. Constantly doing this for a short amount of time, it made a revolution around its axis again, and then this energy, as thick as a razor blade, began to spread in breadth. This was a technique from one of the family's branches, and in a very short period of time Yoon had already learned so much. Several more explosions occurred after he realized this in order to consolidate everything he had learned. And after that, he began to jump away from various obstacles in order to climb the highest mountain that was in this forest. In a very short period of time, he managed to climb to the very top and prepare to use one of the techniques as well. Now that he was here, he took a very deep breath and filled his lungs with air again. At the same time, he exhaled all this air, and a very large amount of green energy began to spread straight into the sky. For some time he fell silent and stopped doing anything because in general what he had achieved at that moment suited him. Now he wanted to just stare into space for at least a few seconds and be content with what he could achieve. But then he took out a small number of books from his pocket and began to examine them very carefully. Now all these books that he carried with him have been read. This means that he can move on to the rest. But instead of starting this right now, he fell right onto this rock and found himself thinking that he could not understand some of these books. This means that the moment the restaurant owner wakes up, you need to immediately ask him to translate some Chinese books. There was a short pause, after which the guy realized that he had some kind of very sharp pain in his eye. For some reason his eyes stung badly, and he blinked several times to see if he would feel better. And then, after analyzing the whole situation, he concluded that the best solution would be to just have a very good rest. Just 1 second was enough for him to completely immerse himself in an incredibly deep and high-quality sleep right on the top of the rock. Further action moved to the restaurant from which Rock-soo and the student were already leaving, and listened to the janitor wishing them a good day and to stay alive if they find Aaron. The situation was much more serious than they thought, and it is clear that Yoon stole something from Murim. The student said that there are only 2 ways to cure key poisoning. The first, become a Majin and forget about ordinary life forever, or the second, completely destroy the body from the inside. Majin are those who will spend the last drop of ki killing everyone who stood in their way like a scoundrel or an innocent person. Be that as it may, they are not just madmen but people from the world of Murim. But Rock did not agree with all this and said that the guy was not yet crazy enough to be a Majin. Because if he had been him, then everything would have been much worse, and they would not have even been able to talk to him after that incident. Rock's plan was to try and search together for where he was last seen, which might give them a clue as to where to look next. Everyone agreed that this would be effective, but at some point the student suddenly grabbed her teacher's hand. In a whisper, she told him that she knew that he was not telling him something because she had never seen a body like Aaron's before. She felt something unusual when she touched his key. Rock immediately advised her to talk about this later, but for now he gets into the car, and he will tell her what he knows after they find Aaron. For some reason they didn't want to tell Soo-young about all this, and it was their little secret. The doors to the car closed, and the man gave the order to the driver to go to Sang-gu. Suddenly something very strange happened, which made everyone inside the car scared. It turned out that someone stood right in front of him, and using his own strength tried to lift him up. It quickly became clear that the person who was trying to do this was the elder of the clan who had recently fought with Yoon. And his attempts were very quickly crowned with success, and he managed to raise this car to a fairly impressive height. He shouted that he knew it was Rock Smith and initially suspected that he was to blame for all this. The elder began to suspect that it was he who was watching that guy, and now he was voicing all these thoughts. He talked about Aaron coming and using a skill that only Rock knows. Moreover, Yoon dared to mock his children. Now the elder wanted Rock to tell him everything he knew, otherwise he would throw away this car right now. Of course the situation was as turbulent as possible, and for this reason the master of the stone tried to stop him. But all the elder wanted now was for the man in the car to start talking, but this just didn't happen. The entire group of masters and people who were in this car were scared, and their lives were in the balance because of the elder of the Gangnam clan. Will they be able to survive this situation and come up with a way out?